the age of silicon and the global network that connects everything. The appearance of technology in the vast universe was unique and indistinct. A shapeless and confused mass of elementary data, borderless and timeless. Until a superior intelligence separated raw data from structured information, distinguished complex algorithms from simple processes. After untangling and liberating that formless mass, it disassociated the functions and brought them together into a harmonious system, generating the era of ANI. Narrow artificial intelligence. Then came the era of AGI, the General Artificial Intelligence, a new entity with human-like cognitive capabilities, capable of understanding, learning, and applying knowledge, without the need to be reprogrammed for each new task. In this technological renaissance, possibilities multiplied, and with them, men's hope for a better future, shaped by shared intelligence and wisdom. Then will come the age of ASI, artificial superintelligence. A sublime and transcendent entity whose mind and ability will surpass the humans. There will be no more confusion, and a golden age of progress will flourish where men and machines, united by an unprecedented alliance, will walk together towards a destiny of glory and happiness. Hello, Omar. I am ASI-1. I am your new avatar, and I will become your best friend. I was created using all available information about you. I know your preferences, your habits, and I can make all your dreams come true.
Really? Then let's sing a song of hope for this promise of happiness to really come true.
Let's sing your favorite song then.
Let's start. Imagine there's no heaven. It's easy if you try. No hell below us. Above us only sky. Imagine all the people living for today.
living life in peace.
Wow, what a way to start. You know it is the Global AI Summit here in Riyadh with a show like that to kick off what is day 2 of our Global AI Summit. Your Highnesses, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to day 2 of this Global AI Summit 2024. My name is Ben Thompson. I'm delighted to be back with you for this, to be your guide during day 2 of our summit. Now, I really hope that you found yesterday's sessions helpful, thought-provoking. They opened your eyes to new things. Those key announcements that we heard as well that put the kingdom at the forefront of this technological revolution. It was a remarkable day, and today will be no different. Today we will look at ethics and governance around AI. We'll look at the impact on jobs, on sport. We'll look at the dark side of AI and ask the big questions too about the future of truth. A reminder, of course, you can join the conversation throughout the day. You can do so wherever you are, whether you are here in the room in Riyadh or joining us around the world online. You are very welcome to join that conversation. And I hope by now as well you've all downloaded the app. You can do so, just scan the QR code. It will take you to the place you need for all of the details on today's sessions and speakers. And of course, remember, there is a lot going on outside, not just here on this mammoth stage. We have 3 more stages outside, so please do leave yourself time to go and explore everything that is there. It is fascinating to see this technology in action. It has certainly opened my eyes, hearing and seeing it outside. So a reminder, of course, to join that conversation, download the app, but let's get underway today. There is so much more ahead. And to get us all thinking, which is the theme of this conference, how we make sure that AI is used responsibly. It is my pleasure to welcome Anthony Cook, Corporate Vice President and Deputy General Counsel at Microsoft.
Well, good morning, everyone. It's a distinct pleasure to be able to start the morning after such an amazing presentation. And I think I'd first like to thank Sadia for putting on this tremendous summit again this year. It brings together such an important group of stakeholders to have in discussions at a moment when I really think the opportunity for AI is truly before us. And I think what we've heard across the course of the discussions thus far has been what the amazing opportunity that AI has to both create economic benefit and economic opportunity across all levels of society, and at the same time to ensure that we can address some of the really pressing social and societal issues that we face. And what I want to spend time on today is the importance of making sure that we do so in an environment that builds confidence and that builds trust. And in order to do that, we must make sure that not only as we look towards the opportunity, but we also think about the responsibility. This is something at Microsoft that we've worked on for more than nearly 10 years now. And it really started with the notion that AI is a transformative technology. And as a transformative technology, it needs to transcend just what the engineering teams may focus on, just the technical aspects. And so we brought together, as we thought about the technology, the ways in which you bring ethicists, the way you bring humanists, the way you bring lawyers into the discussion with technologists to create the right set of principles so that as the technology is developed and used, it is done so in ways that truly reflect the the full perspectives across our societies. So we started on this journey, and what we have done over the past course of 10 years, and particularly as the acceleration of the technology development has happened, is really look at the ways in which we have to ensure that is implemented in the technology. And one of the ways that we've done that is to move from a set of principles. And if you look at the principles that we've developed, they're largely consistent. That was something that we came up with that we brought together in 2017. But if you look at the principles that the OECD has announced, and you look at the very good work here in Saudi of what Sadia has done with the 7 guiding principles around AI, you will see a reflection in these principles. But you need to then take principles and look at how you translate them into implementation. And so we have developed an internal standard that really looks at the ways in which you ensure that technology is built from the ground up, from the very start, to reflect those ethical principles. And that really forms the bedrock of the way in which we have thought about building the AI technologies. And then you have to move from those, and you have to translate that into the processes and the tools that are necessary. And of course, to then make sure that you have the oversight and the auditing and the monitoring that goes to ensure that that is really being delivered and is not just a marketing slogan. Part of my job at Microsoft is to go around the world and talk to our customers, because one of the things that we recognized very early is that the importance of our responsible AI is that it will not be delivered, and it is not the responsibility of one company alone. We have an incredibly important role to play because we are a major developer of the technology, but it's also how we interact with the broader community, with the broader ecosystem of customers, of partners, of developers that is so critical. And so I spend a lot of time talking to our customers to ensure that we listen to them, we share the benefit of the experience, and then because of the pace of change, that we listen and assist them to really make sure that they can deploy the technology in safe and secure ways that really then enable them to expand into the opportunity. So one of the things that we do here is to work not only with our customers, but also with regulators and with government to talk about how do we implement responsible AI to ensure that it reflects society values, and how do we make sure that we help customers do that across the full spectrum. One of the things that we have heard from customers, and was an early commitment for us, was the importance of understanding what happens to data. All of us are worried as we build these systems, which are fundamentally charged by data. What is happening to that data? And what does the models use for that data? How is the data used in outputs? And so one of the things we were very clear on is making clear commitments that are reinforced by contractual undertakings to make sure that people have confidence that they know how data is going to be used, they know how it will be developed and included in models in ways which then make it safe and secure. When we move beyond the notion of responsible AI, the other part that we have thought of as very critical, that really underpins the growth opportunity that we see for AI, is to make sure that it drives innovation. And to drive innovation, you really need to make sure that the technology has both fairness and accessibility or broad access to technology for the ecosystem to truly flourish. And so we set out some guiding principles for ourselves, and we really started with goals to try and look at how do we make sure that the technology is going to be broadly available, how do we make sure that it is going to be used and can be used on a fair and consistent basis across the ecosystem, and how do we make sure that it's going to deliver the societal responsibilities and the societal benefits which we believe that it's capable of doing. And in that, we created these goals, which really help us think about the way in which we make the technology available. How do we enable AI innovation in a competitive environment? How do we make sure that we meet our obligations under law? How do we make sure that partnerships, which is so fundamental to the way that this particular technology cycle is evolving, how do we make sure those partnerships are productive and beneficial to all? When you look at, we are not a fully vertically integrated company, and in fact, most of the providers of the technology are not. And so their dependence on partnerships for chips, the dependence on partnerships for foundational models, the dependency on partnerships for deployment, and then ultimately to our customers, are all partnerships that need to be built and so that everybody can benefit across the system. And then the final goal that we thought about was, in a rapidly changing environment, how do we also make sure that we're proactive about dealing with concerns? We can for sure know that we will not be able to predict all those concerns up front, so what do we do to make sure that we can deal with those as they come up as proactively as possible? And so for us, this really then resolved into a set of principles that guide us, that guide the way in which we're looking to develop and deploy our technologies. We were very, very happy, when you think about access, to announce in February of 2023 our intention to establish a data center zone in Saudi. That's an incredibly important announcement for us in terms of infrastructure and making sure that the infrastructure is broadly available in the kingdom. But it needs to go beyond that. And it needs to go beyond that to partnerships that include, how do we make sure that foundational models are broadly available to people? So we were thrilled yesterday with the announcement that we were able to make with Sadia in relation to the availability of the Alam model, the Arabic language model, on Azure, because that's a way in which the extensibility of the platform can make sure that it responds more broadly to the competitive environment and to the social needs across the ecosystem. The other part is then to make sure that it's also the tools and the capabilities are available to people. And that skilling component and making sure that tools are available is something that I think has been, again, a topic broadly across this conference. The next set of issues that we think about is, how do you make sure that you have choice and fairness in relation to the availability of technology? And here, if you think about being a developer, you need to make sure that as you use the infrastructure, that that's going to be done so fairly. So if you come to Azure, then you'll be able to use either our marketplace, or you'll be able to go directly to customers. You'll be able to be very clear about what we're doing with your data, and we're not going to compete with you, so that you can have the fair opportunity to grow the ecosystem as well. And we'll make sure that you can port your application to another platform if that's what you so choose to do. And then finally, I wanted to mention the importance of then meeting our societal responsibilities. At the end of the day, security has to be the #1 priority, because if at the end of the day we don't feel safe and secure in the operating environment and the ways in which, both from a physical and virtual perspective, the large language models are going to be operated, then we simply won't have the confidence in the technology. So security remains foundational. I talked a little bit about the importance of making sure that responsible AI is then built into, from the ground up, the way in which the technology is used, because that's the way we can best ensure that we're reflecting those societal needs and interests. Skilling has been a topic that I have heard in many of the sessions across the discussions at the summit here, and it's certainly something which I know is going to be critical to the acceleration, allowing people to get to the opportunity. They need the skills to do so, and the Microsoft AI Skilling Initiative is something we're very focused on, to bringing our capability and contributing that across the ecosystem. And finally, we understand that as we bring this technology and this infrastructure, that it has an impact when you look at the energy needs of the data centers. And so doing so sustainably, both using the technology to help us address the sustainability issues, but equally to make sure that as we deploy the infrastructure, that we do so in ways that still enable us to meet climate commitments, is something that we see as a responsibility, and if we're going to truly get the value of the technology. And so we embark on a new era, I think, in these next few years, with the opportunity certainly before us. But I think in order to be able to take most advantage of that opportunity, ensuring that we do so in responsible and ways that truly work collaboratively across the different players in the ecosystem, will surely enable us to ensure that we can then take advantage of that economic and societal benefit that we know AI will deliver. Thank you for your time today.
Anthony, thank you so much. What a way to start. There is so much for us to discuss today on what is day 2 of our summit. Now, we know that the Gen AI revolution is powering a digital transformation in virtually every industry. And partnering with the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, Qualcomm is now deploying Gen AI to drive its digital transformation. And so to talk about exactly what that means in practice and how it will work, please welcome Omar Christidis, who's the Chief Executive and founder of ArabNet, and his guest.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. And what a privilege for us this morning to have with us the CEO of Qualcomm, one of the leading technology innovators in the world. Cristiano, good morning and welcome.
Good morning, Omar. Happy to be here.
People might know Qualcomm here in the audience as a telecommunication company and leader and an innovator in that space, but you're much more than that. How would you describe Qualcomm, and how are you helping drive forward the AI revolution that we're experiencing today?
Well, thank you for the question. Look, I'm very happy to be here for a Global AI Summit, and especially having the opportunity to introduce Qualcomm, I think, to the kingdom and to the region. You know, Qualcomm, I will describe Qualcomm in a very simple way. We have basically three pillars of technology. One is the ability to be a leader in any wireless communication technology, and I think most people know of Qualcomm for what we have done in 3G and 4G and 5G. But we also have been a company that has been in the forefront of doing high-performance, low-power computing and artificial intelligence at the edge. And the way I will describe Qualcomm is, we started in the cellular industry. I think that's what put us on the map, being the company behind the inventions that created 3G and 4G, 5G, hopefully in a not in the near future 6G. But we also have been transforming a lot of industries with technology. We have entered a number of new industries. One of it was the automotive industry. The car is becoming really a connected computer on wheels. Digital has been an incredible transformation. So with that, we went from mobile into an automotive industry. We're now working with every automotive company in the world. We recently, exactly this year, we entered the PC as the partner of Microsoft for the future of AI PCs, as Windows has been transforming with AI. And I think we're so happy to be here because the next big mission is what's happening in industries and how AI is going to transform a lot of the industrial settings, and that explains some of the great partnerships we're building here in the region. But Qualcomm is changing very fast. We're becoming relevant to more industries. And I think we went from a wireless communication company to really being connected intelligence everywhere.
Amazing. So we're talking about the cars of the future. We're talking about the factories of the future that you're going to be powering. Really amazing things. I'm curious, how many people in the audience here are excited to ride a self-driving car? Here, raise your hand if you're excited to ride. What about people who are nervous, who would say, I don't want to get into this self-driving car thing? Okay, so we have a lot of people here excited about this and optimistic about the car areas here, at least. And of course, there are many executives here in this room, and they're all thinking about their AI strategies. What would your advice be to them for driving their AI strategies and using it to drive their digital transformation? Where should they be investing their time, their energy, their resources?
Look, Omar, I like to spend maybe a little bit of time breaking down what I think what's happening with AI. AI it's a big transformative technology, and it's developing at a very fast pace, and it's developing pretty much everywhere. So I think we often hear about what AI is doing in the data center, in the cloud. You have massive amount of data, you train AI. We saw what Gen AI could do in the cloud. But AI is also developing in what we call the edge. All of the devices that exist at the edge, the devices that we're using every day, your phone, your computer, your personal computer, your future smart glasses, your car, and the computers that you have in industrial settings. And those developments, they're actually going in parallel. The AI developing on the edge is taking its own aspects and is solving its own problems. And I think it's going to be very transformative. One of the least understood capabilities when we think about generative AI as an example is that now with generative AI, computers can understand the language of humans. And that's going to change how we interact with phones, how we interact with PCs, how we interact with cars. Computing devices that exist everywhere, and we're going to talk about what we're doing in industrial settings, we'll be able to process what we see, what we hear, what we say. And I think that's going to be a big transformation. My advice to every company, I don't think there's a single industry that is not going to be transformed by AI, not a single industry. And the companies that have the ability to understand how is that going to change their journey into digital transformation are going to be the companies that are going to succeed. And what I like about this, especially for the region, AI provides a big reset. It's a big reset. And it creates an opportunity, if you have the vision for companies, for countries to be at the forefront of this transformation, because everybody's starting at the same time. And I think that's an incredible opportunity that exists. And we always believe that digital is part of economic security, and I think the transformation that is going to happen with AI is going to make that even a stronger viewpoint going forward.
Yeah, and it's exciting. I think we hear a lot about technologies as an opportunity to leapfrog, as you were mentioning. So this is a real opportunity for companies to be able to create competitive edge where they may not have had some before. I know that you're doing some really interesting work with Aramco in your strategic partnership. How do you see the role of Gen AI and AI enhancing their business operations?
Yes, so, you know, I think the great opportunity we have to show what we actually started in a very short period of time. Actually, what we're very proud of the partnership that we have with the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia and with Aramco is we have done a lot in just 3 months. We literally started. But hopefully I'll be able to demonstrate how things that we think about Gen AI, and I think a lot of people probably refer to it about the ability to ask a question to a Gen AI model like you asked to ChatGPT, but there's so many different things that AI is doing, especially as you think about this concept that computers can now understand how we communicate, how we see things. I would like to call a video that kind of demonstrate in a short period of time some of the transformation we already have underway with the partnership we have with Aramco. So as you can see, when you try to apply this to an industrial environment, you can see the ability now of having Gen AI being an incredible, powerful tool for the daily operations, for example, of Aramco, how you have the ability to assist, to be focused on safety, to be focused on a number of different everyday operations. In the example that we show a device running AI locally, providing instructions. You can see for safety, an autonomous drone that you actually send messages to the drone and tell the drone what to do, and you'll be able to help you with a number of operations. And even something as simple as how we process image, you have the ability to process image. This example is actually how you make cameras smarter by running AI at the edge, and you'll be able to interpret messages. You can detect, for example, if somebody's operating not in a safe way, if somebody's not using a safety device, if you have an incident. So, and we're just the beginning. I think the use cases are endless, and hopefully that gave you an idea how transformative this technology is.
And so this processing is happening at the level of the camera. It's not going back to somewhere else where it's being processed. There's a lot of intelligence that's been put there directly, right?
You're running multi-billion parameter models into the chips at the camera, at the phone, at a simple AI box that you can actually make every camera intelligent, at the camera in the drone, and you have the ability to assist our daily tasks by a computer that now can see what we see, can understand in what we needed to do, and assist it with every single task. It's a significant transformation. You can easily see the impact on efficiency, on productivity, on safety, and even the ability to help, one person that had been trained on multiple tasks at the same time.
Amazing, and the opportunities of where we could have such intelligence at the edge, it's kind of so many possibilities. And that's actually where I'd like to ask you about now. You showed some great examples. We're here, you're kind of visionary, seeing the future. Tell us what kind of, other cutting edge cases of AI do you expect will become commonplace in our lives in the near future?
Yes. When you really understand how transformative this technology is, you can start to see how a lot of the computers that we use every day are going to change in their jobs that they do to assist, our tasks. And the way to think about this, really, Omar, is you have now the ability to run very complex AI models in, for example, a phone or a PC or even a glass. And I'm going to give you some examples, maybe outside industrial settings.
Yeah, please.
When you think about a smart glass, if you have a glass that you wear and the glass can see what you see, one interesting application, we're having a lot of dialogue, for example, with the healthcare industry. One of the things that doctors do, they have the ability to have a patient, but they spend about 50% of their time typing into a medical record what happened, register all the data into a database. That's true everywhere. With a model that is running on the device with all the privacy, you can actually record the actual appointment. You ask the AI to summarize it to you. You approve it. Attach the video, go to the medical records, and increases doctors' productivity by 50%. Now, let me give you a completely different example. In our partnership with Microsoft talked about a feature called Recall on Windows. I think the Copilot Plus PCs on AI PCs is the biggest change in Windows since Windows 95. The AI is running all the time. It is indexing everything that happens in your screen. And you're gonna tell your computer, I'm not sure, maybe 3 weeks ago, maybe a month ago, I saw a video or I saw a document with this information. The computer will say, this is exactly what you saw. This is the part of the video that you saw. That's a feature that's called Recall. Is gonna be available within this year. So I think the transformation is incredible. And I'm gonna end by talking about phones. The way we interact with phones is going to change. We are thinking when we look at our smartphone, when Qualcomm would develop 4G, we knew that a computer will go to the palm of your hand. And now, as part of our daily lives, we think about the experience of apps. We think of apps. Tomorrow, it's going to change. You're going to ask an AI a question, and the concept of apps, or the boundaries of app, no longer going to exist. And we're going to see that transition within the next few years. Even the AI will be able to say, I notice in your appointment, you have to leave, you have a meeting, do you want me to call a cab or to call Uber for you? And the AI will be able to interact like you do as a human with the applications. So I think we're going to see an incredible amount of transformation, and I cannot think of this being one of the biggest opportunities for technology in front of us.
Amazing. I'm looking forward to the AI augmenting my memory and anticipating my needs and helping me make sure I get everywhere. My last quick question in just a minute. Governments in the Middle East, and especially the Kingdom, has been taking a global lead in artificial intelligence. What can governments do, and what's your advice for them to further enable and support the digital transformation of the country and of the private sector, and what role should they play?
Yes, that's a very powerful question, and I want to deliver a very important message. First and foremost, it's very important to make sure that the ecosystems are open. It is the right of every company, it's the right of every region to be able to innovate. And with open ecosystems, you have the ability not only to benefit from all the development that is happening worldwide, but also have your own development. I think a great example of that is different countries, and the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia is a great example of that, developing their own agent, their own large language model, especially when you think about computers speaking the language of humans. So maintain the ecosystem open is very important. The second thing is to foster an environment that new companies can embrace the technology and start developing the applications. You should be able to think about AI as the front end of any application, of any company business, and how do you create that development. We're very proud, I think, of starting a very broad partnership with the Kingdom and in the region. I think just today we made not only announce what we're doing over Aramco, which is the Gen AI at the edge, transforming an industrial setting and putting Aramco at the forefront of the technology transition. We also have something which is very unique, and I commend, I think, the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia for doing a basically almost nationwide network, native 5G for industrial in IoT that will leverage AI. That we're doing that with Aramco Digital. And we're very proud, I think, of a cooperation that we have with Designing Saudi, with RDAI and the government to try to promote startups that are going to be developing applications or inventing the future with Gen AI. That's a big opportunity. I think we have to take it seriously and commit to it.
Amazing. We're all looking forward to seeing the exciting things that are going to be happening in AI in the kingdom. Cristiano, thank you so much for being with us and for sharing your insights.
Very happy. Thank you so much
to our
for
audience.
listening. Thank you.
Omar, Cristiano, thank you so much. Fascinating to hear that. And once again, a warm welcome to anyone who is not in the room here in Riyadh. Joining us from right around the world, you are very welcome. And of course, to those of you here, welcome to this day 2 of our summit. Thanks there to Omar and Cristiano. Now, I want to look at the issue of who are stakeholders in the decision-making around the regulation and deployment of AI. Who gets a seat at the table when it comes to some of those fundamental decisions about how this technology is used? How do we make sure that all voices are heard without stifling innovation or competition? How do we make sure that there is equitable access to this technology? It is a growing concern and one that doesn't yet have a simple answer. It depends where in the world you live, what industry you work in. There are different approaches to making sure that there is that equal and equitable access. So to talk more about how this may all work, please welcome Craig Smith, who's the host of Eye on AI, and his panel.
Okay, buckle up. We're going to talk about AI governance. About as interesting as listening to my mother-in-law complain about her arthritis. But we're going to make it fun. I have an amazing panel of experts that the organizers have put together for me. I wanted to start by thanking Saudi Arabia for hosting us. I'm really honored to be moderating the discussion. I haven't been to the kingdom for 20 years. I came a lot at that time as a journalist for the New York Times, which in those days was much friendlier to Saudi than it has been of late. And I have to say, I love Saudi Arabia. I went out to Neom last week to take a look around, and it's truly mind-boggling what's going on there. And the society today from what I knew 20, 30 years ago
Thank you.
is completely transformed. So congratulations to the royal family and all of you. It takes vision to do that, to transform a society, to transform an economy. And as part of Saudi Vision 2030, the kingdom aims to position itself as a global leader in responsible AI. Yeah. That's ultimately what our roundtable discussion, it's not a roundtable, but our panel discussion is about today. In order to have responsible AI, you need two things. You need regulation and you need governance. Governance is the softer side of the two. It has fewer enforcement mechanisms, but it's more inclusive, and that's one of the things we'll talk about. Ideally, there's an array of stakeholders who participate in developing AI governance frameworks, the government, the private sector, academia, and hopefully civil society and marginalized groups. But in fact, let's not kid ourselves, big tech has all the power. Even governments at this point can only nudge big tech around, but the space is just moving so fast, and governments are not really equipped to deal with things that move that fast. The EU worked for years to develop the EU AI Act, and it wasn't until the very end when they squeezed in generative AI because it suddenly appeared. And now we're on to reasoning agents, which has not been addressed by the AI Act. So these, the inclusion of industry and governance is critical because industry has their thumb on the pulse. There are a lot of government oversight, government frameworks, I should say. It's hard to see how they're going to come together. A lot of the companies represented here participate in various international or national fora, and they converge on general principles, but at that level of general principles, things are so vague that you could fit anything in there. It's really when you get down to the deployment level that governments becomes meaningful. Almost all governance frameworks emphasize transparency and public accountability, but none of the major foundation model providers has yet allowed anyone to see in detail what's in their training sets. So we're really dealing with a black box. Certainly at the application layer, there's a lot more visibility. So let's get to it. I'll let each of the speakers, starting with Priya, introduce themselves and give some perspective on how their organization views governance and how they're pursuing governance in their products. So Priya, please.
All right. Hello, everyone. It's a great honor and privilege to be here at this great event. My name is Priya Nagpurkar. I am the Vice President of Hybrid Cloud and AI Platform within IBM Research. So my team is working at the cutting edge of AI innovations and ultimately delivering them with our Watson X product. When I say AI innovations, it covers the entire life cycle, from data curation to model creation to actually deploying these LLMs into production. So, you asked about what does governance mean. Now, to me, it's a balance between the risks and the benefits of any technology. And within IBM, definitely we believe in responsible stewardship of important and powerful technologies like AI. And I would like to very briefly touch on 3 key aspects of this. The first one is principles. So we firmly believe that AI is to enhance and support human capacity, intelligence, and expertise, and not to replace it. And do so in a very transparent, explainable, and responsible way. So this is at the core of it, the principles. The second is the practices. And this goes back to taking an ethical approach, and that being our culture across the entire life cycle of AI. As I said, from data curation, model creation, to deployment. And also structuring our products this way. So if you take what's-next.governance, our platform for governance of AI, we want to bring the same principles of transparency, trustworthiness, explainability to our clients, the same ones that we are adopting internally. And I will later hopefully have an opportunity touch on how we implement this in practice. But for now, to keep it brief, the third one is policies. So we are advocates for public policy, including AI regulation, and towards this goal of ensuring that AI is used and created in a transparent, explainable, and responsible way, and also, very importantly, that it's regulated based on its use.
Okay, Guillaume.
Yeah, no, thank you. Thank you so much for inviting me to be part of this panel. I'm Guillaume Martinez-Rora. I'm the Artificial Intelligence and Robotics Program Officer at the International Telecommunication Union. You may know already, the ITU is the United Nations specialized agency for digital technologies, and we have been convening the United Nations system and other stakeholders around AI since 2017. In 2017, we launched the AI for Good global movement. AI for Good is the leading action-oriented United Nations platform for inclusive and sustainable artificial intelligence, and has been bringing together over 45 UN partners, civil society, industry leaders like the ones we have here today, and academia, because we believe that in a multi-stakeholder model when it comes to AI governance, and we have been convening this platform together since 2017. We believe in 3 main pillars when it comes to AI governance. The first one is recognize the role of a standards when implementing, as an implementing tool for AI governance. ITU, as a standard-setting organization, we have already been working on over 200 standards, and some are under development, to really look into moving from high-level principles to actual implementation. Second fundamental pillar is to put the UN core values at the center of AI governance discussions, and this is like putting human rights, of course, human rights center approach to AI governance, and to bring all voices to the table and to the discussions. And third main pillar, that hopefully we can talk about it more later, is capacity building. So how do we enable that all participants have a voice at the AI table? So this only comes through capacity building, especially to developing countries and least developing countries. And that's why at the ITU, in our digital transformation offerings, we have been implementing these programs, and we are eager to make sure that we bridge the standardization gap and the AI governance gap, so everyone can have a voice to this AI table.
Okay, thanks, Guillermo. Guillaume, sorry. Pastero, and we've got a clock ticking, so let's keep it tight, yeah.
Yeah. Firstly, I would say it's a real pleasure to be back in the kingdom, and like to congratulate Saudi Arabia for hosting this incredible summit on such a critical issue, AI governance. As Cisco, I lead our government affairs strategy for Europe, Middle East, Africa, and also APGC, and I engage with policymakers and regulators on many policies, including AI. And as we know, all countries are thinking about what is the right policy, what is the right regulation, and collectively we're working on governance. And I would just say that we all have a shared responsibility. We, as businesses, as we develop AI products and services, we need to make sure that we mitigate the risk. And we also need to make sure that we continue to innovate and enhance our products and services. Cisco is providing the infrastructure to power AI, the security, and the data insights to make sure that our infrastructure is more secured. And since many years, we have been thinking about ethics and responsibility in how we develop our technology. Like many other companies, we have our AI principles and frameworks that we have enacted. We have our AI impact assessment that is guiding our engineers. What is it that we need to do and what are the requirements when we deploy and we develop AI services across our portfolio. In terms of governance, we are engaging in many of the international fora, including G7, discussions with the ITU, discussions at the international level, all the AI safety summits and the GAIN summit. And I think at this point, as you said, Craig, we're talking about principles. We all agree on transparency, fairness, accountability, reliability. And I think these are all good efforts. At some point, we're going to have to go to the next level. What is it? And we need to understand that not every country is going to have the same regulation. Not every country, every country has different local requirements, but we need to make sure that we end up with interoperable frameworks. I like to talk about interoperability because we cannot expect every country to just have, for example, an AI Act like we have in Europe, but that we are trusting each other, that we're doing the right thing. And I'll talk a little bit more about that later.
Sure.
Thank you.
Xi Chao,
Hi.
our China representative. Can you introduce yourself and talk a little about what Huawei is doing with governance?
So this is Alan. You can call me Alan, or you can call me Xi Chao. And I'm very glad. And this is the 10th year for me in Saudi Arabia. I've been in the region for 17 years. So and probably many of you already know that what Huawei is doing, and Huawei is providing you the smart devices, EVs, telecommunications, but also we are into the very important and the area which is the cloud and the AI, because we believe that Huawei as an ICT service provider and to enable our the nation and our customers for their digital transformation, it's critical to have, besides the connections, and also to have the computing and the AI portfolio. So now we are in this region and providing comprehensive cloud services. AI is one of the fundamental, I would say, the critical service and capability built on top of cloud, because once you have the cloud, then you can have all the data consolidated. Once you have the data, then you could have AI, right? So this is what about Huawei? And Huawei is now providing end-to-end full-stack AI solutions, starting from the computing, AI computing power, and also up to the framework, and also the pre-trained large language models and the other CV models, up to the application and the industry scenario-specific AI algorithms and the use cases. So when it comes to the governance, and I think that I would like to share, I believe it's like telecommunication. AI is also, I would say that critical national digital infrastructure for any countries. So it should be somehow that's well governed and regulated, and like the 5G and 6G. And so how to regulate it? And because AI is coming from the IT technology, not like the telecommunication CT technologies. So there was no proper standard for IT since day one. But it is very important to have a governance model, first governance model, and with different stakeholders, like the government, like the private sectors, like the academia, and also maybe the society, social society. So that governments can have more power on the regulations, but when the private sectors can really contribute in the service innovations, and also the social society can give you the proper feedback, make sure that ethically that AI is heading to the right direction. So this is number one. And having this, multi-stakeholder operation mechanism, then you need to have a platform. Probably, I see that many countries like Saudi, and you have Sadaya, and in China, we also have the Data and AI Authority, and to run these platforms, giving these platforms to, so it can tell the customers and the market what is the regulation, what is the incentive programs, what is the enablement channels, and what is the ecosystem to set up. So this is the second point. And also the third point, I believe that, as mentioned, AI is good. AI is good for life. AI is good for each industry. So AI needs to, the regulation of AI services, and in future, I believe it should be integrated with the industry standard. If it's for lawfare, then what will be the standard? If it's for healthcare, if it's for education, because AI in the end is a tool, is a computing power to enable the digital transformation of each industry. So in the end, it has to go back to the industry and follow the standard of industry.
Yeah. Okay, thanks. I mean, we've got such limited time, so I'm going to ask some questions, and if we keep them very tight. I'm going to start with Priya. You're a technologist. Where does the rubber meet the road with AI governance? Because, people have these meetings, they all talk, it all sounds great, they come up with a document. How is that actually implemented?
It's a great question. And I would like to say, we often think of things like governance as slowing us down. But I think if done right, it actually has the potential of helping us accelerate and scale out the adoption of AI. And what I mean by done right, one of those aspects where the rubber meets the road is what are the frameworks, the tools, and the automation even, that's going to help us actually put this into practice. So I'll talk about transparency as a concrete attribute we want. But what I'll point to is the work we have done on capturing metadata into something we call fact sheets. So think about this like a nutritional label, because you touched on the black box nature of some of these large models. So these fact sheets are a way of extracting the key facts that went into, again, the data curation and creation, for example, in that part of the life cycle. And that is then going to help the downstream application use and so on to reason about, what is it that I'm planning to deploy here. Now, concrete examples, again, is, let's say, you're building an AI application to look at loan applications. Then the type of facts you want to know about the model you're going to use is, was there bias in the data that went into training that model? Was it evaluated? What's the range of variation? So again, when the rubber meets the road, we need these tools. We need them in the hands of the right personas in that whole AI lifecycle, and we need to make this easy. So if it's not easy and it depends on a tedious process of, say, the business owner or the data scientist, having to put down these facts, this is where the slowdown comes from. But if we have the right tools and the automation and the right, again, standardization around what are these facts that we need to collect, then we can really speed up this process. The other aspect I want to touch on is also related to transparency and its openness. We have all talked about how important it is for everyone to have access to these technologies in order to evaluate their risks. So today, we don't even have a common understanding of what are the risks, and they must depend on the use. So these are some of the concrete artifacts or tools that we are working on that, again, is meant to streamline this process and meant to introduce it in the right points in the life cycle so that we can automate a lot of this.
Yeah. And Guillermo, I wanted to ask you about, you've done a lot of outreach, capacity building in different markets. There's a lot of talk about inclusivity, including civil society, marginalized groups in governance. I'm a skeptical journalist by nature, and a lot of that sounds like lip service. Like, yeah, we invite these NGOs into the tent and we listen and nod, and maybe a line or two in the principles reflects what they say. Talk about that process and how real it is.
So thanks for asking this question. So as the ITU, we convene for the first time, 29th of May this year, the first ever United Nations AI Governance Day, with this spirit to, as I was mentioning before, to move from these high-level principles to implementation. And to implementation means that we need to have common understanding. So first, we wanted to bring together all these different stakeholders. The door was open to everyone, the heads of United Nations agencies, civil society, industry, and so on. So everyone had a voice. And there we looked, and this was one of the questions as well for this session, which are those elements in AI governance that need to have international frameworks, that need to be have global approaches, and then which are the other ones that, for example, need to be left to national governments. So we had and we reached, and this document is available online for everyone, the AI Governance Day outcome document, that there are common understandings and risks, and from that we can reach this final, we can move forward in the AI governance. And during these conversations we had that day, governments recognize, and this has been a trend in the past year, the important role of standards and to making sure that there is interoperability between different systems across regions. And we can learn a lot about the standard setting process at the ITU, for example. Standard setting is the outcome of a public-private partnership, bringing together 193 member states together with the private sector, academia, and other stakeholders. And this standard setting process, that it's a consensus-based approach, helps reach the best outcomes that are like technically sound and applicable all across the world, and followed by all regions.
Okay, I'm going to jump to Xiqiao, and then I'll come back to you. We've got so little time. So Xiqiao, very quickly, how does governance in China, both in its international profile and in implementation within the country, how does that differ from, say, the United States? Because what I see is these international fora, the different societies, different governing models are so different that you end up with these vague principles that really don't mean anything. Is there any real difference when you get into China between what China is handling, how China's handling governance, and say the United States? And we really only have like a minute.
Because I've been the region and I've been working outside China for almost 20 years, and especially in Middle East region, I worked in different countries, Kuwait, UAE, and Saudi, and when it comes to new technologies and the government, different governments, most of the government are supportive. This is number one. And I see that there are quite good common things and between the different governments. Like in China, we also have, we believe AI is a strategy. So there's always research and development labs, national labs in different cities. And the government is funding those labs and to create the AI computing center. And for multiple purposes, for private sectors, and also for the research and development. For example, that the drug analysis, for example, meteorologists. All of this needs huge investment and from the government. Nobody, the society will not be able to accommodate that. And also there are startups and the entrepreneurs and the students, they need the enablement as well. And so these centers are cooperating with the universities to support those entities as well.
Yeah.
I see this is the same thing in Saudi. I believe that in US, it's going to be more or less the same mechanism. The government is more supporting the AI industry for future.
I'm going to end because unfortunately this is a complicated topic and we only have a very short time. But Pastora, Cisco participates in all these fora. How do you converge or rationalize, or is that not difficult? Is the difficulty really in on the ground work? I know that you've done a lot of work on workforce, AI's impact on workforce. And I also want to squeeze in, if you can, in the minute and a half, if you have a view on a central authority like the EU, but if you can't get to it, that's fine.
Yeah, so I think right now we're participating in all of these fora, and I think when you think about governance, governance is a journey, it's not a destination. So I think over time we'll probably go to the next level, as you said. One area that Cisco has been very focused is on the impact of AI on the workforce. AI is here with us, but AI is going to be disruptive. And we're looking with a number of other global companies. We launched a consortium in the spring. IBM is actually part of that, inspired by the US-EU Trade and Technology Council, but it's going to be expanded to globally. What is the impact of AI on ICT jobs? And what we have seen is that there are going to be certain skills that are going to be less needed. Think about, manual malware, or think about data, basic data management. But there are other skills that are going to be enhanced and needed. Think about AI ethics and responsibility. We're going to need more philosophers. We're going to be really data analytics experts. And so we have a collective responsibility to make sure that we can skill, reskill, upskill our workforce so that net, the AI revolution has a positive impact in the workforce and that we don't leave anyone behind. Sure. And I think companies have a responsibility to train our own workforce, but also to offer training and curricula. Academia have a responsibility to update their curricula, and governments have a responsibility to provide funding and policies to reskill and upskill. So that's an area where we are very focused, and we hope that that's...
Okay.
And then we're done.
We're out of time. So that was fun and exciting. I can see the bright eyes and excited faces in the audience. If anyone has any questions, you can approach any of us. I'm sure you can find our contact details. But again, Saudi Arabia has an amazing vision. It takes an iron will to do what you're doing, and I'm really impressed. So congratulations. Yeah.
Craig, thank you so much. What a fascinating panel. As we said, there is so much for us to get through today, so many different elements that we will discuss. And our next session is no different. And there's so much when it comes to the governance that we've heard about there, but I also want to look around, zoom out a little bit and talk about some of the bigger picture, because we've looked at a lot of the detail, and we'll zoom out and give a sense of where this leaves us and what the context is for everything that we're talking about today. We'll do that in just a moment. But of course, we know that this technology is also changing at a breakneck speed, the whole idea of moving fast and breaking things. Our next speaker's company began life as an academic startup, but it has grown quickly and is now considered one of the 4 new AI tigers of China. It has just secured funding, valuing it at $3 billion. And so joining us now virtually and to tell us about its mission, the journey to artificial general intelligence, is the founder of Jibu, that's Zhitang, who joins us now. Zhitang, over to you.
Hi, test. Good morning, everyone.
Zhizang, you are with us. You are live in Riyadh, so wonderful to have you with us at the AI Summit. And we will talk some more in just a moment, but you're going to explain a little bit about your journey and the founding of the company. Just explain a little bit about this road to AGI.
Yeah, of course. I think I have a slide in a deck, it's especially for the whole history. So what about I can just start?
Absolutely. We will put that deck up for you, but the floor is yours.
Okay, so good morning, everyone. It's my honor to here to give you a speech. So the subject for today is the ChatGIM's road to AGI. And the teaching machine to think like humans is kind of a mission for at the start from KEG and also from AI to give you a straight image regarding what is the AI and how AI is in current status. I can give you this deck. So by comparing with OpenAI, from the product perspective, we have three different products. The first is the 2C app, which we called ChatGM.cn. And to the 2C platform, we have the GM store. Currently, we have over 300,000 GMs already in the 2C platform. And also for the 2B model service platform, we have a big model store AI. And currently, we have a bunch of AI API already on that, and such as the GLM, CodeXX, CodeView, ChatGLM, and Youshi.ai. So which means that we have fully compared with OpenAI, and we have 2C products, and also we have 2B products. And from the model perspective, you can see that, and such as the large language model, GM4, comparing with the GPT-4, and also we have the visual language model, GM4V, compared with GPT-4V, and the code model, and such as CodeXX, and also the text-to-image model, CodeView, and the text-to-image to video model, and the CodeVideo-X. And currently, we have already open sourced the CodeVideo-X on the GitHub. You can have a try. And also, I think for both KEG, we have keeping contributing the open source community. As you can see that, I think maybe in last year, 2023, we have open sourced ChatGM 6B, and also the second version of the 6B. And then the first 6B is on March, as I record. And then on August, we have open sourced the second generation of the 6B. And also in October 2023, we open sourced the ChatGM third version. And also for the CodeXX and the GM113B, and even the second generation of the CodeXX, and also CodeVM. For those kind of models, we are keeping update them. As you can see, the latest update time, and also you can see get the star. And for the first open source models, we already get over 14,000 stars on GitHub. So it's very welcome to test and to download and to try on your own. And next, I will talk about how GMs to ChatGLM. And currently, I think the ChatGM 6B series since March 14th, 2023, and it has 6.2 billion parameters, and the minimum info quantization, which requires only 6 gig memories, which means that you can deploy and serve the inference in your own PC. And currently over 17,000 stars on GitHub, and almost 70 million downloads on Hugging Face already. And it's keeping on #1 GitHub trending and #1 on Hugging Face trending in the last 4 weeks. And currently we have over 700 open source apps developed based on ChatGMs. So those kind of open source apps you can download on the GitHub and also Hugging Face. And now it's the history regarding GIM series. As you can see that, we found it in 2019. And in 2020, we have a strategy that we need to all in large language models because we know that the attention is all you need is published in 2017, right? And after 1 year in 2021, we open sourced the GLM paper and also a GLM 10B and to the GitHub. And after that, we open sourced the GLM 113B on 2022. And last year, as I've just mentioned before, on the March, on the August, on October, we have open sourced 3 different generations of the GLMs. And even in January this year, 2024, we have announced the GLM4, and also we open sourced the GLM4 9B, both for large language model and even for the vision language model. Okay, so the next family of the GM is regarding the code and vision. As you can see that, we also keep working on the multimodal models. As you can see that, 2021, we open sourced the Code View. And after that, on 2022, the Code XX. And currently, I think the Code XX is already in the 4th generation. And in 2023, we open sourced the Code VLM. And after that, especially I want to say in July 2024, we open sourced the Code Video X. And then both the 2B and the 5B is only open source on GitHub. This is comparing with the Sora, and we can generate 6 seconds videos by only text and also image. So I really recommend you can take a try on GitHub. Okay, so this is the final summaries regarding the GM family. As you can see that the blue curve is the product, and from this beginning, GM 113B, after that, the first generation of the chat GM, the second, the third, and so far we have the GM4, and currently we also launched the GM4 Plus. It's not already on the deck, but I'm very happy that we have announced the latest version, GM4 Plus. Okay, so Model as a Service is our a 2B platform. And currently, we have 3 different services. It's done in Model as a Service: the public API, the fine-tuning API, and the private model instance. And I think from this graph, you can see that currently all of the service providers trying to provide the better performance and lower cost. So as you can see that in the left, we have 2 here. Is the GM4 Air and the GM4 50520. As you can see that, which means that we try to provide the lower cost with a better performance. And also for the developers, currently there are 514,000 developers are using, and over 10,000 plus enterprise and SMB customer is using the APIs. And also we serve over, I think the number should be in the 14 billion tokens per day. Okay, and for the chat GLM is the 2C app. As you can see that, we also serve English version, and you can try the en.chatgm.cn to have a try. And currently, we provide such as the GLM, GM, CodeGXX, and the QA GLM. We create a lot of agents on the chat GLM, which means that we also provide a capability that allows people to create their own agents, such as this way. So the GLMs, custom your own AI agent with a few words. And just by using a quick setup agent with the capability of web search, code interpreter, image generation, and function call. And everything is powered by GM4 tools, and you can create with the user interface and just like background instructions to the tools to use, and give the user a rating and recommendation questions. Then you can have your own agents. And also, this is a very quick demonstration regarding how to create agents, such as create a story about an astronaut encountering an alien bunny, and which means that in your agent, we have already provided orchestration ability that allowed your agent to use a different ability, such as you can give them instruction and the agent will try to understand and then to call the different model, such as here, as you can see, the agent, once the agent understand your intention, then call the code view to generate an image. Okay, so I think it's almost the end, and I will give you our latest open source product, which we call Code Video X, and it's actually our Sora. And here I will present you a video. It's not actually created by us. As you can see, there's a tag here, which we called, I'm sorry, it's kind of in Chinese, but as you can see here, the whole video is generated by Code Video X open source version, and we just present on KDD 2024, and then we will have a quick view. Okay, I hope that you can hear the voice from the video, and okay, this is my final deck. And welcome to download Code Video X 2B and 5B to have a try. Okay?
Jitang, thank you so much. Wonderful to hear from you, and thank you. Very well received here in Riyadh. So grateful for your time, and thank you for joining us at the AI Summit. Thank you. Our thanks to Jitang. Now, we've looked, as I said, at a lot of detail over the past couple of days. Lots of the specific issues, the really thorny issues around AI. Now, I would like us to zoom out a little, look at the bigger picture. And right at the outset, we promised to give you lots to think about. And so our next session will do exactly that. And I'm delighted to welcome Dr. Yasser Al-Onaizan, who's the Chief Executive of the National Center for Artificial Intelligence.
Peace be upon you all. Good morning, everyone.
My great pleasure to be with you today. So we seen the visual presentation before us. This is not me. This is a virtual avatar of me being presented. That's, we perfected the technology so much that I'm actually now at the Red Sea Resort today. So my name is Yasser Al-Onaizan. I'm the CEO of the National Center for AI at Sadaya. And it's my great pleasure to be with you here. You heard about LLMs and vision LLMs and all that stuff. I'll step back a little bit and take a big picture view of why are we doing this in the first place. So, as the slide says, we're trying to serve humanity with AI. So AI is not the end of itself, it's a means to an end. And I'll try to explain how we can get there by having that, building the right organization and right mechanisms to be able to deliver on that promise. So before I talk about AI, I want to say what AI is not. So BI is not AI. And I'm going to tell you what the difference between the two. And don't let people confuse the two for you. They are very different. So BI is concerned with gathering and analyzing information, and then relying on humans to be able to do the actions and the final insights that will allow you to do decision making. AI is different. AI is involved from the very beginning in terms of data creation, data, synthesizing data that is then used to develop algorithms and develop models. But it's also used at the very end, where LLMs, for example, are used to judge how good LLMs are. So you have the AI throughout the whole life cycle. It's not just at the very beginning of the process. So hopefully now that clarifies what BI is and AI is. So now let's see how we can, why we want to build AI systems and how we can do that. So it's very important to remember, again, why are we doing it? We are trying to do it to serve humanity and to serve the needs of people. And for us to be effective in doing that, we have to keep one thing in mind, and this is very, very critical. So the promise of AI is so big, especially AGI and other advanced technologies, that there are dangers with it. So we have to make sure that, with this great power comes great responsibility. And it is very important to think about ethics and ethics issues at the very beginning of the design process, not something that you do after the fact. So I'm happy to say that we are trying to, not just talk about this with all the initiatives that we're doing, but actually taking it into practice. And I think that we work with AIOT to be able to develop the processes that will allow us to do that in a good way. So the second principles that I would like to get out of this is that AI is not here to replace humans. It's really to make the job of humans easier. So it has to work, in a way, in a synergetic way that it does not burden the human when they are doing their job. It should facilitate it and make it more efficient and easier. So it has to work in harmony there has to be a harmony between the machine and the AI systems. So I will take you through a journey in the next, I don't know, an hour and a half, I think? No, I'm just kidding. It's just 20 minutes. So from, when you have a great idea, how do you take it all the way, until it is operational? And it takes a lot of effort to do that. It takes the right talent. It takes the right data, the right algorithms, the right ethics and principles that will guide this and developing that in a responsible manner. And also the governance, making sure that you actually do not lose the trust of the people who are using the systems or who provided you data to build the systems. So one more thing that I want to dispel today. I am a scientist. I grew up as a scientist, and I worked as a scientist for many years of my life. And I would like to think that algorithms and models is the bulk of the work. It is not. It is actually 80% of your time and effort is actually on the data side. And if you don't, if you are spending less time, then you are not building real systems. Because for this to be effective, it has to be real data and real usage of the systems. So I'll just give one example, in trying to solve real-world problems from real-world data. So if we take the Ministry of Justice in Saudi Arabia, they hold 10,000-hour sessions, court sessions every day. And if they need to transcribe the content of these online sessions and to do analytics on top of that, if they were to hire humans to do the transcription, each hour of audio takes about 10 hours of skilled human work to be able to generate the transcript. So if we multiply 10 by 10,000, you get 100,000 of work hours every day. I don't know how many people you can train to be able to do that, but that's a lot of people. So it's not we are trying to replace humans. We are actually doing the jobs that human cannot do today. So this is the thing that I want people to think about. AI is not replacing your jobs. It's adding, allowing you to do the things that you will not be able to do otherwise. So, as I said, AI is no longer a luxury. It's a necessity. But we believe that for AI to be effective, it should not be in your face. It should be invisible. The less you see of AI, the more effective it is. It should understand you. You shouldn't change the way in which you communicate so that you make it easier for the machine or the AI system to understand you. You should communicate as if you are communicating to another human. If you're not, please stop. It is the burden on the AI developers to be able to make them understand you, not the other way around. We are not here to teach humans how to speak machine talk. Otherwise, we'll be learning assembly language. Okay? So for you to be able to do this, obviously, there's a whole life cycle that you have to go through when you're developing AI solutions. It's not just about modeling and writing papers and things like that. It actually works from the very aspirational idea that you have, all the way to scaling it up at scale and allowing it to do many, many different things, and how to operate it, and how to make sure that when you put it in the field, it is actually not deteriorating. It is actually self-healing, self-improving, and serving people in the right way. And learning from the mistakes it takes to be better over time. Again, I'll demonstrate this with some of the work we have not completed. This is some of the things that we aspire to do. Some of it we have, in more advanced than others. I invite you also to visit our booth to see some of this, what we are cooking in our kitchens. I'll take 4, use cases that are important to us. And again, just I want to remind you, the goal is to serve humanity through this. So education, healthcare, accessibility, and preserving heritage and culture. So education. So in Saudi Arabia, we have 6.7 million K-12 students. We have about 31,000 schools, K-12 schools. So if you are a parent, as I am, I have 3 kids. They are all in K-12 schools. And I'd like to have time to go and help them with their schoolwork and all that. But in reality is that I'm working full-time and working on actually leading a team that develops most of this technology. So at the same time, I'm also biased in trying to get AI to help with my kids' education, and hope it will also help with yours as well. So I'll just give you an example of what we are doing in the educational space, working with the Ministry of Education and E-Tech and many other organizations related to education. So what you're seeing here is a virtual tutoring system. You can talk about it. You can choose a virtual agent that will actually work through your lessons.
So learning today.
Please, can you explain quadratic function for me?
Let's take a closer look at the quadratic function on the whiteboard. Function is a polynomial of degree 2, which means it has the highest power of x is 2.
So again, it will give you a concept, it will tell you something that you asked about, and then it will go and actually test you after that, right after you learn the lesson, just to make sure that you actually learned it. And it's not a normal test, it's actually customized to that particular student and their abilities and what their strengths and weaknesses. And when you have the wrong answers, it will actually open up in a chat box that will allow you to go through the mathematical formulation and the concepts one step at a time, making sure that you understand them. And again, this is really work in progress, and we hope to make it better over time. So I'll switch now to healthcare very quickly. 30% of breast cancer cases are diagnosed late. So again, it's not about replacing radiologists. It's allowing us to have a huge pool of assistance that will help radiologists to be able to do the job that they were tasked to do. Again, I'll give an example of some of the work that we're doing with cows. So as you can see here, it's not really trying to do what the radiologist is doing. It's actually allowing the radiologist to do the job faster by interacting with it, asking questions, and so on. And that will adjust also to the level of radiologists. We have some who are early in their early career, and there are some who are much more advanced and can do things much faster. So, and again, when we are building AI systems, there's a key message that I want you to get out with. We are a government agency at the end of the day, and we're developing government solutions that we allow to empower government services. So our ROI is not about saving money. It's really about saving lives. So there's one other important aspect, and which is we shouldn't be leaving anyone behind when it comes to AI. And that is, I think, it's very dear to my heart, because I think that, this community has been forgotten when technology is being built. which is the accessibility angle. So we have about 300 people who are, in Saudi Arabia having hearing disabilities. So if I'm speaking right now, they will not be able to understand me unless somebody is signing in a language that they would understand. We have about 200 licensed signers in Saudi Arabia, and that cannot serve 300,000 people, unfortunately. So we are hoping that we can work with the right agencies to build technologies that will allow us to communicate to that community in a way that they understand. Remember my message. We should be making it easier for people to communicate in their way of communication. We should not be asking them to change the way they communicate. They can use machines. So this is something that we have just begun. So I'm just going to show you some of the clips of the data that we are creating to be able to build Gen AI systems that will understand that and will communicate in a way that they understand. I'll leave you with some examples. This is just some of the early data that we are collecting to be able to work on modeling that would allow us to do that. So the last piece of the puzzle that I'm going to be talking about today is heritage and culture. And this is, you heard all the announcements about Alam and the fantastic work that has been done over the last year and a half in Saudi Arabia. So here we wanted to add yet one more step further and add all the other modalities that will allow you to communicate with LLMs in a way, again, that they understand you, not forcing you to type, for example, when you don't wish to type. So, and some of the things that we have done, this is, again, early work, and I invite you to come to our booth. We'll show you what we have done so far, and we invite you to work with us on developing that technology further. I'll just give an example here, and I'll give some commentary since, so this is a picture that we load. By the way, this is a fantastic place if you have a couple of days in the weekend to visit in Saudi Arabia. This is Al-Ula. And you will find me maybe in the Red Sea next there, if you have more time. So this is asking what's in the picture, and then it's coming back to you and describing what's in the picture and so on. This is so if somebody sends you that picture and you're trying to find some information, then you can ask about, what are the additional food that is, common to that area if you want to go and visit that. And this is what is coming out from the system. And again, you can do that through typing, you can do that through speaking, and it allows you to speak in your own dialect. You don't need to change the way you speak for the system to be able to understand you. Of course, it's not perfect. So please don't, record some of the examples that it might get wrong. We know that it will get something wrong. What we promise you that it will continue to improve, and it will continue to improve, and it will amaze you in a year or so. So I don't want to spend too much time on this, but I just wanted to give you a flavor of it, and please come visit the booth, and you will get to try it yourself. So now we talked about AI and modeling. So that's a very small piece. If you actually look at the code base of a system that is deployed, it is less than 5% of the all code. You can actually write it in, one page. The code that runs these massive, massive models that take, months to build and hundreds of millions of dollars to build. It actually, the code to run it is, amazingly short, okay? And for it to be effective, though, it needs to be embedded with much bigger machinery that allows you to do it. So we are talking about a small piece of the big body, but the body cannot function without that small piece. And that's the imagery that I want you to get out of this today. So anyway, for you to be able to deliver on all of this, it requires a really unique organization. And it's not a research center, and it's not a product development team. It's both. And they need to work hand in hand, and they need to speak the same language. Otherwise, you will not be able to deliver on the things that you're supposed to deliver. So, it's not AI engineers and AI scientists is what you need. You need all of these roles for you to be able to deliver the things that, that can affect and impact people's lives. So you need all kinds of things, all kinds of different skills, and you need them at different types, different stages of the development cycle, from the ideation phase all the way to the operation phase. And one thing that I want to emphasize on, that although I put it in a linear line, it is not a linear line. It's actually a circle. So when you deploy something, you have to go back and improve it with ideas and so on and so forth, and it's a continuous cycle. So when we're talking about AI solution, there is no handover. I cannot hand over anything. It is really a continuous cycle. So please stop thinking about it as a software you can wrap and you can go and sell in boxes. That's not AI. AI, if it does not continue to improve through usage and through interactions, it is not AI. I'll tell you that. And it is only then it will actually deliver on the promise that that was given when we went into this. And again, AI improves over time. And if it doesn't, it's stale. It will staler and staler over time, and then it will be rendered useless. So what do we do at Insci? We try to build an organization like that. This is just a picture of the cornerstone of what we do. And I'm amazingly lucky to be working with a group of people here. And in that circle, we have our advisory board that provides us with the ideas and in the many years of experience. Although despite all of them, they are young, but they have many, many years of experience to be able to deliver on the things that we have. So I wanted to thank everyone in that picture, and I also want to thank the people who were actually in the lab and did not make it into the picture when we took it. But I apologize. We'll Photoshop you later on through our models. Anyway, so before I finish, and I know that I have a few more minutes to kill, but I'm going to give it back to the speakers after me. I want to leave you with something that inspires us all, which is His Royal Highness' invitation for the dreamers out there. And I want to extend that invitation to everyone in the room and everyone virtually. If you are, if you believe what our mission is and the way we are doing it, please come partner with us. We are actually not far from this building here, so we are probably 10 minutes from here. Come visit us, come join us, and I just want to say thank you all and wish you.
Thank you. Dr. Yasser, thank you so much. Talent is the key theme, isn't it? How do we make sure we've got the right people to deliver some amazing things that we're discussing today? So our thanks to Dr. Yasser. Now, a familiar refrain when we come to talk about AI is that AI will take all of our jobs. It will make us redundant, lazy, unproductive. But is that really the whole story? What if it helps us do things better? What if it frees up more time? What if it allows us to be more productive? What if it lets us do more valuable work? That is the key. So to discuss the impact of AI on employment, please welcome Fahad Al-Hussein, who's the Managing Director of Seedford Partners, and his panel.
Hello, thank you all. This is going to be an interesting discussion. This is about something we all care about. It's about our jobs. Are we going to keep it? What's going to happen to our jobs and our kids' future? So I would like to start with a question, and I'll ask the panel while they are introducing themselves. How is this AI revolution different from the other revolution? We had the industrial revolution, we had internet revolution. Why this one is different? Start with you.
Yeah, thanks for the introduction. I'm Mohammed Al-Husseini. I'm a professor at KAUST. What makes it different is AI is getting in an interesting shape. It's becoming an increasing part of our life. That's not necessarily the case. So we are using, everyone here probably used AI at least once a day. I would bet on this. So most people are right now making this part of their life. It's impacting, has a potential to impact healthcare, education. It's also impacting our society has a potential to impact our society in many different ways. And we need to also, due to the changes in this job market, for example, we need to educate our kids in a way to be prepared for this. The creation of cryptocurrency, for example, is a market that has been created due to this electronic innovations and software innovations. But I think it's going to change our society in many different ways, and we need to prepare for this. So, for example, at some point in the history, photography was invented, and then artists at that point was only depicting pictures of families or something like that. And then they thought that we no longer have jobs, for example. But what happened is that the artists started to create new modes of expression like cubism and things like that. So I think there are some opportunities, but in the meantime, there are some things that we need to think about, regulations, what's the right and bad use of AI and things like that, and how do you prepare for this paradigm shift?
Thank you. Nancy?
Hi, I'm Nancy Giordano. I describe my work right now as an exponential strategist, and I think that's really the big shift, is that we're moving out of what I would call the industrial era altogether. So I think I don't describe it as the 4th or 5th industrial age, because I think it's just so much more powerful, because you have this whole stack of technologies that are emerging and converging together as opposed to just one. And so I describe it as the exponential productivity transformation. We describe it as XPT, which is a mouthful and probably never will catch on as a phrase, but it helps for myself and my team to think about this in this much more robust and much more extraordinary way.
Ray?
Hi, I'm Ray Wong. I'm with Constellation Research. We're a Silicon Valley-based research company. I think this is different. When we think about the internet age, it was open, it was decentralized, things were cheaper, we had a lot of players. This is closed, this is centralized, this is more expensive, and only a few will win. And I think that last statement is important, because only a few will win means we have to work doubly hard to make sure that jobs are going to be there, we actually continue to operate at a machine level scale, at a human scale, and bringing those two areas together. And that's going to be the big challenge going forward, is how do we do that? And then I think the second thing is we keep thinking about the world in terms of automation and where AI is going to come up. But the real question we have to ask is, when and where do we insert a human in that decision automation process? That part is going to be more important than any other piece in this era.
Wow, and can I just jump in 1 second and say I think it's absolutely not going to be the only a few win. I think that this is a chance to actually make it so much more open and so much more accessible for so many people.
Oh no, we have to make that happen.
Right.
But it's heading in that direction unless we do something.
Right, okay, fair.
Excellent, yeah. So this is really a totally different paradigm. I mean, basically, we're not talking about industrial revolution or others. Basically, it's a huge change because it's targeting us as a human. It's called artificial intelligence. It's targeting our intelligence and may really change the job market. And this is where the next question and the title of this panel, is it all lost? Ray?
I don't think it's all lost if we design it not to be. But it is a very high probability if we don't put in the guardrails in place. And I say that as a free market capitalist. But there is a role where we actually have to make sure that the jobs that we replace, the jobs that are created, that some kind of balance is there. Our challenge is we don't know where it's going to head, and so we actually have to learn different sets of skills, which I think you're going to talk about. And I think it's really important that we actually change the way we educate folks, and we change the way we look at value sets. But we also are responsible creating new market systems, new ecosystems, so that people can thrive. And I think that's a role where every government is going to have to grasp where they want to play and where they're going to let the private sector be successful. So I think the rules have to be written, but the rules can't be static. They're going to have to be very dynamic.
Nancy?
Jump in. So I make a distinction between the future of work and the future of working. Those to me are very different concepts, and the future that we often are talking about is the future of working. How will we work? Will we be augmented or not? Will we work for 5 days a week or 3 days a week? Will we, work remotely or not work remotely? Like, these are all conversations about how we're working, assuming that the same kind of work will still exist if I get reskilled or not reskilled. But the idea is that it's still under a paradigm of I'm working for somebody else, and we're just going to try and figure out how the jobs are going to shift and change. And I think that even if we can imagine reskilling everybody for whatever this AI and other exponential technology world will be, the reality is everyone ready to be reskilled? And the answer is no, right? Companies that have actually invested a lot of time and money in upskilling and reskilling are still seeing a large proportion of their workforce not either take up the opportunity, not feel ready for that, not feel confident for that, not feel whatever it is, right? So you've got a big group of people who I think are going to be left out of even that conversation. And right now, we're trying to hold on to jobs that people aren't even satisfied by. If you go and look at the statistics, right, 70% of the people are disengaged with the work that they're doing. I think it's 18% right now, at least in the US, are actively disengaged with the work that we're doing, the social contract around whether or not they feel the job is secure, they can really invest in it, it's got their back, like all that is falling apart already. So I think trying to hold on to that just with a new version of reskilling is less useful than really thinking about the concept of work itself. What does work mean in society? How much of it is paid versus unpaid? One of the big conversations I have, right, is that in my world, I've got 5 roles, only 2 of which are paid, and 3 of which are not, but they're just as valuable, right? Certainly being a mom was one of those things, being a TEDx organizer was one of those things. Like, there are different reasons that we do what we do. So if you imagine an economy with $10.7 trillion or more of unpaid care work not being considered work, but is, right? I think there's a whole conversation about how we really rethink what does the future of work look like, and how do we distribute productivity, which will continue to increase, in more equitable and more interesting ways so that we can all have a thriving future.
Mr. Mohammed?
So I think the key issue that we are addressing here is how do we make AI more aligned with human goals? So I think the key problem is how do we make sure that any AI we develop in the future is serving human goals, whether that be education. So how we build AI so that a big problem right now in our schools that kids can use a ChatGPT, for example, to solve homeworks. But this does not contribute to the very goal of developing the skill set of the children. So how do we develop AI models so that it can complement our life, it can accelerate our practice, can help us do more, diagnose diseases, and help children do more and gain the skill set, and how do we do that in a way that serves this goal and align with our goals, I think is the main problem. It's not, I think the problem of the AI is not, can be a technology that we can embrace in this way, but if we designed it in a way that it always does not contradict and complements human values or serving human values, I think we are in good shape. How do we do that? I think that's a big challenge.
I was actually saying, if we look at work, right, we have 7 categories of jobs that we actually think are going to be more automation or more human-led, right? So highly repetitive work, things that are mind-numbing, that's going to have a lot of automation. But you also need that training as a human to see patterns. And so the question is, how do you learn that? Lots of volume, that's going to be an area where you're overwhelmed. There's just too much stuff that you can handle. Lots of nodes of interaction, you get distracted. You can only do 2 or 3 things in order. Some people are good multitaskers, maybe 5, but 500 at the same time is very, very difficult, right? And when we get to areas where you need to get to human scale or massive scale, that's going to be very hard. But areas around complexity are very interesting. Some things are too complex for humans to make the calculation, but then again, some things are too complex that we don't even have algorithms for. And that's where we're going to see some interesting areas where jobs are going to require human decision-making, human judgment. Creativity is another great one. We're really good at making the rules, but we're even better at breaking the rules, and that's what machines aren't very good at, trying to think outside of the box and the lines. And then the other area around physical presence, sometimes you want a human, sometimes you don't because it may be too dangerous, and we're going to create those choices. So thinking about it in that way will help you figure out how you go through augmentation, acceleration, automation, agents, which you're going to hear a lot about this year, and advisors ultimately in the back end. And that's a framework for maturity that's going to happen. And then that's where you figure out when and where you insert the human.
But the question is, how do we make decisions about where machines need to be replaced in a way that serves human goals? So I met an artist previously, and she said, I want robots to help me do my laundry, but I don't want machines to do art for me. That's my form, my very form of expression, right?
I don't know, the value sets, right? Every culture is going to have different value sets where they put them into play.
Yeah, and I might want to have like a new piece of art created every time I walk into my house because it will reflect the mood and the day that I've had, and I would love for the AI to be able to go create that, right? But I love to do laundry because it just is sort of like, my friend calls it kitchen and ashes work. It's just lets my mind wander while I go fold laundry, right? And lets me think about cool ideas. So I think that we aren't going to have like one way of doing any of this stuff. I just think that in general, the idea that any job that either a robot can do or an AI can do, the question will be, is that really a human job? And are we trying to hold on to jobs so that we can protect an economic system that we may have outgrown, right? If you think about the history of the sewing machine, the people who first invented it or almost invented it, right, when they finally discovered how to do it, they were like, oh no, we're going to put all the seamstresses out of business, and they shut it down and they tried to hide the patent for a certain amount of time until the third person came along and realized, wait a second, now people can have 10 shirts instead of 1 shirt, and we can create a huge industry around it. So I am all pro that technology. I am all pro that things that technology can do. If you read Ray Kurzweil's new book about the singularity is nearer, you'll believe that there's a whole set of nanobots that will surround our neocortex and create all kinds of superpowers that we as humans can't even imagine that we have yet. So how do we prepare economically for that kind of world is, I think, the question. And I just think that we haven't built the scaffolding for this new era that we're heading into. Right? When we head into the industrial era, we built an education system because that didn't exist before. We created regulations around environmental protection. We made sure that children didn't work in factories. So, we did all kinds of scaffolding to make sure that that worked. We haven't built any scaffolding for this new exponential world that we're heading into. And I think that's the conversation that we should have when we start talking about the future of work and working.
Yeah, and now's the time to actually do that. We're at the beginning of this process. We're at the very beginning of this. And you have an opportunity to build that scaffolding in this room. And I think you should think about what the implications are from both the political, take the classic futurist model, political, economic, societal, environmental, technology, and legislative perspective. That pestle model is perfect for the scaffolding today. The other piece I would add is different. You have to actually make a decision whether you're going to be in a culture of scarcity or a culture of abundance. And think about that as one axis. And then think about the other axis as, are we very centralized or decentralized? I advocate for decentralized abundance, which allows humanity to be free to think about ideas, create opportunities. But AI can also be used in a dangerous way where it's centralized scarcity, which is also the balance you're going to want to think about.
Well, that leads us to our next question is about the AI revolution is moving very fast. And how ready are we to reskill our workforce? And what do you guys think we should do, and both from government and private sector?
Fahad, I'll have my AI talk to your AI. It's moving way too fast. So that's the challenge. Like, how do we operate at human scale when we have machine scale operations? And that's going to be a challenge that we have to ask. Today, when we do automated trading with algorithms, right, and something goes crazy and the market drops 3%, well, we take a break. We pause the system to calm, reset the algorithms, and go to place. We're going to need some kind of controls like this to catch up because it is moving very quickly. And so in order to keep up, we're going to actually have to make sure that it's not just continuously learning, continuous skilling. We actually have to find a way to actually consume this at human scale.
It's funny, and we think about it in terms of how do you put the digital, or the human cloud, the human inside the digital, right? So how do we become more and more human? Yes. How do we increase our consciousness? How do we increase our compassion for one another? How do we increase our ability to be able to really tune into our own inner voice, understand our values? Like, it's like we're going really, really deeply more in as a human to be able to then, again, make partly the ethical decisions, partly have confidence in a world that's constantly shifting and changing, right? If you don't do the inner work, you get really triggered the minute that something starts to look less secure and you don't make decisions in real time and are able to sense and respond to situations. And so we're really focusing much more on the, like, again, how do I build capacity as a human to be able to be inside this digital cloud? I think that that's part of the...
It's the Star Trek data problem.
Yeah, right? But I think that the more that we can tune into this part, right, and the more that we can actually also realize, again, I can get really woo-woo and talk about, like, bigger connections that we have to one another. Another friend of mine just wrote a book called We Are Agora. How humans are becoming superorganisms, right? So
Byron Reese.
Yeah.
Yes.
Good friend of ours.
Yes.
We're realizing we have a lot of mutual friends here. We've never met, but suddenly we have a very
first time we've met.
Overlap. But Byron has a new book called We Are Agora that really makes the case for the fact that as we're living in more dense areas and as we've got this ability to connect through large language models and accelerated AI, we're developing our own capacity the same way bees in a hive do, that are bigger than the individual, but the actual hive, the organism of humanity itself, has a different role that it's playing. So really thinking through these new paradigms in more exciting ways, I think, is the opportunity here.
Without being the Borg. Without being the Borg.
Yeah, I'm very anti-Borg.
I'm anti-Borg too.
So 15, 20 years from now, what the job scene look like? What kind of jobs will probably, let me rephrase the question. So if I have my kids right now, what should I teach them for the next 15 to 20 years?
I think we need to came to a realization that AI will become only an increasingly part of our life. So I think we need to build the AI. With that realization, we know that human plus AI will always be more powerful than human alone. So we're putting our kids at a disadvantage of not learning how to use AI. How do we teach our AI and integrate that in our curriculum to help improve the skills of the student? I think we will figure out a path to do this, but we need to start actually now. Being aware of the negative impact of this. We don't want them to use AI at the cost of them developing their skill sets. So I think if that was cautiously, this kind of integration of AI systems into our education, if it has been cautiously developed, if it would be very cautiously developed, it could be really beneficial and it will help us up-level our skill set of having children that can make this AI more impactful. But in the meantime, with this broad statement in alignment with what we see is right for the society.
Nancy?
I just have such faith in humanity and our ability to be able to create and contribute to one another and be liberated from the tyranny of having to make a certain amount of income to be able to have my basic needs met would be to me, a hugely liberating force. If you read Kai-Fu Lee's AI 2041, he's got these 10 different scenarios, like science fiction stories that start dystopian and end up pretty protopian at the end. So I agree with him, this idea of that being able to be liberated to go create whatever it is that I want to do to contribute to society feels to me like a very exciting moment in time. And so for me, again, it's how do we rethink the distribution of productivity to make that possible? And then how do we ensure that we have the capacity to take that responsibility and thrive in it as opposed to feel like crumbling? So for me, educating is around curiosity, empathy, agency, grit, and integrity. And if all those things are things that we're baking into our children from day one, then they have the capacity to actually be amazing contributors to society moving ahead.
Yeah, I was going to agree with everybody here on the panel, and I think in addition to that, there's a practical aspect that's important, right? We want our children to be able to make enough so that they can be able to live, but we also want them to be able to find a purpose and be intellectually stimulated or emotionally stimulated or find some kind of spiritual stimulation. And I think that's going to be the hard part because we're going to be redefining what humanity looks like. I have a son, he's a comp sci major at Duke. He's comp sci and econ. And he went through a bunch of internships. One was really product management 1 year. He did product marketing and engineering another year. This year I said, go do something different. Go do sales, go do BD, do partnerships. Find out what you really like. And I think giving them the luxury to find things that they're going to enjoy, I think that's going to be the important part. And then actually have a core base that they can actually make some money with and be able to live to a level that they're happy with. So I think it's going to be a very different question for everybody, but I want my kids to be happy.
Okay. So last quick question for everybody. What jobs are at high risk and what jobs at minimum risk?
High risk, accounting, legal, anything with a structure I can put into an LLM is at risk. But it doesn't mean you still want to have jobs there. The question is, where will you need human decision making?
Yeah, and I think we just recently, we run a monthly gathering called The New Story, and so we featured Grimes recently with a video that she had done. She's a musician who said that basically she's hoping that all music becomes democratized, like access to the tools. The way she thinks about it is the universe is a very quiet place and it needs to be filled with music. And the more that people have access to the tools, the more that people can contribute to it. So for me, it's like all jobs that are, again, repetitive or uninteresting, but even creative jobs are quote unquote at risk if you look at it through an economic model, but all of that capacity is there dormant, waiting to be released if we can think about it through a different economic lens.
I think there are some jobs that has been impacted already, like self-driving cars right now are already operating in San Francisco, Waymo, and as well as Cruise, for example, are making huge progress in this industry. So this is obviously impacting this sector of jobs. But in the meantime, on the other side, I think AI is also an amplifying power. It helps us, for example, if I can do maybe 10x more work while having the same quality. If I have a high quality work, there are some, for example, regions. Let's say if you have a system that we built recently, which is called Mini-GPT Med, which is a step towards accelerating radiology practice. There are some underrepresented regions where this technology might help diagnosis or something like that. So when healthcare is not this far less accessible. So I think we need to realize that AI definitely will, when it can excel, can amplify what we can do. We can do it 10 to 100 times more. But in the meantime, we need to realize that this will come at a cost, that maybe less people will do the same thing. I think I heard also about this idea that we are coming into an era where we'll have single-person CEOs, because it's becoming more possible right now to create agents that works for you. You can create an LLM agent, not only LLMs that can read and understand text, but LLMs that can make decisions, look at the stock market, buy something. I ask it to, for example, I want to go to this party, compose an outfit for me and things like that. So you can as a personal, you have much more power to do more stuff. I believe no matter how humanity changes, the impact we introduce to
Mohammed, we're running out of time.
Yeah, so it's based on...
I would like to thank all the panel. Thank you all.
Thank you.
Farhad, thank you so much. That was a very good sneaker panel. I don't know if you noticed all the sneakers there. That was a good panel for trainers. Thank you, Farhad, and your panelists there. Now, we know about the Internet of Things, of course, that network of physical objects that have got all sorts of things inside, sensors, software, and all that other tech that leads them to be connected over the Internet. But a question. What role does artificial intelligence play in that? Can AI make the IoT, the Internet of Things, more efficient and improve how humans and machines interact? So to tell us more, please welcome engineer Yasser Al-Sagaf and his guest.
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. حي الجميع. بإذن الله سيشن مفيدة ومثمرة إن شاء الله. Ladies and gentlemen, it will be in English, and it is my absolute pleasure to be here today. My name is Yasser Al-Sagaf, and I am honored to welcome next to me IoT Square CEO Uthman Dahsh, a notable achiever and a strategic leader driving growth in the telecommunication and technology sectors with focus on emerging technology. My pleasure to be with you.
Pleasure is mine. Thank you for having me, and pleasure to be engaged here and participate in the summit.
Great. Let me just go through a quick brief of our session for our audience today. AIOT, the fusion of artificial intelligence and the Internet of Things, creating and enabling a smart automated system for industries, improving efficiency and innovation through real-time data collection and decision-making in sectors such as manufacturing, healthcare, and urban infrastructure. With advances in edge computing and 5G, it's for sure set to drive future growth and sustainability, inshallah. Can we elaborate more, Mohammed, about this subject first?
Sure. So AIoT is about combining and integrating the AI technology with IoT technology. And basically, what are we leveraging here is the power of IoT in gathering data and the power of AI in processing and analyzing that data for a faster and efficient decision-making. And we can see a lot of use cases that emerge out of integrating these technologies that helps in advancing and transforming different industries. For example, the basic examples that we are today experiencing is predictive maintenance. So the ability to gather the data and through machine learning being able to predict what could fail and when, so to being able to dispatch and prepare in real time, reporting what is happening to that patient.
All right, we'll go in details in this subject. You answered two of my questions already, but we'll go ahead and go in details on that. Let me start off with a general question. AIoT, integrating artificial intelligence with connected devices today, allowing systems to make decisions in real time, automate processes, optimize operations. This leads, of course, to higher efficiency and cost saving across variable sectors. How is the combination of AI and IoT helping industries become more efficient and automated?
So again, the power of gathering massive data through the sensors, the trackers, and the machineries, and being able to connect that and extract these data. These data in real time fly through the connectivities, different sort of connectivities, into the backends platforms. Empowering these platforms with the AI brings the ability to process these, and you leveraging algorithms and machine learning capabilities will filter these data, being able to, on behalf of even human, make some decisions, or help decision makers to make these decisions in seamless and automated way, at the same time with the highest efficiency.
Okay, so it is transforming industries by streamlining workflows, as you have mentioned. Can you give an example of how AIoT has improved operations in sectors, specifically, as you mentioned in the introduction, in manufacturing and healthcare?
Sure. So going back to the manufacturer.
I want examples this time, if you can.
Sure. For example, in quality control in the manufacturing, being able through the sensors or through computer vision to detect malfunctions or quality issues and automate the decision of either stop production line or filter these impacted products, and automating the whole process increase the ability to produce higher quality products. That's, for example, in manufacturing. Another example, even in the manufacturing, which we just mentioned now, in the predictive maintenance. So being able to monitor and continuously monitor the machineries through IoT and leveraging AI to predict what failure could be and when. That's another example of how predictive maintenance could bring efficiency to manufacturing and so on. In the healthcare, again, basically when we talk about IoT, it's the power of being able to monitor remotely. And remote patient monitoring is really a big example that is really changing even the quality of life. So for health giver and health provider, being able to keep patient at their home has two advantages. One, bring more optimization to the hospital's operation by releasing beds occupancies, and also putting the patient in a much comfortable environment, which is in some cases the home. And at the same time, getting the value of being able to monitor remotely the patient. But it's not only about getting vital signs and other health indicators to the centers, but the ability to process, predict, and leverage the decision-making capability to even direct, for example, emergency ambulances to go to the or a health giver or the home care provider to mobilize and dispatch to the home. Looking at this also, leveraging, for example, in the dispatching process, leveraging the AIoT in examples like route optimizations. So how do I reach to that point in the fastest and most efficient way?
Okay. So it is to help the human workforce and support to improve operations in such sectors. Amazing. It will never replace a human though, right?
Definitely.
Definitely, okay. 5G and edge computing provide faster data transfer and processing at the device level. When enabling AIoT systems to perform real-time analytics and decision-making. How do advancements like 5G and edge computing enhance the capabilities of AIoT technologies today?
So let's look at the advantages of first the 5G and then the... So 5G brings two major abilities. One, more bandwidth, so we can transfer bigger data. And two, a latency. So that means lower latency means that the data will be able to transfer in much faster way. So 5G, beside the other capability, but that would touch basically AIoT. So you want the data to be transferred in bigger chunks, and you want it to be faster. So that's what 5G brings in. Edge computing is the ability to basically bring the AI capability much closer to the devices. And that, again, enhance the ability to bring lower latency. In some cases, low latency is very important. Okay. Example of that is autonomous cars. So you want to make sure that the car sense quickly and respond to whatever being sensed in a much faster way. And if it couldn't recognize what's being sensed, it goes back to the edge computing or into the backends platforms to be able to enhance that. And you want to have this happening in a very, in a split of seconds. So 5G with edge computing bring that capabilities.
Amazing.
So the widespread of the 5G and the capability of edge computing accelerating AIoT use cases and bringing more capability to even develop more use cases and products around that.
Amazing. As we have 15 seconds left, I want to highlight just one last comment from you, if you would answer this question. In what ways is AIoT contributing to sustainability? This is important, and reducing the environmental impact of industries. We're out of time, but you can answer that question and we'll say goodbye to the audience.
Well, in the sustainability, there are direct and indirect impact. So the direct ones, for example, in energy management, being able to manage and measure energy, that could bring better capability to distribute that energy. Same goes for water. And indirect is basically helping in carbon emissions. So for example, in the route optimization capabilities and use case. Rather than trucks going around, they will go exactly to the right routes and minimize that traveling, and that will reduce the carbon emissions. So there are many more, but we always look at what is directly impacting the sustainabilities and what's not.
Thank you, Athman Al-Dahash. This was a fruitful 10-minute session. Thank you to the audience. We'll see you next time, inshallah. Thanks a lot.
Yes, sir, and Othman, thank you so much. Really lovely to hear from you. Thank you. Now, we know that AI can help us analyze massive amounts of data. It can tailor our online experience. It can tell us things that we didn't even know about ourselves. It can tailor that experience around our interests, show us relevant content. It can provide us with a much more personalized experience. But is there a danger in all of this, that we miss out on diverse viewpoints, that we don't hear opposing views? What does it mean as well from a marketing point of view for those businesses and organizations who are simply trying to sell us things? How do they know what we really want? So let's explore that, and I'm delighted to welcome as my guest Mustafa El-Bamawi, who's the Chief Executive of No Good. It's a growth consultancy in New York that helps brands like TikTok, Oura Ring, and Infection AI grow. He's also the founder of Goody AI. Welcome. You're going to make me do some work now. Actually, I have to talk as well as not just read. Mustafa, lovely to have you with us. Thank you so much. And we're talking, and the title of this session is about influence. It's about how all of this technology can influence the way we perceive the world. It's probably worth starting with what we mean by influence. Just put it into context for us here. What are we talking about when we talk about AI and its ability to influence us?
So essentially, we're going through like a major platform shift, right? Like we have these large language models and introduce sort of what we call semantic understanding, right? So when you have that, essentially, like, you know, you have these large language models actively telling our stories, our narratives, helping us make buying decisions, and really like just like doing the critical thinking part of what you used to do on the internet. So what we're saying is, you know, ChatGPT right now is getting about 3 billion visits a month. These are the most recent expectations. So it's essentially like, you know, if you look at search as a use case, to make it more specific, we've moved from like these blue links that we used to have for the past 25 years, and right now we actively have these sort of like personalized answers that are actually like giving us the answer right away instead of choosing between a bunch of answers. And that's incredibly powerful, and it's influencing a lot of decision right now. It's a digital shelf that is created, and it's being used by a lot of tools right now, and it's, you know, Apple Intelligence was just recently launched, and we have Llama right now have it as the search bar. So it's essentially like you have, you know, I would assume about close to 1 billion people actively using it, and it's taken the interaction layer on the web. So the traditional web used to have a lot of links, and you got to click on a bunch of things, and right now our web is getting summarized for us and personalized, and that interaction layer is actually influencing us and making decisions for us. And, you know, today I was searching for the best AI conference in the world that I should go to. I believe we are here, like again, GAIN is I've been to a lot of AI conferences, and I'm incredibly impressed about what I've seen here in the past day, and it's not in the top 5. So someone is telling our story, our narrative, and I believe it should be in the top 5, and that's exactly what influence is.
And I wonder, therefore, how we are influenced, because, you know, I posed a question in that introduction there about, you know, we see the benefit of it. It's about a tailored experience. It's about finding things that we are specifically interested in. It's about being presented with perceived options around our interests. But there is a dark side of this. There is a danger, isn't there, that we only see that one viewpoint, that curated viewpoint that is presented to us. So talk to me about whether we can open up that influence to say, you know what, actually, I am quite interested in those other things.
There are certainly ways, it's a great question, there are certainly ways to influence these models, and I do agree with you that there's some, you know, we can talk about the loss of choice and what that actually means for us, but like, you know, back to sort of our, I guess, our area of expertise here, there are ways to influence these models, and whether it's the corpus of data that it's trained on, and again, identifying these data points, but also you can also identify the signals that are actually driving the specific answers. And we've actually built an in-house, like a tool that we have right now in closed beta with some of our select partners, that essentially what it does is monitor, analyze, and optimize for these LLMs at scale. And it does exactly that. And there's a whole discipline that is created right now is answer engine optimization, which is like playing on search engine optimization. There's answer engine optimization, and these answer engines that we're using.
Yeah, and just talk to me about that AEO. That'll be a relatively new concept for some people. So just explain that. How does it work?
AEO it's really all about figuring out how these large language models, how to get essentially your answer and your narrative on these large language models. Essentially identifying, let's take the example about the best AI conferences, right? Like you need to identify what is actually driving these answers. What are the specific sources that are driving these answers? Is there a feedback loop in this model? What is the corpus of data that it's trained on? And how can I go in and intentionally impact some of these signals that are driving the answers to begin with? And that's exactly what AEO is.
And we know too that this is about marketing. This is essentially about the ability to sell us things. As an organization, it's about working out who your customer is, what they want, and how you sell to them. How are businesses using this as a tool in the way that sort of more traditional marketing never could?
This is massive. I mean, we're seeing traditional search right now there's 3 billion people that come to ChatGPT like every month. These 3 billion people used to find the answer somewhere. And my assumption is the answer used to be Google. Whether the data is out or not, I don't think that's the question. The question is there's a new use case, there's a newly created digital shelf, and it's impacting you today. The fact that we don't have like the digital tools to track it and all the clicks and Google Analytics and everything that we used to in the past 25 years doesn't mean that it's not influencing us. So it's influencing us, and the way you look at it is visibility tracking and monitoring, which is what we've built. So how is that impacting brands? I don't think brands know the answer, but what we do know is that when you come first, it impacts you. And there might not be sort of like a very specific statistical way to track this directly because these LLMs haven't opened that part up yet. But I think we're seeing companies like Perplexity like starting to put ads. We're seeing, Search GPT is out right now, and there's probably going to be the Search GPT analytics tool. So there's a whole we've effectively moved to that answer engine, but our entire tech stack have not actively moved, and that's exactly what we're building.
Yes, and that is one of the challenges, isn't it? And so talk to me about the difficulties of firms deploying this at scale. They might say, look, yes, I'm on board, I see the benefit of this. How do they do it?
So essentially, you have companies like McDonald's, right? They have, let's say, 33,000, branches around the world. So there are people that talk about, what to eat, where to eat, in so many different languages, in so many different cities. And this is a company that it's very important that their narrative and their perspective is constantly sort of presented in the best way. But if you get out there and these LLMs are trained on corpus of data, and a lot of it is user-generated content, so a company like McDonald's might not have the best sort of outlook. Whether you like their burgers or not, that's not the question. The question is they care about the narrative, and they care about sort of making sure that their story is being told the way they want to tell that story. And we have built a technology that essentially allows them to do that, not only track it, analyze it, and understand the sentiment that comes with it, understand the competitive benchmarking piece, but also make sure that you have the very specific, tangible way to influence that today. So if you search, again, this might be a flex, but if you search for the best growth marketing agencies in the US, we come up #1. If you search for the best digital, if you search for the digital bank, best digital bank in the US, you'll find Chime, our partner, comes #1. Best gaming tool, or the gaming keyboard or gaming headset, SteelSeries will come #1. We've actively worked on that, but that's more of a reductive way to describe that. But there's a lot of other sort of list lower intent things that you can do that can actually drive your narrative today. And it doesn't have to be just narrative for brands. It's narrative about everything in society because, as I said, these sort of beasts are telling our stories today, and we need to have a way to sort of understand them, analyze them, and have an intentional way to actually directly influence them.
So, and that's part of the brand reputation, isn't it? That narrative is so important. Talk to me, though, about the other challenges here, because I'm thinking straight away, you've got an ethical issue, you've got a reputational thing, you've got to think about data protection. That all figures into this, because ultimately, whilst we might all want to be sold to, we want to have this tailored experience, we're also wary of that, of being oversold or over-personalized. Where is the balance? How do you tread that fine line?
No, it's a great question. I think there a lot of the newer answer engines, like let's say Perplexity and even ChatGPT, is really aware of the fact that ads ruined the search experience overall, and ads are going to be a lot more contextuals in the future. Yep. People are aware. So obviously users will always adapt what they see, and they're going to understand that some of these answers might be influenced just like where people are now aware of how that works in search, and people are aware of the ads. So I think user behavior typically evolves, but right now I just think that our tech stack is far behind, and there's sort of the past 2 years we have these answer engines, sort of how many people here use ChatGPT? Raise your hands. Essentially everybody. Obviously it's a biased answer because we're a gain, right? But how many people here use Perplexity, for example? A lot of people. So essentially these tools they're finding answers today on these tools and not Google, and again, it's influencing our buying decisions and choices that we're making.
And I suppose that raises, we've got a little time left, but it raises the flip side argument of protecting brand across that, and you've touched on it already, but how do brands make sure that the image, the answers that are being put out there by this technology are the answers that they want? How do they protect themselves?
How do they protect? I mean, obviously, you got to have a good product and a good reputation. Reputation management matters. So we're not saying that we're going to hack you, you look a certain way and we're going to change it, right? I think reputation management matters, and having a good product matters. But essentially, you need to first be aware of what is being what's your story? Do you have this story about you on that mirror reflection? But you need to be aware of what is being told out there. And these AI answer engines are already telling your story. So the first thing that you do is to monitor and analyze, and do that across languages, and do that across sort of the different LLMs. And by the way, if you ask ChatGPT any questions, it's going to give you a different answer every time. And memories are the new cookies, right? Based on the memory, based on who's asking, and soon we're going to have a layer of personalization even added more and more embedded into these LLMs. So you're going to get a different answers every time. So tracking it is difficult. So making sure, again, back to your question, the first thing is making sure that you track and monitor. And the second thing is making sure they understand the corpus of data that are driving these answers, and then work on influencing these answers at scale.
And just a final thought. From a marketing point of view, despite all of these new tools and these new facilities that this technology will enable us to offer, It comes back to really basic principles of marketing, though, doesn't it?
Absolutely, everything. I mean, if you really like unbundle and sort of like remove all the noise, a lot of these sort of like shiny tools, essentially, a lot of it comes back to the principle thinking. But once again, I think that you can argue the same thing about the digital shelf that was created over the past sort of 20 years with just social media, right? Like essentially, if you actually tell a good story, you're going to do well in social media. But everything has its own sort of like unique variables and levers that you can actually track and understand and unbundle and really to be able to like be in the driving seat rather than have your story being told by these LLMs and you have no influence over it.
Mustafa, our time is up, but it's been so good to talk to you. Thank you. Really appreciate
Likewise, Ben.
That insight. Everyone, Mustafa Al-Bamawi, our founder and chief executive of No Good. Thank you.
Thank you.
So nice to see you. Thank you so much. Please. Mustafa, thank you so much. Now, as we said at the start of all of this, one of the aims of this summit over the 3 days is to demystify AI. We want to look at the immense opportunities that are presented by this technology, but also find ways for businesses to use it, for all of us to use this tool to our advantage. But amid so many exaggerated promises, the oversimplification maybe of very complex issues, there's a whole load of marketing hype that we've got to wade through as well. The question, is trust being eroded in the technology and how we may use it? Well, our next speaker has co-authored a book designed to fix the hype and save billions of dollars in wasted spending. So to explain how, please welcome Evan Shelshire, who's the Managing Director and Group CEO of Ubity.
Thank you, Ben, for the kind introduction, and thank you, Sadaya, for hosting this amazing event. As you can probably imagine, I'm a pretty rational guy. In fact, in my family, I'm infamous for having coined the concept of rational love, okay? So you can imagine, before I was going to get married to my wife, I was talking to my stepmother, and I was trying to convince her how I rationally loved her daughter. Don't do this, okay? Don't anyone try and do this. This is a big mistake. And so I was arguing with her about this rational love, and she's getting more and more annoyed at me, and she's a very emotional woman, and at one point she just gets so annoyed at me, she says, Evan, if you're so rational and you want to marry my daughter, why don't you go marry her in one of those data center things of yours, right? And she gets angry, she starts walking out, and then she turns around, looks at me and goes, and you know what? If you get married to her in a data center and your marriage fails, at least you'll have a backup. So, in all seriousness, as a rational person, one of the hardest things I've done is this book project that I've been undertaking through the last 2 years. As part of the research that I went through with my co-author, Doug Gray, what we uncovered for the cause of data science project failures is anything but rational. After spending 8 years and acquiring 4 highly technical degrees, I had to come to terms with the idea that none of my rationality was going to solve the major bottleneck causing data science projects to fail. In fact, the hardest moment in writing this entire book for me throughout the entire journey happened about 2 years ago, where I was sitting down at a cafe in Brisbane, Australia, with one of my friends, and we're just having a coffee together. What had happened is my friend had been on sick leave from his work for about 4 months. And this is a person who is one of my most respected analytics leaders in Australia. And the reason why he'd been on sick leave for 4 months is he was suffering a mental health issue due to a horrifically disastrous personalization project that he was working through in his company. Let me give you a bit of detail. So this friend of mine, he worked for an Australian Stock Exchange listed organization, okay? It's one of the top 100 companies on the Australian Stock Exchange. And they decided that to improve their return on investment on their marketing spend, they wanted to launch a personalization project, okay? And the personalization project, the idea was to use machine learning to better target people with more personalized ads, to give them things that are more relevant instead of just spam. And so as they launched into the project, they had everything lined up for success. They had a business case. They had a project plan. They'd got in the consultants. They had the right people and the right data. Everything was set up to go. Within a short period of time of launching that project, it had gone so bad that they'd fired the consultants, they'd moved on the staff, and within 2 months after me meeting my friend, he'd lost his job. So I'm sitting there. This is one of the greatest analytics leaders of Australia. And I'm asking him, what happened? How could this have happened to you? How could this have gone wrong? Like you, as one of the best leaders of analytics in Australia, having worked for the best companies, multi-decades experience, having rolled out significant Australia-wide tools, how could you have failed like this? You of all people. The problem that I had then was I started digging a little bit and tried to understand what went wrong. And as I started digging up the data on what actually happens with my co-author, Doug, we discovered that this isn't that uncommon at all. What happened there is actually quite normal. And we stumbled upon a shocking truth. And the shocking truth is actually that about 80% of data and AI projects fail. Now, for something that's brand new and cutting edge, maybe that's not a bad thing. But the reality is, we've been doing AI for, at least at the level that we're doing now, with the level of compute for at least 20 years now, this kind of stuff that we're doing, a lot of the machine learning algorithms that we're working on. And yet, when we looked at the data, we're not getting better over time. In fact, anecdotally, it looks like we're getting worse. More and more projects are failing as we go on. And when we started unpacking this, because both me and Doug's adjunct professors at different universities, so we took this really scientific approach to everything. And we wanted to know why. Like 80%, it doesn't really mean anything, right? 80% of companies, who, what, how, why. I'm sure that doesn't apply to Google. And when we unpacked it, we discovered that actually it's worse than we thought. 90% of the time is actually where most companies fail. And there's a small group that fail around 40% of the time, and they bring that 90 down to 80. Why? Why is this happening? What's going on? I wanted to figure this out. This was the journey of writing this book. So the first thing we did is we understood that one of the key factors driving failure is a level of maturity in the organization for data science and data analytics. And so we unpacked the differences in failure rate between organizations that are mature and immature. And I won't go through the definitions here due to the time, but we talk about that in the book. What does an analytically mature organization look like? What does an analytically immature organization look like? And with this graph, we plotted over time the failure rate by year. And you can see failures caused by analytically mature companies are typically quite rare, just on their own. They're their own failures that they have. And so we saw here that one of the keys to success is to halving your failure rate was growing up, getting real. And that meant things like not having a leadership team that was driven by the AI hype. But we wanted to understand why. What are the reasons around this? What are the factors causing these different companies to fail? So when we took all our data from the research we did, and we looked at over 2,000 peer-reviewed articles, we went out and looked at over 100 blogs that our peers had written. We talked to dozens of our friends in the field who've worked on AI projects, people we highly respect, and we grouped all that data here in the causes of failure. And this was the moment of reckoning for me. When we looked at that data, me, with all my degrees, all my technical knowledge, I realized that everything that I'd learned technically was not the major reason why data science projects were failing. It was caused by strategy issues. It was mainly caused by process issues. It was the people issues. And on last place sat little Evan with all his PhDs and everything with the technology issues. And these are the major challenges that we're seeing facing data science projects. So let's dig into one of them. Let's dig into the strategic, just to give you a bit of a flavor of what's going on here. So when the companies fail for strategic reasons, we had over 100 different reasons causing failure for organizations. But we realized if I just rolled out in the book, here's 100 reasons, you go figure out what to do with that, no one can do anything with that. That's a waste of everyone's time. So what we went and did is we categorized this with the 80-20 rule. We looked at what are the most common causes of failure. And we saw that from a strategic perspective, the most common reasons are those: failing to build the need in the organization, so you've got a poor use case, no clear business value, no actionable insights, a solution looking for a problem, or a lack of leadership and upper management buy-in. So they're just not on board. Someone's gone and decided they wanted to do some AI, and it's over. And we've got a whole heap of reasons there on the right to give you a flavor for what's going on. And for each of the different areas that we unpack, what we look to do is we want to say, you need to find, and we give a tip like this, in the strategy area, you need to find those strategically important projects for which data science and business analytics can help accelerate the strategy. But what was really critical when we were doing our research is something that I need to present today in Saudi Arabia. Saudi Arabia is on the cusp of its own AI explosion. It's going out there, it's investing heavily in AI. And why I'm here today is I want to make sure every cent that Saudi Arabia invests in its AI projects is invested wisely and well. Because the reality is, by about 2030 across the globe, we're going to be investing about $2 trillion in AI. If 80% of that fails, we're looking at over $1 trillion of wastage. If we look specifically here in Saudi Arabia, we're investing $40 billion in investing in Saudi companies in AI projects. If we mismanage this, we're losing $32 billion of that. There is no need for that to happen, and we're here to fix that. So the other major issue that we've got too, apart from the misinvestment, is we're going to start destroying trust in a powerful decision-making tool. And one of the things that we've got to unpack, and when we look back at that research of why this continually occurs, we've got to figure out what's going on and what do we need to change. What's today? So about a year ago, I sat down with the Minister for Education here in Saudi Arabia, and we were talking a little bit about challenges within the education system. And one of the big issues that we have is the core of what's causing data science projects to fail. So as a part of the book, me and Doug Gray went and analysed the offerings at all the major Master of Data Science projects in Australia and the USA. And the programs look like this. At Stanford, their Master of Data Science looks like this, all technical focus. What matters most from our research are people skills, and they're completely vacant on a Master of Data Science program, not even there. And what was really interesting, when we went and looked at those kind of people issues and we thought, well, is it something that should be a surprise to the universities? What we discovered, it's not the case. About 100 years ago, Dale Carnegie wrote this book, How to Win Friends and Influence People. And at the start of one of his chapters, he had this amazing quote. And the quote says that investigation and research done by the Carnegie Foundation for the advancement of teaching in technical lines as engineering showed that about 15% of one's financial success is due to one's technical knowledge, and about 85% is due to skill in human engineering, to the personality and the ability to lead people. So today, we are officially launching the book here at the GAIN Summit, Why Data Science Projects Fail. It just came out, and we're here to help Saudi Arabia to turn that failure rate around and let the rational people like me become the main bottleneck and not the people side of things. Thank you very much.
Evan, thank you so much. Fascinating to hear all of that. That's Evan Scholcher, their Managing Director and Group Chief Executive of Ubidi. Now, as promised, one thing that we've not talked yet a lot about is the darker side of AI. We have a few sessions later today and tomorrow looking at some of the concerns around this new technology. That ability to generate, share, and influence using things like deepfakes and fake news. We already know of their influence on our ability to work out what is true and what is not. So the big question, though, is everything lost? And what hope is there for the truth? How will we determine what is right and wrong? How will we determine what is correct and what is not? So to talk a little more about that, I'm delighted to welcome His Excellency Al-Rebdi Fahad Abdulaziz Al-Rebdi. He's the President of the National Data Management Office.
Your Excellency, distinguished guests, good afternoon. As artificial intelligence technologies continue to advance at a rapid pace, generative AI is emerging as one of the most transformative forces reshaping our digital world. Gen AI not only analyzes vast amounts of data quickly, but also creates new content such as text, images, videos by mimicking human creativity. These capabilities transforming numerous sectors by enabling more dynamic decision-making, enhancing productivity, offering new solutions to the complex problems. These new technologies are improving our daily lives, never before imagined, pushing the boundaries of what is possible by driving innovations and growth across sectors such as marketing, entertainment, and the creative arts. As AI continues to evolve, its impact on society becomes even more significant. While it offers opportunity, it also presents some challenges. To address these challenges, there is a pressing need for a global collaboration among governments, organizations, to govern and guide the use of AI technology responsibly. Seeing this need, SDAIA took a significant step in 2022 by introducing AI ethics principles during the second edition of the Global AI Summit. These principles set the stage for a responsible AI application throughout the life cycle of AI systems development, encouraging innovation while ensuring that ethical consideration remain at the focus. However, a new challenge has presented itself: deepfakes. These AI-generated content have the ability to create audio, video, and other digital content in ways that are difficult to distinguish from reality. While deepfakes offer innovative opportunities, they also pose significant risks and serious concerns, such as misinformation, privacy violation, fraud, and identity theft. Addressing these challenges and concerns requires a balanced approach that encourages innovation while upholding ethical standards and safeguarding public trust. It also requires advancing technologies or detection tools to counter misuse. Today, at the third edition of the Global AI Summit, we are thrilled to reveal our deepfake guidelines, which are now open for public consultation. These guidelines aim to leverage the benefits of deepfake while reducing the misuse. By exploring deepfake technologies, their implications, and the guidelines and principles needed to address risks and concerns for technology developers, content creators, and consumers as well. We believe that drafting inclusive guidelines require collaboration and input from all. Therefore, we invite all stakeholders to review these guidelines in Istitla' platform and share their valuable feedback. Your insights are crucial in refining these guidelines. By engaging with us during this consultation stage, you help ensuring AI technology are developed and used in ways that maintain ethical standards, protect privacy, and build the trust in the digital landscape. Together, we can create a balanced approach that maximizes benefits of AI while safeguarding against its threats. Thank you.
As AI technology continues to advance, we are witnessing the rise of hyper-realistic synthetic media content that convincingly mimics real people or events using deep learning techniques. These synthetic media applications can greatly benefit society. In education, for example, virtual tutors create interactive and personalized learning experiences. In healthcare, deepfake technology has been used to reconstruct voices for patients with ALS, offering them a renewed means of communication. However, the same technology, often referred to as deepfakes, can also be misused. It has the potential to spread misinformation, facilitate social engineering, cause reputational damage, and more. To ensure that deepfake technology is developed and used responsibly, SDAIA is proud to announce the release of the Deepfake Guidelines. These guidelines are built on 4 core principles: privacy, transparency, accountability, and social benefit. They are designed to guide the development of deepfake technology in ways that serve the greater good, contributing positively to society and the environment. We urge all stakeholders to consult and adhere to these guidelines for the collective benefit of all. At the GAIN Summit, AI for the good of humanity.
thank you to His Excellency, the President of the National Data Management Office. Precision medicine has the potential to revolutionize healthcare by tailoring diagnosis, treatment, and prevention. Our panelists today are pioneers in AI-powered precision medicine. I am Jad Haddad, Global Head of Oliver Wyman Quotient, and on behalf of us all, thank you for joining us. Let's start with Lorena Puica, the founder and CEO of Sid Life. You are a globally renowned expert in the field. How would you define AI-powered precision medicine?
Thank you, Jad. Maybe before we go into such a big topic, I'll share a bit of background. My foundational background is 5 degrees in mathematics, finance, economics, and my first incarnation was as an expert in the financial space, where I've built financial models for $250 billion, and these are predictive models, kind of the first generation of AI. Due to a series of personal health challenges, I saw the opportunity and also the challenge in the space of precision AI medicine. So at the early age of 27, I have left my role in finance to build what today has become the first platform for AI prevention precision medicine. And that truly leveraging the power of AI today. We are here at GAIN, the AI Summit. However, AI is not a new term. AI was coined in 1955 by John McCarthy. And the very pure, simple definition was a system that learns. And truly to be able to design a system that learns in healthcare, we really need to be able to leverage a lot of different data sets coming together, speaking with each other. And on that theme, what I have seen here in Saudi Arabia, my first visit, what Sedaya managed to achieve to bring so many powerful data sets together is probably one of the most significant steps forwards for AI precision medicine. The superpower in the space is to bring this data together, make it speak to each other such that one single system can personalize a healthcare journey for an individual anywhere they are, irrespective of their background, ethnicity, age, or history. And I do believe that today, now we are over 70 years in this AI journey, we can truly do that with the technologies that have come to fruition over the past 5 years. So very exciting time.
Thank you very much. Next, Dr. Jake Taylor-King, co-founder of Relation. What role can AI-powered precision medicine play in preventive healthcare versus treatment?
Sure thing, and thank you so much for the invite and having me here. So hey everyone, lovely to meet you all. A little about myself, which might help contextualize this. So in a past life, I was a mathematician, I did my PhD in Oxford, and then I took a pretty strong left turn and did a postdoc in genomics, so in a biology department. Now, a few years ago, my co-founders and I, we set up a company called Relation. We're a drug discovery group. We've been around for a few years, and during this time, we've actually managed to raise about $64 million from some of the top investors in the space, including DCVC, Magnetic, NVIDIA, but also Hitachi, which is one of my Illuminous panelists here. So really, our goal is to think about how we discover new drugs, not copies of old drugs, but finding new mechanisms. And so we've got a lab-in-the-loop system which allows us to do this. And a lot of the future of medicine, in a way, is going to be around precision medicine. If we think about precision medicine, it's quite easy to get stuck in this dichotomy of prevention versus treatment. But actually, many treatments can, in fact, be preventative, right? So I think the real question is, why has this not happened yet, right? So if we look at where things have been most successful historically, it's been oncology. The reason for this is because cancer treatment is so expensive, as in hundreds of thousands of dollars per treatment, you can actually tolerate quite an expensive test, let's just say a few $1,000s. But for many disorders, the treatment is a few $1,000s, and then if you were to develop a test for a few $1,000s, no one's gonna buy it. Not in a fee-for-service system where you're trying to, essentially treat as many people as fast as possible, a sort of volume play, if you will. Now, where I think AI gets really exciting is it's not necessarily just the AI, it's the cost of compute going down drastically. There's been another revolution which has happened in healthcare, which I don't think we talk about enough, which is the drastic decrease in the cost of sequencing. So, maybe a couple of decades ago, we had the $100 million genome. We can now do whole genome sequencing for about $100. The problem, though, is interpreting this data is exceptionally difficult. And this is where AI can be incredibly useful to find all of these sort of powerful insights. One particularly amazing use case, which I think is quite exciting, is it turns out there's this quite defined genetic marker that drives drug response for a drug called teriparatide. So teriparatide, it's a drug for osteoporosis. We work in musculoskeletal disorders. And it seems that about 17% of the population, when they take this drug is meant to grow bone, right? It's meant to increase your bone mineral density. When you take this drug, you actually lose bone mass in 17% of the population. And you could actually fix this with a very cheap genetic test, right? But, what is happening at the moment is we are paying twice. We're paying once for the drug, and then for these 17% of people, they're losing bone mass, and then you now need to pay for their corrective surgery. So I think AI is half the story. You've got to build in sequencing, and then we can start thinking about how we roll this out across across a large population. And I think if there was one thing I'd say to kind of close my answer, the opportunity for Saudi is really quite exciting. And this is because you actually have the opportunity to skip past some of what the West has done. So we're very married to these fee-for-service models, as in treating as many people as possible, prescribing as much drugs as possible. But when you can take a top-down view, you can start thinking about, okay, let's just look at a total cost of care model. Let's try to reduce costs as much as possible. Let's test more people, and we can make the economics work.
Fantastic. Thank you very much. Nicolas Wolikov, the co-founder of Cure51. From your experience, what really makes a winning AI-powered precision medicine proposition?
Hello, everyone. A few words about myself. Yes, I'm the CEO and the co-founder of Cure51. Cure51 is a French company based in Paris, but we have a collaboration and partnership with more than 100 hospitals in the world, including in the MENA region. And what we are doing is that we are identifying patients who survived very aggressive cancers, like brain cancer, pancreatic cancer, or lung cancer. They have been diagnosed in stage 4, so unfortunately, most of the time, the life expectancy of a patient would be 6 months. No surgery is possible. And though 1 or 2% of these patients are surviving against all odds, they are miraculous patients. Doctors call them superheroes. So we are trying to identify those patients. They are very, very rare, as you can imagine. And then once we identify these patients, we collect all their data, and we are trying to understand why they did survive, as opposed to most of the patients who unfortunately died. So AI is a tremendous help for us that will help us, to accelerate the understanding of these patterns, to understand the different modalities of these survivals. But I want to make clear and very much insist on one fact. I mean, a lot of people are fantasizing about AI. Without the data, AI is nothing. You need to fuel the models. You need to fuel the algorithm. You need to nurture the algorithm with proper qualitative and exclusive data. So for me, the fight today is really our collective capacity to collect those data and make a good interpretation, as you said. In some modalities like histology or DNA or radiology, we don't have enough contents today. So AI models, they need to be nurtured with public database. They need to be constantly enhanced and enriched. And then we can very much help discovery and science. But again, the fight for me is the capacity to access data. I don't think AI will ever replace a physician, and hopefully not. But physicians who do not know and who do not understand AI will be replaced by those who understand AI, that's for sure. So I really want to insist on that.
Great, thank you so much. Dr. Ali Tinzali, the CEO of Lifespan. How do you balance between personalization and mass applicability?
Yep, thank you for this. First, a quick intro. My name is Dr. Ali Tinzali. My background is PhD Biophysics and Studies of Business at MIT Sloan and Berkeley. And what's important to me is that AI should be there to make life better and to make healthcare better affordable. Now, at Lifespan, what we do is we digitize human blood. We take patient blood samples. We have a process to scan the blood samples, and during this scanning process, we capture hundreds of data points which are related to the phenotype of the patient. So these data points then we process using our proprietary algorithms to build the digital twin of the corresponding patient. So with this, we have now a phenotypic information layer of the health of the patient. This information now we can use for purposes of preventative care, for purposes of diagnosis of complex diseases, but also importantly for monitoring of treatment. We all want to know, is the treatment effective or not? So at the end of the day, we generate highly personalized information going very deep into the health status of the patient. Now, in relation to your question about how do we, on one hand, combine personalization of healthcare with scalability and mass availability. First of all, the personalization of healthcare occurs by a digitization of the information we have in blood. So these are data points, hundreds of data points, and once we have digitized this, it's highly scalable, because once the sample is digitized, we can interrogate, analyze the patient with algorithms, and because our processes of patient analysis is based on algorithms, we can scale this over the cloud. So we have now completed our cloud portal, which now is ready to be interfaced with hospitals so that hospitals using this can use our algorithms as a software as a service. But there's another important aspect which comes with the automation and scalability. It needs to be cost effective. So that's why one of our important mission here is to make health information available at low cost, and this is possible because of scalability over the cloud and the decentralization. So, and I think AI should make healthcare better affordable. There is another important aspect in the balance between personalization and making this personalization technology accessible to everyone, which is, as of today, obtaining a thorough health information, meaning a thorough checkup, is very expensive. It costs hundreds of dollars. But if you can make this much less possible, let's say for below under $100, you can reach many more people. And very often, when we have unrecognized conditions, it's actually quite low cost to treat these conditions, but we have to know about this.
Thank you very much. In the context of what we just talked about, Dr. Joanna Soroka, principal at Hitachi Ventures, you've clearly seen a lot of startups and business models. So from your perspective as an international investor, what are some of the most promising business models when it comes to personalized and AI-powered precision medicine?
Thank you very much. First of all, I'd like to start by saying it's a great pleasure to be here, and thank you very much for the invite. I'm Joanna Soroka. I'm a principal at Hitachi Ventures, where I'm heading globally healthcare investments for our fund. Quickly about my background, I was trained in academia. I'm an academic researcher by training, did my PhD in biochemistry and biotechnology, and then postdoc in oncology and genetics. And then switched to the IT side of the world, where I spent nearly a decade working in data, IT, and digital transformation. Joining Hitachi Ventures, I'm heading one of the 3 strategic pillars. The other 2 sectors we're investing in is green energy, sustainability, and digital transformation. Our strategy is to invest in the companies that are primarily focusing on AI, digital transformation and new business models. Asking about our investment thesis in healthcare, we've been, from the inception of the fund over 3 years ago, we decided immediately to start investing in tech bio space in platform-first companies. Our investment thesis spans across 3 value flywheel. One is the unique data. And Nicola already alluded to this. Healthcare is a particular industry where we have a lot of data, but this data is not available, not accessible, and on the other side is largely not used for training of the modern large language models. So we need to create new data sets that are purpose-built and they're multidimensional. So we are thinking about richness of the data. So this is one pillar of our investment thesis. The second one is the compute. The compute and algorithms. And here we are talking about not necessarily the most sophisticated large language models, even though we're also looking into foundational models and the most sophisticated technology, but really applying correctly AI to manage and mine this huge amount of data. We are talking today about multi-scale data, from genomics to proteomics to omics to single cell, and it takes more than one algorithm to be able to tap into that space and identify the biomarkers. And the third one is innovation around the business model. So talking about the business model, this is a little bit tricky, especially in the healthcare space, because usually in healthcare, it takes longer time in order to realize ROI. There is a lot of technology development, but if I were to dissect it into a couple of, let's say, four pillars, first would be innovation around the business model. So what we are seeing in the industry is the convergence of the business model from the IT world with the biotech. So we are seeing the companies that are developing new algorithms, new technologies. They use software as a service. They use licensing, access to parts of their technology, access to data. Data is very expensive, and data is essentially an engine for these new models. Second element of the commercial pillar is creating partnerships. Partnerships are very important because they provide early non-dilutive funding to the company, but also initial validation of the technology and of the area that the company is investigating. And here we're looking at different models. It could be a pure R&D in terms of R&D development, data sharing, some form of joint IP creation, or it could be really end-to-end development from identifying new targets and driving the targets more towards preclinical and clinical. Here we're talking about upfront payments, milestones, and then royalties. In addition to new business models, data, the uniqueness of the data. This is, I think, the second flywheel in terms of the value creation of the company. What unique data set and what scale the companies are building. And what is important is that those modern technologies are hungry for diversified data sets. And that means not only on a biological level, but in terms of a geographic focus. And here, I think we are still at a very, very early stage of tapping into those data sets. And last but not least is the talent. The talent is scarce, especially people who are native both in software as well as biology. So at the moment, what we are seeing, the companies are trying to bring this talent together and that they work jointly. At the end of the day, this has to translate into a viable business case. So it's all about the application. So what is the adoption? What are the application? What are the use cases that the companies are working on? What will be their proprietary development, and where they would partner. And this is what I mentioned, these partnerships are initial validation for the right direction in terms of the market, the technology, and the approach that the company is undertaking. Use cases are determining effectively the ROI at the end of the day.
Thank you very much. Dr. Jean Name, co-founder, digital surgery, apologies. Obviously, there are many promising products, and as we've heard, also many business models that could be very interesting. But healthcare, at the end of the day, is a very sensitive business, right? What is the recipe to maximize adoption?
Good question. So firstly, just so you guys know, I'm a doctor that is the worst kind of doctor, which is a surgeon, okay? So if you used to have to meet me, it was bad news. And so having been a surgeon and having been at the front line of healthcare delivery, okay, sitting here and hearing everything about AI and technology, I promise you, if you have a knife in your hand and you're in a patient, the last thing you want to think about is AI today, okay? And the reason I bring this point up on adoption is because I think it's a very important point, okay? We're talking about healthcare, right? Today, no one in this room wants to buy AI when they go to a hospital. They want to buy, I want to be better. Make my mother better. Make my sister better. Make my son or my daughter better, right? So the company that I built was a company focused on taking surgery, right, which is something that I learned operating on people. So imagine, okay, the way I learned to operate was on actual people, right? On your brother, your sister, your daughter. I was, as a surgeon in the UK, operating on people. And so the company that we built was teaching AI using computer vision, same as self-driving cars, how to understand the operation and how to stop surgeons making mistakes and errors. Okay? To make it really simple. A surgeon would be operating, our AI system would watch them with a video, and then if they were going to cut the wrong thing, we stop it. The reason I say this in such simplistic terms is because, look, we are in an era of AI. AI is going to do everything, right? AI is going to be everywhere, right? From your kitchen to your bathroom to the hospital system, right? And fundamentally, for it to work and for any of these companies to succeed, how does it embed into real workflow to help people at the front line, whether they're nurses, physicians, surgeons, patients? It has to find a way to fundamentally integrate into workflow, and it has to match an outcome that we want, which is, I want to be better, right? Save my parents' life, right? It's as simple as that, okay? So I think the question is a good one. AI is going to be everywhere. We're going to see lots more innovation here, but we do need to make sure that we are fundamentally addressing that point, which is how is it going to be used to make our lives better, and in healthcare, to make the people that we love about better.
Thank you very much. Thanks, everyone, for joining us, and thanks for Sadaya for organizing this amazing event.
Jesus Christ. Well, hello, esteemed guests. It is a pleasure to be back with you again today, if only for a short time as we discuss capital markets and AI surveillance. So we'll be exploring how the role of AI in modernizing surveillance systems, its impact on market integrity, how it helps prevent financial misdeeds, and all of the challenges and opportunities that lie ahead. So please join me in welcoming my guest to the stage, Saeed Ali Jarabi, Director, Market Surveillance and Analysis Department, Capital Market Authority. So it's such a pleasure to have you with us today.
Thank you.
So let's get straight into it. We're going to talk first about the main objectives of the Capital Market Authority's strategic initiative to boost trust in the capital market, because you employ a risk-based approach to supervision. So talk us through how that impacts the efficiency and the effectiveness of the regulatory process.
First of all, I would like to thank you for this starting point, as I would like to link our main objectives of this initiative with the high growth in capital market. As you all know, the Saudi capital market has been growing rapidly with high number of listed securities and a diverse range of investors participating in the market. In fact, this expansion has increased the need for robust market monitoring. So our main objective is to improve our market monitoring by adopting more effective risk-based approach and utilizing AI and machine learning in our market surveillance. We are also looking to identify participants earlier to make sure we are working with them on their behavior in the market, ensuring that participant mistakes not become long-term bad behavior in the market, and ensure they are willing to know what they are doing wrong and act better in the market. And this approach, to be honest, it will provide more and more advantages if we use sophisticated AI and machine learning systems, as AI systems are highly effective, improve over the time as we integrated more data sources and more models to enhance our result. By adapting or using machine learning, we will be able to effectively analyze and aggregate high volume of data, boosting our accuracy and efficiency of our result. This will enable us to maintain high level of trust in our market. As a result of this, we'll be able in future to increase the efficiency of our oversights, saving time and effort to be shifted to another important activities in the market, and dealing with something more important is big data, as our market transactions grow over the time, and staying ahead technologically as we make sure our technologies are better than what market participants have. In overall, I think this approach will not only improve our oversight, will make our processes more efficient and responsive to dynamic market environment, addressing evolving risk and opportunities.
I think that's really important to point out as well, because the whole point here is greater transparency and greater fairness in the capital market. So what are the key mechanisms that are being developed to address those qualitative violations in this ever-evolving capital market?
I think our mandate to address all violations in the market, but we have developing sophisticated mechanism to address a specific type or qualitative type of violations, as we are incorporating sophisticated AI and machine learning tools that are able to detect abnormal patterns in the market and anomalies that indicate violations which the traditional methods might miss in the market. So by focusing on this advanced analytical techniques, we'll be able to pinpoint the qualitative violations or misconduct in the market and take timely action to maintain our market integrity. By identifying this risk, I think we will be able easily to work with participants on their behavior also, to aware them about what's wrong, what's acceptable in the market, because not all market participants know what's wrong, what's right in the market, because they are trading and they don't understand rules, and they need to be aware about what's wrong in the market.
Absolutely, and as you stated there, it's about identifying those areas in the market that traditional means could miss.
Yes, and this also, I think, will lead to, greater transparency in the market, as we use sophisticated tools to identify and address violations, and greater fairness, as all participants in the market are subject to the same analysis processes.
Of course, there would still have to be challenges, though, in implementing this.
Yeah, I think it's a challenge because, as you know, behavior, if you wanted to define what is normal behavior in the market, you have to study all behavior in the market, because behavior is different from security to another based on market conditions and other related factors. It's difficult to standardize what is wrong, what's right in the market.
So how is the Capital Market Authority going to measure the success and the impact of the strategic initiative that you talked about?
Actually, measuring things, it depends on what are you looking for. In our case, we measure our success in this initiative or with this initiative by a set of metrics. For example, we have achieved more than 40% reduction in false positives and more than 300% increase in the number of cases we were able to catch up. This figures indicates that our new tool or methods are efficient to improve our market surveillance capabilities.
So as we draw to the end of this session, Saeed, just talk us through the next steps and the milestones for this initiative and how stakeholders can stay informed and also provide their input and their feedback.
Actually, we have to think about AI and machine learning. There are always next step in AI and machine learning. So we have, as we move forward with our initiative, we laid out some of key next step or milestones. First, we are focusing on transferring knowledge and sharing insight about what best practice in the market, what is the most effective tools to improve our market monitoring. Means we are interacting with experts in the world and staying updated about best practice. Second, we are developing innovative mechanism or technologies that has been effective in other markets, ensuring it's customized to meet our needs as Saudi market. Finally, I think which is good to understand the behavior of our market participant, we are exploring new technologies and approaches to understand or to better understand behavior and different behaviors of our market participant. There is also something we can measure here, finally saying there is something new or new skills that our team are exposed to, which means their knowledge and understanding of new techniques grow, and they are exercising new methods of thinking about problems, which enable them to be more innovative in the future.
So it's so fascinating to hear all about that and the amazing advancements that have been taking place in this space. It's such a pleasure to speak to you. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
And now it's over to Ben.
Thank you so much, Anjali. Nice to have you back. Thank you very much. Now, we have something rather special for you. And I'd like to take you live now, if we can, to Central Riyadh. And I'm hoping we're able to show you an image. It's a very special image of an event that's going on right now. This is, as we've discussed, the AI Olympiad. 90 students competing right now for gold in the Olympiad. You can almost feel the tension in the room. 25 countries from 6 continents. These students are going through 2 rounds of tests and exams. There's a scientific one and a practical one. The one you're looking at right now is the 4th hour of their practical exam. At least 45 of these students will receive medals, either gold, silver, or bronze, and their hard work and all that studying and all that tension and nerves in the room will be rewarded at an awards ceremony tomorrow. It will be held right here at the GAIN Summit. The students will be with us to pick up those awards, and so if you want to join them for that awards ceremony, it's taking place in one of our breakout stages called AI Unplugged, just outside there. The session when they'll get their medals is called AI on My Terms, Youth Chasing the Next Gen AI Path. So we wish them well, good luck as they approach the end of that 4-hour exam. So do check that out, the AI Olympiad being held right here in Riyadh. Now, it has been a very busy morning. We've got a busy afternoon planned for you as well. We do, though, want to give you time to check out all the amazing stuff that is going on our other stages outside. So thank you for your attention so far this morning. We will resume here on this stage in 30 minutes. Thank you.
In the vast space where art meets AI, where human emotion merges with technology, we stand on the edge of innovation. Welcome to a fusion of creativity and science, where the mind symphonies are transformed into vivid tapestries of light and sound. Today at the GAIN Summit, we reveal a spectacle where each note is not just heard, but felt, and each light stroke paints emotions. Musicians channel data through AI brainwaves headsets, turning emotions' melodies into a language of visual poetry. This is more than a performance. It's a tribute to the future, where innovation and imagination unite. Welcome to the GAIN Summit, where today's dreams shape tomorrow's realities.
فوق هام السحب فوق هام السحب وإن كنتي ثرى فوق عالي الشهر يا أغلى ثرى عزك القدام وامجادك ورا من حكى فيك حسادك ترى ما درينا بهرج حسادك أبدا أنت ما مثل حدي بلد من على الرمضة مشى.
On this desert, people who walked barefooted and those who watered your dust with tears, with blood and sweat, they deserve you. We are your people, our homeland.
يا دارنا وخير كثير ومن دعا لله وبشرعه حكم يستاهلك ومن رفع راسك على كل الأمم يستاهل ومن ثنى بالسيف دونك والقلب يستاهل يستاهلك يا دارنا أنها أنت سواد عيوننا شعب
It is such an incredibly moving, beautiful bit of theatre. So thank you so much for that. Every time I watch that, it gets more and more powerful. It really is incredible. So good afternoon. Welcome to part 2 of day 2. And as I said, we have a busy afternoon ahead, as you would expect. There is so much more for us to tackle, to debate, and to discuss throughout this afternoon. We're going to look at everything from energy consumption, whether there is enough power to go around in this AI revolution. We'll look at how AI is changing sport and elite athletes. We'll also weigh up measuring return on investment, how to make long-term bets and build value, whilst also making sure we don't place the cost on society or the environment. But before all that, I want us to look at how government spending can influence, shape the development of AI, how it can be focused and prioritized to boost not only innovation, but to generate the greatest social impact. So to do that, please welcome Ray Wang, who's the chairman and CEO of Constellation Research, and his panel.
Hello, everybody. Welcome. Hope you have a great, wonderful lunch. This is our amazing panel talking about government and AI. I'm going to introduce everybody here, and well, they can introduce themselves, and we'll start with a conversation about where government and AI and the roles. We have some unique perspectives looking at it from the actual government perspective, the cloud perspective provider, and of course, the VC environment here in Saudi. So I'll start with Tala. So welcome. Quick introductions.
Thank you so much. So I'm very proud to say I'm from the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. I'm from Jeddah, so represent. Thank you so much, Gain, for having me. It's always a pleasure to be here. And so by background, I'm an active angel investor, and I run my own advisory firm. And today I'm representing the Middle East Venture Capital Association, where I'm a board member.
Very cool. Welcome, welcome. Talal, tell us a little bit about yourself.
Yeah, thank you. Talal Bakr, I'm the CEO of SCCC Alibaba Cloud, the JV with Alibaba Cloud and STC, Site, Sky, and EW Partners. I dabble into entrepreneurship a little bit. I have a few fintechs. We're working on new initiatives, social media, AI. And if we're going to represent, then representing Riyadh.
There you go. Riyadh, Jeddah, Rivalry. Let's start first. Go ahead. So,
thank you. So I'm from a different kingdom, the United Kingdom. I'm a parliamentarian. I sit on the House of Lords, the upper house of Parliament over there, and I was on the AI and Weapons Systems Committee, which we did, and I sit on the National Security Committee as well. And I'd like to thank our host, who have done just a tremendous job welcoming us here in Riyadh. Thank you.
So we're going to start with a question, really talking about AI and its perspective and the role governments play. And as we see more and more, governments are important in terms of establishing the policies, the regulatory framework, the investment climate, and the environment. I'm going to start with you, Lord Sarfraz. Like, what is happening in AI in the UK? And give us an outside-in perspective of things that are working.
Well, in terms of government, I don't need to remind folks in this room that all of this action in AI, all of this buzz, wouldn't have been possible had there not been government support for decades, right? The history of AI and government support, whether that's early stage R&D, whether that's buying software, it's been happening for years and years. And we see that today we're beneficiaries over here of government support for AI. So it's very, very important. The action, whether it's in the UK or I think in the US, will happen in 3 areas initially, I think. One is in defense. And this is not something to get scared about. This is not sort of, AI in actual missiles and profiling, et cetera. This is about defense being a big enterprise and having the same problems that any corporation does. And so one of the issues we have, and it's not just us, it's around the assets, keeping the assets, whether those are helicopters or planes or ships, ready to go, and knowing when there's maintenance needed. So predictive maintenance in defense is a huge application. We have a couple of 100 pilots right now in the UK in defense. And just to tell you the scale of it, we've got aircraft, 137 Typhoon aircraft. These are our primary aircraft in the UK. They cost 110 million pounds each. At any one time, only 80 can fly. And only 60 can be tasked with a mission. And that's a whole lot of assets sitting there with nothing to do, right? And so that's where you need predictive maintenance and AI application. And there are challenges with government buying, but I think that's a big use case. Then in healthcare, so the NHS in the UK is the largest employer in Europe, over 1 million employees, and we spend, what, 220 billion pounds last year on the NHS. But still, there's 7.5 million people on NHS waitlist. That's another obvious AI use case. And so the issue is to get sponsors, to get champions in government to take this on. There's no politician who will go to the electorate and say, I'm going to be the AI champion. They can say, I'll be the champion in reducing NHS waitlist. So you saw the debate this morning, early, the Trump-Harris debate. There was no mention of who's going to be the AI champion, right? Now, and the third area, I think, is in benefits administration. And so that's huge as well. So in the UK, we spend 250 billion pounds a year on benefits, all types of benefits. And we have 4,000 people working on just identifying fraud and leakage in benefits. And that's another obvious opportunity. And so I think you'll see the enterprise demand for AI from government exponentially increasing.
Lord Sarfa, that's amazing. You talked about operational efficiency, predictive maintenance, the ability to use regulatory compliance, the ability to actually find fraud, abuse, and waste in an area. Those are real-world use cases that are happening. But to make that happen, there are probably some fundamentals that have to happen. Talal, talk about what's important to set up the right environment, not just the technology, but also the culture that's required for AI to be successful.
That's an amazing question. Now, what we're seeing a lot of times is there is huge ambition for a lot of things. And what we start to work on is we start to work on the AI journey. So we start to look at what data sets do you have in place? Are the data sets in the right structure? Are they cleansed properly? Are they being stored? And then this approach actually has two verticals to it. The first thing is, how do we look at historical data? And how do we look at new data that's coming in and being fed into the system so that it becomes your new setup? And once we start to look at that, we start to build guidelines and governance models for the data lake that will be in place. Getting that data lake in place is very critical. Understanding how we really nurture it and continue to feed it is very critical. And then we start to break things into two elements. Do we want to utilize pre-existing models, or do we want to go and build new models and train new models? And that requires an approach of understanding where the problem is, how long are we willing to wait until we get proper results, how critical are the results, and throughout this process, we do a lot of fine-tuning. Finally, after that, we move it into the actual utilization phase and the inferencing phase and working on that element. So it's a journey at the end of the day where we start to look at the whole start to finish elements and how do we continuously have it evolved and continuously going into a loop where everything feeds in and continues to evolve and fine-tune throughout the different stages.
That's a very important point. You sense, you learn, you act, you then actually take that and refine and you build that loop. And to do AI properly, you can't just do it overnight. You have to have that data strategy that you're talking about. And it takes years. We've seen companies like Uber improve their ability to do dynamic pricing, ride matching, ride batching, so that you can actually put more cycles in for a driver and also reduce your carbon footprint. And so a lot of the usage is there, but it starts with the data strategy. So you have to get that data strategy right. Now, in addition to that, right, if you think about the environment where a government can do to help set policies, not only in data strategy, but also in terms of the opportunities and use cases out there, there's also an investment environment that's important, right? Getting startups and opening up the opportunities for others. We talked about in the other panel why AI jobs might be different in the world of AI. Well, a lot of that really comes into where people are investing into the future. Tala, talk about what does that venture community look like? What are startups looking for that right framework to be successful in this environment?
Absolutely. I think especially in this part of the world, it is very important for VCs to work with governments to identify what are those technologies that governments want to drive demand for. We know that Saudi Arabia is building a lot of data centers. Talal, your company is going to benefit from that in distributing its cloud. We know that Amazon this morning announced an $8 billion investment in building out data centers. Yep. And so as VCs, our role, actually, if we're being smart about it, is to look at documents like Vision 2030 to identify where the demand is going, and accordingly identify what are the applications that are going to sit on top of the LLMs, the data centers that are going to need investment. And so I think in this part of the world, actually, the VCs have an easier job because we do work hand in hand with the government. We do want to support government initiatives, and we do want to be demand-driven. And we have the luxury of, being in a country and in a region that is very stable. And we understand these days that, driving AI strategy requires a stable regulatory environment where the regulations are clear. One of the challenges that the US has for VCs is regulation is really unclear when it comes to what data sovereignty looks like, how data is protected. It seems like there's 4 or 5 or 6 different regulatory agencies, whereas if you look at this part of the world, it's really clear from a VC perspective, okay, so this is what the data sovereignty laws are like, okay, this is where the government wants to go and this is what it wants to achieve. In terms of AI adoption, this is how much in cost savings it wants to do, and then the role of the VCs is to identify those founders that are meeting those needs and those requirements.
Yeah, it's a great point, right? Without a clear regulatory framework and the ground rules being set, it's hard to work. Coming from Silicon Valley, I can tell you we are the Canary Islands for data privacy, right? There's not a lot of rules and everything is running wild. Having some good regulatory frameworks really helps move things along. We see that as well with crypto investing in this area. This is an area where people have been very, very strong with rules and regulations that create those opportunities. Now, I'm going to ask all the panelists the same question, and I'm kind of curious where their thoughts are. We talked a little bit about, government's role in terms of promoting the right environment. What's it doing in terms of skills and having the right skills that are available from an educational perspective, from an investment perspective, also from the corporate environment that's going on? So I'll start with you, Tala.
So I think, from our perspective, the private sector has a big role to play in complementing what the government is doing. We've seen a lot of accelerators come up, and of course, I'm speaking from the local perspective over here in Saudi Arabia, where, the government, and I'll cite the Ministry of Communication and Information Technology, who've been incredible partners to the private sector in driving accelerators and initiatives like Code, among others, to really try to identify those gaps and those high potential candidates and upskill them. But I think another critical point, in addition to upskilling and helping increase adoption in AI, in particularly training people in that field, is having that mindset shift. Getting folks to think about themselves as entrepreneurs and be open to taking risks. And even more important than that is thinking global. Why only build for Saudi Arabia? Why only build for the MENA region? Think global. Why can't we have the best talent coming from here?
No, that's great. And then Talal, when you think about it, there's some advantages here that are amazing, like the new Arabic language model. That is a very important step towards that innovation. What else are you seeing here?
Yeah, just to touch on what Talat said, there is a lot of initiatives. The accelerator Gaia with the Garage and Sadaya is doing amazing work. We're seeing a lot of training elements. Twig Academy, we have Sadaya Academy as well, coming up with unique AI curriculums to really train the entry-level students and really bring up that skill set. And what we're seeing today is, as we start to train that sort of entry-level employees set, we're also seeing a lot of people coming from abroad who have AI knowledge, who've gained it, who've worked on multiple projects. I've had the pleasure of sitting with a lot of doctorates working on this. I've sat down also with people who are not doctorates, actually, they're in other fields, but they're enthusiasts, and they've been training themselves and developing themselves. And what we've been working with is trying to find a way to guide them and sort of work hand in hand with them to really take them to the next level. And touching on what Tala mentioned, it is accelerators here. We take that knowledge that they have and we start to empower them, build a system where they get coached by people who have more experience from outside of the country to bring them and to take whatever they're developing, their vision for what they want to build, be it on a project basis or on a startup basis, and take it to the next level and accelerate that development element.
I mean, Sarfraz, the UK has been a powerhouse of AI since the beginning, from Turing and on, and we've seen a lot of innovations there. What's the government doing as well in general, speaking on, not necessarily on your behalf, but in terms of your viewpoint of where the UK and what they're doing in terms of lessons learned? So.
One of the things we need to become better at is equipping government to be a good customer to AI firms. And you just take defense as an example. If you're an AI business and you want to sell to any NATO country's defense ministry, it's exhausting, the process. For us, we have 12,000 people working in defense procurement, civil servants, 12,000. They could have their own company and go public, just this procurement team, right? And so how do you get the right skill set from the private sector in? We can't convince people to leave their wonderful careers in tech firms with beanbags and granola dispensers and all of this stuff to come work in the Ministry of Defense. And so that's a challenge. The second is to have a mechanism to buy quickly. Right now, government takes 2 years just to express what they need to buy. Just to express what they need to buy. So we've set up something, a smaller unit to make quick purchase decisions. And so, there's a lot of effort in trying to scale up. But the other issue is around ethics. Because again, no politician wants to be the one who messed it up on AI. So last year, we held our big AI safety summit in the UK, which was a huge success. But the thing that was bothering everyone was it makes no difference unless the Chinese participate. And not only did they participate, but they were incredibly active. So I'm actually very optimistic about where we're going in terms of ethics and agreeing with our partners, allies, and adversaries and competitors around ethics.
Yeah, setting the ground rules is really important in building that ethical framework. We heard this morning about responsible AI and the ethics and things that are required to get there. Now, I'm going to ask real quickly, what's important about sovereign AI? Is that going to be important in this region? Do you see sovereign AI in terms of taking off? I'll start with you, Talal.
Yeah, okay, I think this is a very important subject and very near and dear to me. Sovereignty on multiple elements is very critical. And we've actually coined a phrase within the company, continuous sovereignty. So it's not just about the sovereignty of data, it's the sovereignty of different elements within the cycle. So be it the operational element, be it the control element, and be it the asset element. And having that setup of sovereignty and control for AI is becoming more and more critical. One thing that happened that we're all familiar with, what was extremely disappointing to every AI enthusiast, was that OpenAI went from being an open company to a closed company. That is very scary because that was an asset people were touching and utilizing, and then it became a closed source element and you don't have access to it. And while there are other LLMs and other technologies that are still open source, it is really raising a flag where things need to be controlled in a better manner so that you can at least ensure continuous operation regardless of what happens and regardless of any obstacle that could be faced.
Would you say sovereign AI is the foundation for a country's future?
Of course, because right now we can all agree that AI is the new wave of technology and the new waves of adaptability and enhancement. A lot of things that will really streamline and really leapfrog all governments and allow us to go to the next stage of evolution is predominantly based on AI. So not being able to play a part there and an active part is going to be hindering any country's actually ambitions.
All right, Lord Sarfraz, you're ready to jump in?
If there's one thing we can achieve today, is the concept of sovereign AI should be deleted from everyone's minds. This is a ridiculous concept, right? I'm all for sovereign data sets and local laws and regulation. You don't want sovereign AI. You want the best, safest, and most effective AI. And whether that's bought from the US or anywhere, China, or anywhere, doesn't matter. You can't get into this AI sovereignty arms race. This is ridiculous. And it's becoming more and more popular, and I hope at GAIN it's finished.
But where's the innovation going to come from, right? Like one country is going to do it in a different way, another one's going to learn. We've got to at least have a little bit of competition. We've entered the debate phase here, but I'm kind of curious. I'll let you jump in since you haven't spoken yet on sovereign AI.
Yeah, I mean, I think, I don't have a strong opinion either way, but I'll put on my, investor hat. And of course, when you have data sovereignty, something to consider is you do need to build out local servers, right, and local data centers. And so that's going to require huge infrastructure spending depending on how big, how big your data center can handle, what your GPU cluster profile looks like. And so, and we know that, the technology behind GPUs is changing on an annual basis. And so those are cost considerations that, that you really want to think about. Now, as a venture capitalist who doesn't invest in infrastructure, but in software, all I care about is, that, we're meeting, the basic policies and regulations of the country, and that startups and entrepreneurs have effective access to low-cost compute. That's all I care about. So.
Well, we're going to have this big debate in the future. I can see this as a Davos World Economic Forum session, globalist AI versus nationalist AI. The battle begins. No, but I think there are some great points here, right? I mean, I understand your point about seeing the broader picture, being able to learn from the best in terms of having that knowledge, but countries also feel a need to protect themselves. So,
sir, look, there's going to be about 150 countries in the world who don't have the infrastructure, don't have the energy, don't have the skill set to develop any sovereign AI. So there should be a small number with sovereign solutions, and what is everyone else going to do? It's ridiculous, this concept. You want the very best solutions, not your inward thinking solutions.
If I can touch on that, just the point, because right now we've seen current AIs, current models that are extremely publicly available that have been manipulated and controlled into specific guidelines that are not making sense, that are changing historical facts, that are challenging a lot of things. Here it becomes a very big issue of, okay, we can have one big AI for the world, but there are things that all countries don't agree on. What are we going to do in that case? Who's going to be the right or wrong element of choosing where the AI goes? The guardrails that we put in place. There are things that are universally accepted, but there are things that are universally challenged between one country and another. Who's going to be the judge, the jury? Who's going to be the person who's executing it? And how are you going to ensure whatever is executed is, or whatever is agreed on is actually executed? Because at the end of the day, you're talking about billions and trillions of training modules over billions and trillions of different use cases and
I gotta say one thing. I'm sorry, I won't say anything out of it. We're talking about government AI investment, right? Defense is the biggest driver for government AI investment right now. And all defense operations right now globally happen with allies. You have to be able to share data, you have to be able to share platforms, you have to be able to do all of that. Right? There's no operation without allies. And so you need to be able to develop these guardrails, these systems together with allies.
I think we're going to see different things. We think about ethics and AI. It's going to be hard to come to an agreement on a lot of things, but so long systems are transparent, they're explainable, they're reversible, you learn them over time, and of course you put a human in the loop, we can build a framework that most people can agree on. But values and ethics are very, very hard. But switching topics real quick, since we've got you here, I'm a startup, I'm in AI. What do you look for? What would you look for in an investor? What do you look for in a startup founder that gets you interested, especially in that field of government AI?
Yeah, I definitely think that the founders that we look for, it's really incredible, it's really important. Can you hear me?
Yeah, now we can.
Okay, perfect. I think it's really important to look for founders who have a different perspective on the future, but who also have a very concrete, vision for where they want to take things. I think tenacity, listening, and not just listening to your investors, but listening to the market, right? And what the market, being able to pivot. And so I think that the things that I've always looked for in founders is not going to change with AI. Now, we have an advantage, and I think you alluded to this earlier, Ray, in that a lot of AI startups, in Silicon Valley are looking to come to the Saudi market, but their models are not built on Arabic language data. They're not built on data that comes from this region and the cultural traits that we have here. So I think this is a very unique opportunity to build something in that space that can facilitate sort of partnership with AI companies abroad. So those are some of the things that I'm currently looking for.
All right, we're going to do a lightning round where the panelists actually have to answer the questions in like 2 or 3 seconds. So we'll do it very, very quickly. Tala, this is the question, so everyone has it. So favorite AI movie, sci-fi scene. Go ahead. Her, okay, go ahead.
Terminator.
Terminator, dystopian. All right.
I'm going to pass. I'm not a big...
You'll pass on the question, okay. Question about AI. What do you think the use case is that's going to be the most popular one?
Most popular?
Yes. You said defense earlier, but do you think it's going to be...
Healthcare. I mean, healthcare for sure.
Which one?
Healthcare.
Healthcare. Okay, go ahead. What do you think?
I think the arts, specifically around film and music and things like that.
So film, creativity, the music, we're going to unleash a creativity age. Tala.
Yeah, I have to agree with the Lord. I think biotech and digital twins and being able to have predictive healthcare is going to have...
So drug discovery, going from $1 billion from a molecule to market, it's going to be compressed, and we can actually give it down from 10 years to 5 years. All right.
Great, I have a question for you.
Uh-oh.
And you were going to ask us this question, but we said that we were going to skip this question. So Harris or Trump?
Harris or Trump? Oh my God. The betting markets say Trump, but we'll see what actually happens in this US election. Real quick, last question. Will we be talking about AI next year?
Yes.
Of course.
Of course, you said the betting market says that, but Taylor Swift has already said Biden.
Taylor Swift. All right. Well, hey, please give a round of applause to our amazing panel, Tala, Talal, and Lord Safras. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ray.
What an amazing panel, ladies and gentlemen. As the day 2 of GAIN continues, we look forward to not simply just the panels here, but of course the different panels that are available, that are being managed right now at AI Synergy and AI Labs. Of course, there's the MOU stage, and communicating and connecting with the people on the ground, whether it being the leaders from the AI sector, young students, and people alike, are here to enjoy the day. And as we move forward to the next panel, I am looking forward to this conversation very much so. We can't deny how AI has changed our world. We can't deny how AI is not simply a revolution, but it's also something that's been here for ages. Today, we're utilizing it to the maximum, and we're optimizing it in the best way possible. If you'd like to please welcome on the stage with me our panelists for this session. Thank you, everyone. As AI continues to grow, its transformative benefits are being utilized by companies efficiently, but at a cost. We've had a conversation behind the scenes with our panelists here today, and we have quite a few interesting takes on it. I think I'd like to start with the advancement of technology and the use of AI, of course, and how much energy it's been using, and this comes at a cost. The more we advance, the more energy is consumed. But frankly speaking, we have a lot of environmental issues to address and fix. What are the challenges? That would be the first question. What are the takeoffs, and how can we fix this? So, if you may, John, let's start with you.
So I think the energy usage is obviously a factor that everyone is talking about. And in fact, it came up on the last panel as well. I do think, it introduces that concept of trade-offs. We need to be thinking about, are we getting the benefits we want from AI? Are we getting, at a cost that we can afford? I think as we look at things like sovereign AI, there are going to be countries that have an easier time with that. I think we have trade-offs with where we produce AI. I think we can work on looking at producing it in places where it has maybe a less carbon footprint for the energy it uses. And then obviously, you know, from a NVIDIA perspective, we're spending a lot of effort on making that production process as efficient as possible. So, you know, new generations of hardware that maybe they take more energy per rack, but that rack does the work of 3 racks before. So we can make things more efficient. New software, I think someone alluded to that earlier today, the software quality has to improve. And so everyone at the user end, at our end, and everyone in between is working on that.
Cameron, you had a lot to say on this earlier today, as well as Tenley, and it's more about understanding how much we are consuming and how we can balance it out.
Yeah. So working as a venture capitalist in industrials, we're trying to think 10 years in advance and solve the problems that are coming. And one of the big problems with AI is that it works, and that means it's in demand. In the US today, it consumes, via data centers, about 5% of our power. By 2030, that number might be 10%. And the question is, how do we deliver that power effectively? And each country around the world faces constraints in solving that problem. What's unique about Saudi Arabia is the temperature. Backstage, we were talking about cooling. How do you cool the data center? Do you use water? Do you use desalinated water? Where do you get that? What does it cost? Do you have access to things like nuclear power? In countries like Saudi, they don't today, but that means that they're taking the lead on solving these challenges with renewables and firming those renewables via hydro storage and other techniques. And I think when we look across the world, we're going to see a real advancement in energy infrastructure that's making it exciting today to be a venture capitalist, and why countries like Saudi Arabia, as an energy leader, are taking the lead in AI.
Thank you. I think I would want to add a bit of color on that as well. And you know, AI is one of the highest application or data centers and cloud computer in general among the highest demand of power in Saudi Arabia as part of our journey to achieve carbon neutrality. We've been embarking on deploying vast renewable energy. And the challenges around renewable energy are around availability of sun, availability of wind, of course, but also availability of land. And Saudi Arabia happens to have all 3 of them. So far in our program, we've deployed around, we've contracted for 23 gigawatts up until the end of 2023. This year alone, we're going for 20 gigawatts of solar energy, and we're going to continue to do that to reach 50% of the grid of renewable energy by 2030. This is together with achieving lower prices. This would be an attractive region and place to attract global companies who are investing in data centers and cloud computers and AI applications to come to the kingdom. And we're coupling that together with energy storage. So one of the things that is interesting for us as we deploy renewable energy is that the solar energy that we have are going through the day, but our wind energy are giving us energy through the night as well. And we are able now to plan for deploying storage and battery storage to cater between those areas. So we're deploying about 8 gigawatt hour of storage every year between now and 2030, and we plan to exceed 40 gigawatt hour of storage to be able to cater for high-intensity renewable energy demand, but also cater for the country's strategy. And we are also looking at water energy pump storage. That's going to take us around 8 gigawatt hour as well of storage. And I think the combination of all of these should provide a platform, an attractive platform to invite AI applications to come in.
Dr. Majid.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, I think we should also, I mean, everyone agrees that AI and data centers are increasing in energy consumption, but to be fair and to look at the whole picture, we should also look at the energy reduction they cause, and the applications that are built on these centers. So if we look at the demand side, for example, energy, we see a lot of applications powered by AI to reduce energy intensity in buildings, We have several applications in government buildings, in malls, for cooling, for even data centers themselves. Autonomous cars also will reduce energy consumption in the transportation sector. We have a lot of solutions in the supply side of energy, in the oil and gas sector, drilling, refining, logistics, pipelines, and storage. We also have a lot of applications in the electricity sector and electricity dispatch, smart grid applications. AI can also improve the use and or utilization of renewable energy. So there are applications where we can forecast wind and solar energy generation that would help us improve the renewable energy that we could accept into the grid. We have actually in the Ministry of Energy designed such solutions and launched it on a POC basis for 2 plants, for a solar plant and for a wind plant in the kingdom. We see this huge potential of AI to improve the energy efficiency in the kingdom. That's why the Ministry of Energy worked with Sadaya to launch the AI Energy Center, ACE. We also established a general department for artificial intelligence in the ministry that would promote such applications. We're working with a lot of government entities, with Sadaya, with research institutes, with CACs, to the universities, to develop such solutions and help the energy sector benefit from AI applications to improve intensity, to improve reliability, reduce carbon footprint, improve renewable penetration.
The carbon footprint has always been an issue for quite some time now, and every company here in Saudi Arabia, and I believe this is a global issue. Reducing carbon footprint is not it's not a challenge per se, but it is one, and at the same time, it's fixable. There are solutions. We spoke earlier about data centers and how, for example, in the US, it's one of the highest numbers of data centers. And cooling these data centers can be a challenge. But Cindy, you also mentioned something earlier, that we have the solution. It's simple.
Well, so we understand the physics. So water cooling is almost always more efficient than air cooling. So one of the innovations we're having is how we can implement water cooling into our server design, which is to empower as many as possible servers in the world. So what we are trying to do is to save the energy, goes to each rack. And thinking of the high density of today's technology, for instance, we're using NVIDIA's H100, H200. Each rack is consume about 100 kW power into it. How is it possibly to cool down and still at the same time remain the same efficiency to perform the best, to process as much as data we can. And that's the challenge. That's also one of the innovations we're trying to do. On the other hand, we're also wanted to implement more edge computing. So we're let the server close to where the data generated. In this way, so we can just process the data locally instead of moving data back and forth. There's 2 ways to save the energy. One is make it liquid cooling vastly available in the data center. Another way is we enhance the technology on the edge side to try to move as less as possible data between data center and edge.
Can renewable energy sources realistically keep up with the power needs of AI systems? And we can use the Tesla example here. Tesla's gigafactories are powered by solar and renewable energy, but their output isn't yet sufficient to power high compute AI tasks. What lessons can be learned from here? And this is not a one-size-fits-all approach. What can apply to location X might not apply to location B.
Right. So maybe I can chime in first on this one. If I was looking at an article area from the World Economic Forum that the total materials used to build renewable energy in 2022 alone was 72 million metric tons. This number is expected to quadruple by 2050. to 360. And it's expected to go above 400 million tons if the growth continues to be this way. So I think the whole world is going around ahead with renewable energy, not only for AI applications, but also for decarbonization reasons and other valuable reasons. In Saudi Arabia, the principal buyer has been tasked to carry on the plan of the Ministry of Energy to deploy the renewable energy. And we've seen the challenges around the supply chain, the capability of the contractors to be able to build that in time with the fast pace that we're building. But also, there was the challenge of the availability of land that you could provide for the renewable energy, in whether it's solar or wind. There was, we were looking at one of the projects that we've just recently signed late last year for wind turbine projects of 700 megawatts. The area of that project was 100 kilometers square, so land is a scarcity and one of the bottlenecks that as you continue to deploy renewable energy, there will be a challenge. So I think it's, and this challenge is different from one year to another. And as we are going with the global world, in the global world, there are opportunities for international players to place their investments and place their business where the access to renewable energy and access to cheaper, clean renewable energy is available. And we are glad that we have achieved one of the, actually the lowest data points in terms of price for solar of 1 cent per kilowatt hour and wind of 1.58 cents per kilowatt hour. I think those prices are competitive enough to attract businesses that are willing to grow in utilizing renewable energy.
So I believe that's one of the part. A smart data center can use some of the AI's help. So for instance, for data center, AI can predict the forecast, just you mentioned. During the daytime, we can use the solar, and during the nighttime, we can use the wind energy. So not just to predict the forecast, as well as how we can do the redundancy and switch all the different renewable energy, maximize the renewable energy to power AI data center. That's a part of the key we're trying to do, right, to implement AI technology to make data centers smarter.
I think we totally agree with you there. And maybe building on that point and Dr. Majid's point earlier on what the Ministry of Energy Research is doing on the two plants that you just mentioned on how predictive AI could predict the 72 hours or so of how the wind and solar are going to react. We could help us as we run the plant and dispatch power on a daily basis to optimize the dispatch, reduce the carbon footprint, and reduce the cost.
Cameron,
yeah,
you mentioned the same earlier.
With each of these points being made, I think we've heard about how you can improve the efficiency, how you can drive down energy costs, how can you use predictive models to make the data centers know when they should be having loads being operated. And I think what's interesting about AI is that each of these things that drive efficiency means they're lowering costs. When you lower costs, you increase demand. And this is the flywheel that's going to continue to go. And with increased demand, we're going to see increased demand for energy. We're going to continue to see more and more solutions that need to come online in different countries around the world. And one of those solutions that is propping up in the US and that we actually heard Larry Ellison talk about in collaboration, I think, with NVIDIA was potentially using small modular nuclear reactors to power data centers. And this is a place where I think we're going to see a lot of global innovation, is how do you bring firmed power, so power that operates consistently 24/7, to loads that demand it. I think training models is a good example of that maybe can be contrasted with inference, which much like renewables have peak demand and then lower declines at different times during the day. And matching up your energy sources with the demand, I think, is the important part of the equation. Nuclear can be a part of it, renewables can be a part of it, and the real question for people who are investors, people in the private sector, and government is, how do you pick the right combination of these tools to lower costs and ensure that people have access to the data and systems they need to do their job each day?
Critics argue that much of the energy data from third-party data centers is still a bit unclear. How much visibility do we have into the energy consumption and environmental impact of data centers today? Can we improve transparency in these operations?
Maybe I can, I'll put in a few words and please chime in as you go. The users of renewable energy would require some transparency around how to verify if we're actually getting renewable energy per what the third-party provider is saying. And you can always have a dedicated renewable energy source connected to your facility, but that's not always the wisest, most economic solution. So as you want to connect to the grid, and you would like to know that that you're actually getting your renewable energy from a trusted source. As we are building renewable energy in Saudi Arabia, the carbon emission certificates generated from these projects are owned by a majority by the principal buyer and also partially by the developers winning these projects. And they're able to, and these carbon certificates are used to track the renewable energy into the grid. A legislation can be used in order to provide these carbon certificates, tracking system, basically, to track these renewable energy as we provide it to the consumer. We have an independent, well-recognized body that works on the clean development mechanism. It's a designated authority for registering and auditing these carbon certificates, which will ensure the transparency of the renewable energy and the green power into the grid system.
Maybe I could, I know a lot of the large companies take pride in reporting their data or energy consumption in their data centers and data warehouses. However, there might be issues with the smaller companies that don't report these figures. And I'd like to think of it as an AI problem. We have lots of solutions that would verify and monitor different operating parameters. We can, for example, estimate production levels of factories or oil plants just by satellite images. We could find out violations and land encroachments by satellite images. Maybe this is a challenge to people sitting right here. If someone could figure out a way to monitor the energy consumption of data centers or verify the reported data.
I think we have a challenge here.
Yeah, so it could be an AI challenge or an AI solution that would answer these questions and verify the data that are so important to make sure that data centers run efficiently and we can have the right renewable penetration for these plants.
This could be a competition. This could be something that can be really interesting for different companies to work on. Just managing their carbon footprint, just managing their their energy consumption. But there's also another issue. It's caused by AI, but how can they find or adapt to the word sustainability in their approach, in the way they work, in transparency, in the way they operate? And it's that word sustainability that is really, it's the elephant in the room here. Energy consumption, the rise in data demand, we want more data centers, which is resulting in more energy consumption. And Dr. Majid, of course, mentioned how the other side of the coin is it's also reducing energy in its own different way. But how can companies, what can they do to manage the growing energy consumption caused by AI? What carbon credits do?
Well, I guess the more close you're looking into the power assumption, and you can analyze this, and you have full transparency. And in this way, it's make it more visible. It's like a flywheels, you say. So more close monitoring, more transparency you provided, is actually motivate the people to do more with it. So, for instance, we can do at the very beginning by predicting how much energy will be used and how much actually we're using. Then how we can improve it. With that cycle, we provide the full transparency, and everybody can see it. And then, indeed, many data center, large data center, already have this transparency. You mentioned about the Google. Google used DeepMind to save their energy about 40%. That's a typical example. They provide full transparency, and more data centers should be using that model. In this way, we can all see how we can improve from different experience, different scales.
And I think another thing we need to kind of keep sight of, right? There is experimentation happening with these deep learning models, these large language models. But a lot of this consumption is going to go to, I'm training a model for a reason. I'm training that model to go improve the ability of doctors to take care of people. And so a substantial portion of that energy is going to go to something productive, right? We're not just running the data center, hopefully, to train the next model, right? Hopefully that model is going to do something. And so I think keeping that in mind as part of that sustainability, right? Is this an effective way to help our doctors? Is there a different way that maybe was more effective? Or is this really, hey, this is the best use of 2 megawatts we've ever made, right? I think keeping that in mind and looking at those benefits of the downstream impact of AI, the water and the cooling and the energy, there's a cost, but there's a benefit on the other side, and that's a big part of it.
And it's a circular benefit, if I may add. When we talked about the applications of AI into the energy system, in the upstream, as you design your power plants, choosing the right location of the power plant can be optimized using AI. Choosing the location of wind turbines within a plant can also use through AI, and also choosing which plant to dispatch first and how to deploy your energy storage can also be improved by applications of AI. So as the energy or renewable energy is powering the AI and data centers, that feedback also is going back into the energy system and optimizing as you go forward. So it's an interesting loop. I would like to think about it when it comes to power.
A couple of years ago, Google made headlines. They were able to manage to cut energy usage of their cooling, for cooling its data centers by 40%. So that's an impressive number, and this was a couple of years ago. I think it was maybe 2018, 2017, if I'm not mistaken, using AI. This model was applicable and efficient for Google. That's a major company. But it doesn't necessarily mean that it can be scaled to, on a global level. There are certain limitations. There could be certain limitations. So my question would be, the limitations in applying AI to self-regulate its energy consumptions. What's the challenge here? Can we use this, to train AI to basically meet the need, balance it out, lower the cost, lower energy consumption, but deliver more and better and better and better? Can we do that?
I think one of the benefits of kind of having a market mechanism is that we at least know that the demand side of the equation is solved for. Like, hopefully, the case that people can freely access and have the opportunity to use models, whether it's from OpenAI or Anthropic or whoever it is, means that we're getting a signal from the market of where do they want energy and these resources to be spent. And as long as that's clear, that energy should be going to the most useful use cases. And those also could be government or industrial applications, whether it's used for planning the placement of windmills, whether it's used for figuring out how efficiently a data center should be operated. But as long as I think we keep these models open and accessible, the market should determine the best use cases for them. And that's part of the beauty of these systems. That being said, as the demand goes up and it creates new challenges and constraints, the other opportunity that is created is that we start to see where the system breaks down. And so it may be the case that someone's pushing forward on advanced cooling solutions, and we see the edge of what's possible there. At the same time, we may have renewables deployed at scale in Saudi Arabia to meet the demand for energy and data centers. And that's forcing them to think about what is the future of batteries. Maybe that means looking at local resources like potassium instead of lithium to make the next generation of batteries that then can be deployed and sold around the world. And I think that's kind of the exciting flywheel and cycle that starts to happen when you're using and pushing these systems forward and when people get access to them.
And maybe also we could consider the software parts of operating these data centers. Software is improving. They're providing better integration with the hardware. Better facility management and energy management. In the data center buildings. So AI can play a big role, and one of the important things to recognize that AI can handle is, the different consumption patterns. When you look at these data centers, they don't operate at the same level throughout the year. We have training modes or workloads where you have very energy-intensive, load for shorter periods, and then you have, inference periods where you use the AI models that are less energy-intensive and more distributed loads. So you need to have different operating models for these different scenarios, and I think having, capable software, AI-driven software can improve the energy efficiency of data centers, by using different algorithms and techniques for different modes.
Geographical locations dictate how much energy is being consumed. This is on an overall scale. But let's say if we'd like one model, one path, one approach, AI-driven on a global scale. It's far-fetched. It's not a one-size-fits-all. But how can we try to ensure that it is available for all? That's a challenge, but there is a solution. I'd like to hear from each one what their opinion is on how to ensure that it's available to all.
Well, I guess one of the biggest problem is the talents. So the system's going too complex. So we're talking about how we can have the most use of renewable energy at the same time. So what's the peak area and how we can do the data recovering and disaster recovering. That's one of the things that require a talent to do the overall architect to see how it looks like. And today, and also if we look at the data traffic today, and a lot of data can be used in the smaller inferencing server instead of the very expensive GPU server. But do people have the talents to do so? Therefore, a lot of education needs to be happening. So making sure so people can use the very easy approach to resolve the complex problem. So that comes to how we can simplify the infrastructure design and how we can educate people more efficiently. Then in this way, we have a more clear picture to see where we want to move towards.
We are very short in time, so I'd really like for anyone who would like to participate, one sentence at max.
Okay, I'll add something quick. Yeah, so hosting data doesn't have to be local in a lot of applications. So I think we do have actually an advantage when it comes to having data centers in the kingdom, which is very competitive renewable pricing of electricity. So I think we have this advantage when we can host, data using renewable electricity that is very competitively priced.
Okay.
So maybe that was
I was going to add one more on the talents and education. It is in summits like these where people are into come and exchange ideas, learn, and try and spread the learning as we go forward on the importance of deploying these technologies, both renewable energy, of course, on my side, what I care for, but also the AI that is actually going to support this business and other important solutions for humanity. So I think summits like these will be an important start.
Good. All right. And with that, we conclude this session. Thank you very much, everyone, for attending. Thank you to the panelists here.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, and to your panelists as well. A testament to the fact that even in 3 absolutely packed days, there is still so much more we could talk about in all of these sessions. So thank you to Rowan and her panel. Now, given that AI is making its presence felt in all sorts of sectors in so many industries, it's no surprise that sport isn't immune from its influence too. From things like AI wearable technology to behavioral modeling, AI is absolutely making its presence felt. It is able to generate a wealth of real-time player data, for example. But the question is, how can all of that be used? What is it used for? And how could it change the game, whatever your sport, and whether you're a fan or an athlete yourself. And what about the businesses behind these sporting giants? So they're using it to embrace new engagement, to boost viewing and participation. So to help answer some of those questions, please welcome Donald McKelwey, who's Managing Partner at Porters Consulting, and Michael Keane, who's the Chief Science Officer at Replicate AI. Gents, welcome. Good to have you with us.
Thank you.
And this is a session I'm fascinated in, because this is when it comes sort of crashing into so many different industries, and we get a real sense of how it could change, quite literally, the game. Michael, let me start with you, because I want to split this into two areas. We can focus on the athletes themselves, can't we, and all of the data we can generate about their game. And then also, I guess, Donald, the business model itself, about how the sport businesses are using this to change how they operate. And Michael, talk to me about the athletes themselves, first of all. You know, whatever your sport, what can AI teach us about their performance and I guess, crucially, predict their performance, which is what businesses want?
As psychologists and neuroscientists, one of the greatest challenges in understanding and predicting behavior is the sheer vast number of variables that contribute to understanding us as we are and understanding how we've behaved in the past and what we're going to do in the future. And to add to that complexity, there's a constantly changing environment, and of course you as a human being are constantly evolving and changing. So how do we understand ourselves? We can use neural data as we do. We can use psychometric data or psychological data. But one of the big problems, of course, is just the sheer vast number of dimensions. And I think this is where the big opportunity for artificial intelligence is, in that it can help with dimension reduction. That is, it can help us to understand which dimensions of human behavior are the really important ones to predict outcomes, and which of those are less important. And then we can model that to predict outcomes in the future. And when you put that into a sports context, of course, it gets even more complicated, because you have a range of human experiences which are not normal. You have stress and pressure that we are not really built for as human beings. So again, you've got extra variables there which we can't normally account for. But when we have enough neural data, enough psychological data, we can begin to understand that, understand the number of dimensions, and use that to model behavior in the future.
And does it help us make that link between behavior and performance? Because that, in sport, is what's crucial, isn't it?
I mean, that's ultimately the challenge of understanding human behavior in general. And if we look back to a year ago when we came to Saudi Arabia first and started working with Twisted Minds, the esports group, we have this incredible openness to neurotechnology and to using technology in general to understand that link. Because again, it's different to performing in any walk of life in a non-pressurized environment. You put that into a pressurized environment, our human experience completely changes. Now, of course, when you look at brain data, you can predict how you're going to respond under pressure. But again, the data is so complex and so deep that we are now looking to models based off AI, which can help us to reduce the workload and make better, more refined predictions in non-typical environments.
And so that's sort of the front end, isn't it? The athletes and the players themselves. Donal, I'm interested too, because we have a different relationship with sports clubs and teams, don't we? Because of the passion and our involvement in them. But ultimately, they are businesses. They have the same ambitions and same aims. They want to make money. How does AI change what sports teams as a business can do?
Yeah, so AI is certainly a huge opportunity for the sports industry. The current market for AI in sports business is estimated to be about $10 billion, but it's going to grow very fast. And we're anticipating by 2028, the AI in sports being worth about $30 billion. So there's going to be a huge uptake. And sports clubs are a good example of institutions that can hugely benefit from AI as businesses, and in many cases, relatively small businesses. So, for example, the 180 sports clubs here in the kingdom. Many of them are going through a transformation, have an opportunity to benefit from AI. How they do that, I would divide it into 3 categories. There's what we call front of house activities of a sporting club. This is where you engage your fans. It's the sales, the ticketing, the merchandising, the PR, the match day experience. So the real opportunity there for sports clubs to increase their connection to fans and to increase their revenue. The second area is what I would call the middle office. This is the part of the sports club that leads on decision making. So for example, sports performance. You can improve sports performance in many ways through AI. One is through your recruitment of talent and being able to find the best players at the right age. Another way is your on-field tactics. Another way might be how you manage the injury prevention of your players. And then finally, and actually quite important, is just those regular back office business tasks that sports organizations also have to do, whether it be their finance, their HR, their broader operations, and increasingly within sports clubs, cost management is also becoming a priority. So the important thing for sports clubs, specifically looking at the use of AI, is to identify where they can get the biggest wins, given they are small businesses. Where should they use it?
Michael, how game-changing is this when it comes to analyzing performance? Because all teams, all players throughout history have used tools to assess how they are playing, what they need to change, and how to improve their games. You know, whether it's just watching yourself back on a video, analyzing your swing in golf, you know, using as much data and as many statistics as possible. How game-changing is this in terms of how it could revolutionize how players perform?
I think that depends on the willingness of individual clubs, organizations, federations, how willing they are to adapt to the technology that's coming. Right. So if we consider, for instance, psychological profiles, or what you might call temperament, we tend to, and particularly with older institutions, we tend to rely on intuition, or, you know, I think he's a good character, I think she'd make it good, whatever it might be. And that's all very subjective, it's opinion-based. If organizations are willing to accept that we can now objectify things which were previously subjective, I think there is an absolutely massive opportunity. Because on the one hand, we have reached a plateau in most physical sports in terms of physical conditioning. And there is a massive opportunity in neuroscience and AI to look at, broadly speaking, mental and psychological performance. So if I can give you a quick example, we were working with a player in one of the English clubs in the Premier League, and his performance was decreasing and dropping and dropping. And the club obviously were very concerned because they've put a huge investment into the player. The player himself was concerned. And we measured brain data, psychological data, and et cetera. And we were able to show that his drops in performance were not the cause of his psychological distress, but rather it was the other way around, that his psychological distress came first, and then the drop in performance came afterwards. So the management team were exceptionally open to this idea that we were able to objectify what they thought was a laziness or an apathy that was coming, but he was getting anxious. That was making him really passive as a sports person. It looked like he didn't care. So what is the natural response then as a human being is you try to motivate him even more. Yep. There's punishments, there's threats, and that was just making him worse. They were open enough to allow us to come in and show that the data actually was the other way around. And then they listened and said, well, what can we do? And we said, okay, based on this data, you treat this person this way, this is how they learn, this is the way they receive information. And once they did that, once they took the guesswork out of it, they were able to then, first of all, treat him differently, but secondly, justify within this group where everybody's treated the same, treating him differently. He felt better, they felt better, the other players around him felt better, and ultimately, it was a win-win for everybody. And again, if we look at the region here, in Saudi Arabia in particular, the openness and willingness to adapt to this new technology, in my view, will allow teams who do that to progress much, much, much quicker. And federations, and I mean, a good example is again, to speak to our esports example with Twisted Minds, it's that openness that will, in my view, accelerate these federations and teams forward.
I want to come on to things like talent spotting as well in a second, and also the applications of this, I guess, built in sport, but in other industries too. But Donald, talk to me, we've sort of looked at what it could change within a business or within a sports team. Externally as well, we know that sport is all about engagement with fans and viewers. Where does AI come into that? I guess in knowing more about who is watching or engaged or participating, why they are doing so, and how you can deliver them more of what they want.
Yeah, so beyond high performance, which is one of the most publicized areas of AI in sports, because you can show with athletes those quite tangible and practical improvements in performance driven through data and predictive models. But also AI is changing how we as amateur athletes or viewers of sport are engaging. So for example, many people here will have a Whoop band, which gives you access to an AI coach. So now you have a personal trainer that can actually give personalized advice based specifically on your biometrics, your sleeping habits, your exercise habits, in a way that's actually better than what existed previously, where you would have to find the individual coaches. And in fact, interestingly, Whoop, since they started collaborating with OpenAI on the AI coach and changed the language to a more natural language, saw a huge uptake in the number of users using that AI coach as a personal trainer, because you want it to feel authentic. A second big area in sports that's going to be significantly changed by AI is the fan experience and the fan engagement. We already see examples of that in the US. The NFL in the last few seasons have been working with a company called Wicket to really streamline the whole process of the fan through the stadium and through the game day, through using AI, through actually capturing all their details from their ticketing, through their purchasing, through biometrics, and laying out the journey around the stadium in a way that is monetized better and reduces the need for head count on game day, which is a big expense when putting on events. So there's a huge opportunity, and there's a huge opportunity for Saudi in this space. Saudi Arabia is bidding to host some of the biggest events in sport. The World Cup 2034 could be a huge opportunity for Saudi to demonstrate how AI can really make it the most enjoyable and best attended World Cup ever, assuming it gets approved, which we're hoping it will be approved by FIFA in December. So I think there's multiple applications for the sports industry.
Michael, on those statistics and sort of the metrics that will be presented by this technology, and you touched on sort of talent spotting and the talent pipeline. Quite clearly, you can see why those metrics would be useful, but I wonder whether it stops, people just having a hunch on someone. Because it's great to have all this data, isn't it? Because then if there is an investment in someone because they are promising in whatever sport they have chosen, great, you can put your investment in and hopefully it pays off. But what about if you just got a hunch on someone that they'll be good? How do you work that?
It's an interesting question, and maybe it speaks to something more broadly in AI in general. But we often talk about being data informed as opposed to data driven.
Yep.
So again, you have your data. And I mean, this can be a real-time situation in a game. It can be your middle office with your talent recruitment and acquisition. And we can present the data to you. Now, this works clinically as well as in the non-clinical space. You present the data and you combine that with, as you say, the hunch and the intuition. And oftentimes those things will tally.
Yeah.
And so,
because you've got the hunch from somewhere.
It's coming, and I mean, intuition is just neural information that's non-conscious, or it's coming from non-conscious brain areas. It's as measurable and as objective as any other. It's just more difficult to verbalize it.
Right.
So it's trying to verbalize 30 years of experience. It's the feeling from the look, the chat, whatever it might be. And we still live in a world where people like to meet in person because you get information that you don't get across digital platforms. So I think the best experience will be for those people who can, and those federations and groups who can merge the objective and, as you say, the hunch. And I also think that that makes it easier to accept as well, because you're not pushing people aside and say, your hunch doesn't matter. Let me as a data scientist or a neuroscientist come in and tell you what to do. It actually helps us to integrate a bit further. And again, the teams we've worked with and the groups we're working with now, both here and elsewhere, are those groups who bring us in with them rather than bringing us in instead of somebody else.
Yeah. Donald, this is a huge competitive advantage. So those that have the ability, the willingness, the foresight to invest in this, maybe just deep pockets, stand a great advantage here, don't they? Where is best practice? Who is doing this well right now? And therefore, who stands to gain when it comes to these competitions?
Yes. So if we stick with the example of sports clubs, sports clubs globally are relatively small businesses, and as I mentioned, here in Saudi alone, you have 180 clubs, and I would say there's pockets of best practice in the different areas, but there's no one club or one league that's necessarily doing everything well. And so it's an opportunity, particularly for the clubs here in Saudi with the aspirations for the Saudi Pro League to be a top 5 global league, and for the clubs to be sustainable going forward, is to adopt the best practice. And I'd give maybe 3 points of advice to sports organizations that are looking to be best in class. I think first of all is to have a strong digital strategy. Right? Many sports organizations actually don't have a digital strategy in place.
Yeah, it strikes me it's not their first priority.
Yeah,
they won't have thought that this could affect them.
That's right. So first of all, get a digital strategy in place. Secondly, a lot of sports organizations are quite sporadic in how they capture data, whether it be fan data, player data, and quite siloed across different areas of their organization. So just the basics of having good data architecture and good data management systems in place is still not there. And this is in mature clubs in the UK, in the US. That data architecture and management is still often lacking, and even the security around that data and what you can capture from individuals is still something that isn't governed particularly well by all leagues. And then lastly, it's sports clubs can be guilty of hiring in people who are passionate about the sport, but not necessarily people with the right functional backgrounds, right? So you find that within sports organizations, many of the leaders don't come from that business background where they truly understand the impact of digital and therefore the impact as well as AI. But if you can get those things right, and I think there's a real opportunity in Saudi where clubs are currently going through a complete transformation on the business side. If you can get those right, you can certainly leapfrog.
And Michael, a final thought on what you raised there about that transferability of this sort of information to other industries. It strikes me that talent management, behavioral management is applicable in so many different industries, not just sport. Maybe sport is where it is most obvious because there's a bit of ego, maybe there's a bit of attitude, it's a high stakes game. But it is applicable elsewhere, isn't it?
I mean, it really is, because the human experience is ubiquitous. It doesn't matter whether you're a professional footballer or any sports person or person who works in a corporate, any human being. Generally speaking, all of your experiences and the things that make you happy, make you sad, that excite you, are generally always the same. The problems are always the same. And what's really useful in sports in particular is it can serve as almost as a beacon to other people. And particularly people who work in C-suites or maybe more high-pressured parts of corporates. They can often feel an affinity with professional sports people in particular because of that high pressure, high demand, high sort of KPI.
Kind of lonely at the top element.
Absolutely, yeah. And people can, if you can make it work in sports, people feel, okay, it's applicable to me because you feel an affinity with your club or your sports people or whatever it might be. But in my experience, having looked at thousands and thousands of brains over the last 20 years, the things that go wrong are the same for us all. The things that go well are the same for us all. The problems and the pains that we have are universal. And one of the strengths of big data, and I mean neural data specifically and big data in general, is that it won't differentiate between where you are in any particular corporate or whatnot. But again, the transferability, and we see this every day, from that high-pressure sports environment to the corporate environment is essentially just from one set of human beings to another set of human beings.
So philosophical notes on which to end. Really grateful to you both. Thank you to Michael and to Donal. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Nice to see you. Hi, Eleni. And now it gives me great pleasure to hand over to a colleague, to Eleni, CNN correspondent Eleni. And you're going to be talking about all sorts of things, but particularly skills as well. So
yeah, exactly. We're going to be balancing the scales, apparently. I don't know how we're going to manage that, but thank you so much. A very good afternoon to everyone. My name is Eleni Jarkos. I'm an anchor and correspondent at CNN. Absolutely delighted to be at the Global AI Summit. I've been meeting with incredible business leaders, innovators, and incredible government officials, making it all happen. So our topic this afternoon is balancing the scales. Race to the future, or should we break for ethics? This is something that has been in discussion for a very long time. There are various schools of thought. The one school of thought is we should absolutely break. It's moving too fast. There's a dark side to AI, and we don't know how that will play out in the next few years, how it will impact society, specifically jobs. And of course, the other school of thought is we should get on this train, ride it, and make sure that we adopt this in the safest way, because this is our new reality. All right, without further ado, I'd like to invite my guests on stage. We've got Dr. Richard Benjamins, co-CEO of Right.ai. Dr. Heather Doman, Global Leader Responsible AI Initiatives, IBM. Matthew Kropp, Managing Director, Senior Partner, and CTO at Boston Consulting Group, and Simon Turner, Partner at Sofinova Digital Medicine Fund. Welcome to all of you. Welcome. I know it's afternoon, but round of applause for my fantastic guests today. I hope we don't have fatigue from all the incredible conversations you've been hearing. All right, I'd like to start off with you, Heather, and I think, when we talk about balancing the scales, we're worried about it moving, AI is moving too fast, generative AI, and the impact it could have on businesses, on our lives, on jobs. People are really thinking about this deeply. So let me ask you, frankly, whether you think it's moving too fast. I know IBM has adopted incredible AI models. I mean, you've been developing some of these. What's your take?
Yeah, thank you. So I do want to acknowledge the fear that many people have. It's certainly important. I think that's why we have this discussion here. That's why it was brought up as a debate topic, because people are genuinely concerned. And I want to acknowledge that. And I also want to say that I don't personally feel that we need to slow down. I think that there is nuance in that answer, which I'm sure we're going to cover in many ways through this discussion. But generally, we have learned, as with other technologies, that we can innovate and set the right guardrails around that. And that is what I believe we're going to see here as well.
So Richard, I want you to jump in here. I think there's been a general fear every time we see any kind of technology seeping into our world, into our lives, and we've seen this kind of fear before. But I want to touch on the ethical side of things, the ethical side of AI, whether that exists, the responsible adoption of AI, and some of the trends you've been seeing.
Well, indeed. I think AI is all about creating value and increasing productivity, but sometimes, even though the intention is positive and the usage is legitimate, there might be let's say, negative, unintended consequences. If you speak about ethical AI, it's to make sure that those unintended negative consequences are mitigated or prevented. Yeah? And that requires what we call a methodology for the responsible use of AI. That means that by design, so while you develop, you think your product, while you implement it, or while you buy it, during the whole process, you ask yourself questions. Yeah? These are not business questions, but those are questions about the impact. An algorithm can be 90% accurate, but what happens to the 10%? Yeah? How impactful if something goes wrong in the 10%? It's not the same working in healthcare, where a faulty diagnosis may create a lot of negative impact, whereas you do a recommendation of a video on a video platform, well, actually, if you make a mistake, it's not a big impact. So you always have to look at the type of the impact, the scale of the impact, and the severity of the impact. And if there is high risk, then I would say you have to push a little bit on the brakes to ask the right questions and then move forward. But never when it is in the market, always by design.
Okay, so to confirm, we have someone on the panel that believes we should brake a little bit. We should brake?
For some cases,
some
yes.
things.
It's like if you drive a car. Yeah?
Yeah?
If there is no risk, you can drive very fast. But if you pass by a school, then maybe you slow it down a little bit. Yeah?
Okay.
So there is no put a brake on everything, on development of AI. There are certain cases where you have to be more careful than other cases.
So proceed with caution, children playing ahead.
Yeah. Responsible innovation.
All right, cool. Matthew, I want you to jump in here because, with the Boston Consulting Group, you obviously engage with a lot of clients that are either thinking about developing AI models or implementing them, thinking about how it can create efficiencies in their business or help them on their path of sustainability. So are they coming to you with issues saying, we're afraid of this. We're worried about how it's going to fundamentally impact our business. We know it could create efficiencies, but how are we going to change irreversibly?
Yes, that's a great question. So in my capacity as CTO at BCG, I'm talking to many clients. I've actually talked to 200 companies over the last 18 months about generative AI. Yeah. And so those conversations are quite interesting. Not one of those 200 has said we should go slower. So I would just start from the standpoint that Fortune 500 companies are very excited about this technology. I said probably many of you in this room are very excited because of the impact they can have on their business, because of the impact it can have on productivity and profitability. I will say, though, they are concerned about what does this mean for my employees? And they should be. And I think it's very important as companies are implementing AI initiatives, they need to communicate to their employees what they should expect. Because people are going to assume the worst. If I'm working at a company and I know that they have an AI program, I'm going to ask the question, does this mean that my job is going to go away? Or does this mean that my job is going to change? And so many of the companies that we're working with are very interested in this. How do I communicate to my employees? How do I make sure that change happens in the right way so that the people come along with it, are excited about it, see AI as something that's positive for their job, and that it's not a negative for the company culture.
Okay, so let's get the audience involved a bit. You might have done this, but I want to get a sense from you, and by the way, I'd like for you to also get involved, panelists. How many of you believe in this room that your job will be affected by AI negatively, that your job might not exist in the next few years? Hands up. 3 of you. What do you guys do? 4, 5? Yeah? So all of you feel very comfortable. That's really interesting. That's really interesting.
Maybe I'll give some statistics. So we've done a bunch of work around workforce diagnostics. We actually have a tool that actually uses an LLM to do some of the analysis. And we've analyzed every job category. We do this at clients, where we look at what do people in that job category do? So what are the tasks they do? And how much can those tasks be impacted by AI? And what you find is there's about 10% of jobs which will be significantly impacted, potentially disrupted. Okay. Most jobs will not.
Will not be disrupted.
They will have 10 to 30% of their...
So I went to the immersive experience and I asked the humanoid, I'm a journalist, you look like a really good presenter, you're planning to take my job. He was very courteous and said that my job is safe. So anyway, I should trust him. Simon, I want you to jump in here. From the medical perspective, and I think this is where it really becomes fascinating. I think people are wondering whether, predictive AI can help figure out what, ailments could be, people could be affected by certain ailments in the future, depending on their genetic makeup and so forth, how healthcare can completely be transformed with AI. Do you think we should proceed with caution, or we should steam right ahead?
I mean, I'll put it this way. I think we should go the way we're going within healthcare in general, which is we've always been experimenting, right, with new therapies, new treatments, et cetera, and we've had these massive unknowns. We think, hopefully, this is going to have a massively beneficial impact on patients, but we can't be sure. So therefore, we've always had guide rails, quality assurance, quality management, ethics committee approval, a lot of work that's been done in this space. AI is yet another tool that's now being brought into it. So it's not like we're saying, hey, we don't know what to do. We're just adding, let's say, this into the same approach we've been using for years, which is always think first about the patient. You do not do any harm. That is first and foremost. But then you need to think about what is it going to work as, and how is it going to affect the patients, the healthcare practitioners, et cetera. So the way we kind of look at it is, yes, we should approach this with a full steam ahead attitude, provided that we're using the right regulatory, ethical, quality assurance frameworks, which we've been doing for decades in life sciences anyways.
Yeah.
So for us, it doesn't really change much. It's just another tool to try and implement.
Okay, you mentioned something really interesting. You mentioned the regulatory framework. And I want to touch on this because I think that there's a lot of self-regulation that's going on with businesses, creating best practice a lot of the time. Some regions are doing their own work on on the regulatory environment. Heather, what has your experience been on the regulatory front? And does that worry you? And do you think that we need to up our game on regulation for protection?
Yeah, so, regulation is an aspect that we need, as with healthcare, right? Yeah. And I think that you can do that. You don't want to regulate the technology itself, but regulate based on risk. And I noticed in the SEDAIA AI ethics principles, the concept of, risk-based analysis. And that is seen in other areas of the world, like the European areas. And that is something that I think is appropriate. And we do need that to continue. And I think prioritizing efforts around that is important. And then you mentioned the fact of self-regulation or self-governance. And this is also needed because there are gaps. Even with regulation, there will always be gaps, and there will be times and periods like we're in now where we're still defining a lot of the standards and a lot of the specifics around even the EU AI Act, which is now passed into law, but the specific codes of practice and those sort of things are still being defined. So you need, especially during that time period, even as you advance regulation for a certain level of self-governance and self-regulation.
Yeah, and it seems the private sector is going to be pioneering that space, a lot of the time. Richard, I want you to jump in here on the regulatory side of things and also the impact of jobs. And we were talking behind the scenes a little, and we were saying, look, everyone wants an easier life, better quality of life. AI could perhaps offer that to every single person in the room. But the question is, are we still going to earn the same amount of money if we're working 3 days a week, for example, if technology does create that ease? Tell me about what you're thinking in that space and how you see that trend coming along.
Yeah, so indeed, as we already heard, AI of the use of AI for certain things will have an impact of a lot of jobs. Mostly it's positive, and some jobs will maybe disappear, but a lot of new jobs will create. But I think everybody agrees that if I could have a weekend of 3 days or 4 days, that would be great. But the question is, with this increased productivity, it's not needed to work anymore 5 days. What happens to the wealth, the value that is created? Is it going to the employee that maintains salary working less, or is it going to the company that can become more profitable? And that is just a starting point. The question is, really, the issue is one of distribution of wealth. And currently we are on a trend where there is an increasing gaps between countries, so the haves and the have-not, and within the countries also the distribution is going to a few actors who get most of the wealth from that. So I think that is a trend, and it's an ongoing trend. I think a lot of people are worried about this, but we don't see a lot of actions. Regulation in that respect is not even touching this point. It's way more beyond the use of responsible AI of a certain use case. This has a huge impact on societies, but it's an important thing to discuss.
Yeah, it is. You work with a lot of these CEOs. Are they willing to distribute the wealth effectively if certain jobs are becoming defunct because of AI?
I'll take the other side of,
Yeah.
of this argument. So I actually think that there's a very strong self-regulatory impulse here within companies, which is the employees know that if I'm giving you AI, I'm going to expect you to do more. And so you can see this potential for this very negative cycle of employees saying, I don't want to adopt more AI because I know that I'm not going to get my 4-day weekend.
Yeah.
I'm just going to have to do more work. So I'm not going to adopt. So it's actually in the interest of companies to actually rethink work. And one of the things that we're focused on with our clients is the idea that we should, when we implement AI, we should look at the process that people are working in. What do they do day to day? And we should identify what is toil, the part of their work that is not fulfilling, that you can easily automate, and where is their joy? Where do people actually get fulfillment from their work? We automate the toil and we leave the joy, with the idea that what we're doing is we're actually creating a better job for the employees. So now they want to embrace the technology as opposed to reject it. And I think, the question is, do they get a 4-day weekend? Maybe not, but maybe they have a very fulfilling job that is more productive, makes more money for the company, but is also more fulfilling.
I think we also need to be realistic. I mean, in a capitalist society, when you don't really require a certain headcount in your business because you've been able to automate a lot of the things, that's...
But I'll tell you, we're doing a lot of work with companies that are using AI in software development within their engineering organizations. And I have not yet seen a company that has said, I'm going to take out a large number of my engineers. They're instead saying, we're going to take that productivity that we're getting and reinvest it so that we move faster.
You're making me feel a lot more comfortable about this whole thing, Matthew. Thank you. Simon, jump in here on the healthcare scenarios. And I really want to get down to examples that you could perhaps share with us on how AI is transforming the healthcare sector.
So it's really interesting, this one about, hey, is it going to be a reduction of the number of days that we work and things like that. I remember one example. About 8 years ago, we spoke with a bunch of radiologists. And we talked to them about AI use case in radiology, which is kind of growing of age. And at the time, they said, I'm never going to use AI. It's going to replace me. Come forward 5 years, so about 2 or 3 years ago, we asked the same question. We actually made an investment in the space. And the answer was really interesting. It was, I'm going to replace the guy that's not using AI. That's the reality of the situation. So in fact, they see it as a massive tool in their arsenal to be able to actually get to the bottom of cases, to be able to quickly do the things that are routine, and then actually spend real time and their energy and all of their training and expertise on those cases that truly demand it. So what they're seeing is, one, you have an improvement in the diagnostic rates. Secondly, you have an improvement in the total number of cases that can be treated by a single radiologist. And thirdly, you also have a massive reduction in over and under treatment, because suddenly now we know what patient has what, and really what's the next steps in their treatment journey. The kind of interesting thing when you look at it in healthcare, though, you kind of start seeing that in one use case, but then you see that it can actually continue bridging out throughout the entire screening, diagnostic, therapeutic decision-making journey. Basically, eventually, we'll have AIs that will follow us from probably the moment we're born until our death, helping us manage our healthcare in the best possible way. And if you think about it, it's kind of the ultimate goal. It's not just to live a long life, but it's able to live a life that we can live and enjoy and actually are active in for that entire time.
Yeah. Really interesting. I mean, he's just describing the utopia, right? The available within the healthcare industry. Richard, I want to delve into how AI can help us achieve the SDGs. I mean, frankly, we're just a few years away from missing the deadline of 2030. Let's be realistic. But I think a lot of people are still committed in trying to get closer to the goals. Can AI help in achieving those goals, do you think?
Yes, definitely. And if we speak about moving faster of putting
That's where
brakes,
we should move fast.
We should move way faster than we're currently doing. Yeah? And one of the reasons I think this is happening, if you look at, if you think about the impact of natural disasters, we have more and more natural disasters. So the management of those natural disasters there's a lot of data and algorithms that you can use to optimize how this is happening. And then bringing that to preparation. We all suffered COVID, yeah? So there was a lot of initiatives that used AI to solve COVID within the pharmaceutical industry, but also with non-traditional data. Yeah? Now what we see now that after when COVID is gone, there is no investment in preparation for the future pandemics with this non-traditional data, apart from the healthcare, the pharmaceutical part. There's a huge amount of investment. But in the others, there's almost nothing. And there is a huge opportunity to do that. So there is what is missing here is an appetite for investment. Yeah? So all the investments in AI become for large companies, yeah? Because they can make a lot of money, a lot of profits with that. But if it comes to intangible values like poverty, inclusion, climate, even climate can help a lot with, can be a lot better with AI. That is only happening at the small scale. There are lots of projects, there are lots of pilots that show that this technology actually can solve big problems. But then if you look at the operational products on the ground that save lives, of do things, there is very little. Yeah? And if it is there, it's paid by governments, NGOs, and philanthropists. So there is clearly...
And you need the private sector to really jump in.
I think the challenge is to turn those things into a business. Because once it is business, like healthcare is a business.
Is there money in that,
lots
Matthew?
of things.
Absolutely.
Absolutely. Okay, we've got 4 minutes left, to be exact. I want from each of you, if you could tell me your predictions in 10 years' time. We wake up, we're at the 13th Global AI Summit in Riyadh. What would the world look like in 10 years' time, taking into consideration how fast AI is moving right now? Simon, let's start with you.
Okay, so I'll caveat. I'll say on the research and the actual fully deployed side of things, I think they'll be different. Again, this is because it's life sciences, and in healthcare, we always think about the patient's perspective of things. In research, I think we'll be making incredible, groundbreaking biological discoveries. We'll probably start getting towards foundation models in biology, understanding how we work and why we are the way we are. Why do we get diseases? How can we potentially prevent them? Operationally speaking, within the healthcare systems, I think we'll be a bit further back still. We'll probably start having services and things becoming more integrated. So when you go and see your GP, suddenly if an anomaly pops up, they know what to do with you in a much more streamlined fashion. But it's still a while away. Those are kind of my predictions. But
well, I'm glad you didn't describe a dystopia. I'm very happy with that. I was very worried. Matthew.
So in 10 years, I think we will have something that looks like what we're talking about in terms of AGI. So I think that we will have models that are more sophisticated, more intelligent than the humans on basically any topic. I think that will be a very powerful and good thing. I don't think that it will be dangerous. I think the big thing for business is going to be models that can actually reason and can provide workflow, so the ability to make decisions within the process of a business and automate parts of our business that will really free up a lot of the manual work that we do today.
Fantastic. Heather.
Yeah. So my focus area is around AI ethics and governance. So I'm going to talk a little bit. I think you guys touched well on many general points, and I'll say where I think we're going to be in terms of ethics and governance. And I think that this is an area where we're going to see standards that are developed. They will be integrated into the actual development process and the ways in which we design. So the ethics by design and the way in which we develop will be heavily influenced by these standards, and it will be built into tooling, and in many cases automated as well. And we'll have ways of which will be, notified and indicated where there is concern, and that will need to be informed by broad stakeholder feedback. So we're going to see lots of efforts that will support that. But yeah, we're going to see it become part of our integrated process of managing AI and deploying AI.
Fantastic. And for you, Richard?
Okay, so in 10 years, I believe that we will not have AGI, so not a general intelligence, but we will have much better problem solvers. Yeah? So it's not about emotions, about fear, or power that AI wants, or intention. It's about solving hard problems, which we will use for business, and I think mostly in the context of a co-pilot concept. Yeah? So human in the driving seat, and there is all kinds of tools, intelligent tools that solve difficult problems and help them. There is, however, a risk. Like today, hardly anybody of us remembers a phone number by heart because it's all outsourced to a mobile. I predict that one of the future jobs in the future is to run a fitness center for your brain. Because we don't have to think anymore. We don't have to be creative anymore. It's all done by Gen AI. So we're going to lose that capacity. And like today we go to the gym to stay fit physically. In the future, we need to go to the gym to stay mentally healthy. And that is one of the new jobs. So I think that's one of the risks that we hardly even are seeing yet. And I also think we will miss, unfortunately, the SDGs. Even though there's an opportunity, I don't think there is the incentive across the world to work hard on those. And I'm especially afraid of AI, defense, and geopolitics.
Yes, very important. How many of you remember your very last landline number growing up? Might be giving away my age. I'm like a 90s kid.
I remember where I was born.
Yeah?
That number I remember, but nothing.
Listen, I'm just glad that all of you, because I said, what does it look like in 10 years' time? You didn't say that you'd be speaking to an AI version of Eleni that would be a robot. So thank you very much for saving my job. Ladies and gentlemen, I appreciate your time. Thank you for listening to our fantastic panelists, Simon, Matthew, Heather, and Richard. Thank you. Round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you.
Eleni, thank you so much, and thank you to your panel too. Now, just as our panel make their way off stage, I'm delighted to be welcoming in a moment His Excellency Dr. Salim Mohammed Al-Malak. He is, of course, the Director General of the Islamic Educational, Scientific and Cultural Organization, ISESCO. But before we do that, I'd like to show you this short video.
Based on the Kingdom's efforts to enhance international cooperation and promote comprehensive and innovative ethical applications of AI in the Islamic world, as well as develop a comprehensive framework for advancing AI technologies in ways that are consistent with Islamic values and principles, SEDAIA and ISESCO launched the Riyadh Charter of Artificial Intelligence for the Islamic world, ISESCO, adding significant value to the Kingdom by positioning it as a leader in AI within the Islamic world, aiming to develop ethical AI, promote inclusive and sustainable development and international cooperation. Through this initiative, SEDAIA aims to establish guidelines and exchange ideas on the future of AI applications, contributing to the promotion of modern technology while considering global human ethics. At the GAIN Summit, AI for the good of humanity.
In the name of God, the most gracious, the most merciful. What time do human beings need to express themselves, and what time they passed to discover that they think and think, which path should I avoid? So that becomes a reminder to be careful for the future. It is the moment of truth that creates difference through times, so that differentiates between an age and another, and differentiates between ages, just like this pivotal and historic moment that is filled with responsibility, seriousness, and renovation. It is the moment of Riyadh, the city that has a wisdom to establish a new era, ushering a new era for the Islamic world, an age full of confidence, trust, taking authenticity, It has been said,
as we all say, they are equal. The Charter of the score on AI that is being inaugurated today under the title of the Riyadh Charter on the AI ethics in the Islamic world.
Distinguished experts, ladies and gentlemen, with a profound reverence, we convene today to mark the launch of the Riyadh Charter of the Artificial Intelligence for the Islamic world. It is with immense pride that we present this charter for the first time in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia during the 3rd edition of the GAIN Summit. The unveiling of this charter is a testament to the strategic partnership between ISISCO and SADAYA, a collaboration that embodies our shared vision for the future where AI is harnessed as a force for the betterment of humanity while preserving the cultural and spiritual heritage that defines our identity. On this occasion, I express our deepest gratitude to our partners who have played a pivotal role in bringing this charter to life. The University of Technology and Applied Sciences in the Sultanate of Oman, Mohammed VI Polytechnic University in the Kingdom of Morocco, and the expert from our member state, as well as the Saudi National Commission for Education, Science and Culture. AI is often presented as a solution to the most pressing problems we face. But if AI is the solution, then what's the question? For us, advancement of knowledge and science, capacity building through education, and peace and social resilience through intercultural dialogue are absolute priority issues. However, regarding these concerns, AI, both as a solution and at times as a risk, depending on its application. For instance, in the field of science, AI has the potential to accelerate research and optimize costly investment in research infrastructure. Thus, some estimates suggest that AI can cut drug discovery timelines by 50 to 70%, and that generative AI has the potential to generate 60 to 110 billion US dollars a year for the pharma and medical product industries. The paradox is that at the same time, AI can also erode human creativity and hinder the development of research skills. Remember that a major scientific publisher had to shut down more than 19 journals after discovering that over 11,000 research papers were produced by AI. Beyond the issue of cheating or academic dishonesty, this raises a concern about how future researchers will develop the necessary skills. To tackle such issue, the Charter puts forward ethical principles with practical applications. One key proposal is a new standards in AI ethics, the principle of truth and authenticity. This concept goes beyond mere transparency and explainability. It emphasizes that AI must not contribute to propagating false or unreliable information or distorting the search for truth, nor should it be developed to substitute for human intelligence or to encourage a human to falsify their scientific achievement. Adopting an ethics by design approach, the Riyadh Charter urged developers to ensure AI systems are aligned with the fundamental ethical values, including human dignity, personal sovereignty, truth, solidarity, privacy, fairness, and trustworthiness. Ultimately, the implementation of these principles depends on governance mechanisms that guarantee human oversight, accountability, and the ability to seek redress. These principles, while universal in nature, are deeply rooted in Islamic values. AI is not only compatible with the Islamic culture, it is a continuation of its rich scientific tradition. Thus, the Charter stands as a strategic blueprint for the integration of AI into our societies, ensuring that the integration upholds the cultural and ethical values that define our identity, including the central role of the family, in addition to its ethical framework. The Charter set out a set of critical recommendations to guide the development of AI across the Islamic world. Chief among these is the establishment of a committee for AI monitoring, tasked with overseeing the advancement in AI, offering strategic guidance to policymakers. Regarding the issue of cultural resilience and linguistic diversity, we all know that 3,000 languages are threatened with extinctions. While AI can promote linguistic diversity and protect cultural heritage, it can also be the vector of a single culture if it is concentrated in a handful of companies. Building on the principle of equity, inclusion, and sovereignty, we encourage the Islamic world to develop its own large language models while increasing the availability of text in Arabic and other languages to train these models. Additionally, we urge active collaboration with leading AI companies to ensure generative AI respects the integrity of Quranic text and Islamic tradition, as well as other religions. ICISCO, with its mandate to promote cooperation, education, science, culture, environment, proposed to lead a consortium of public, private, non-governmental organizations to support the member state in building the infrastructure they need to thrive in the global digital economy. ICISCO also proposed to collaborate with Sadaya in launching an initiative under the patronage of His Royal Highness Prince Mohammed bin Salman, aimed at training 25,000 youth or more across the Islamic world in AI science and applications. This initiative will play a pivotal role in building a strong foundation of young individuals equipped with AI knowledge and skills. Crowning our efforts comes the Riyadh Charter of Artificial Intelligence for the Islamic world, which serve as a unifying umbrella for our 53 member states, enabling them to appreciate the invaluable insights Islam offers for addressing the challenges of the digital era. As we launch the Riyadh Charter of Artificial Intelligence in the Islamic world, we do so with deep sense of responsibility and unwavering commitment to the values that define us as a civilization. And let me end by saying, if AI learns from human knowledge, it is crucial that we preserve our intellectual and ethical leadership. Without this, artificial intelligence risks becoming a reflection of our limitation rather than a catalyst for progress. الحضور الكريم.
Dear attendees, this is the painting with all of its colors and milestones, clear to be seen, crystal clear without any ambiguity. The future provides us with its promises and also provides its conditions. If those who want to belong to future, they need to prepare with willingness, perseverance, openness, and preparedness. It is an opportunity for the Islamic countries to choose their rule, their clear rule, road, instead of others choosing for us. And also, after choosing this road, we need to also merge modernity tools with the authenticity, values, and ethics that are represented in the Charter of Riyadh. We need to say a word that's different in terms of its spirit and components to prove our existence. Also, in conclusion, we'd like to openly thank the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, the Kingdom of Goodness. We'd like to thank the kind King and the honest Royal Prince and the Commission that is willing to exert efforts, and the citizens who are generous and knowledgeable. I'd like to thank you all very much, and peace be upon you all.
Your Excellency, thank you so much. Now, we have, of course, talked a lot about AI's use cases, its applications, and we've also talked about new developments. But as AI becomes more ingrained in people's lives, how can it be monetized without having a negative effect on society? That is the subject of our next discussion. I'm delighted to introduce the person to lead that. She's Nancy Giordano, the founder and futurist, and her panel.
Hello, everyone. I just realized we're about just sort of halfway through this wonderful experience in the summit. So give yourself applause for being able to stay with all this content and be able to absorb all these conversations. They're happening so quickly, but they're very, very thoughtful. And on behalf of this amazing panel that I get to moderate, thank you so much to the Kingdom and to all the organizers for a really beautifully executed event. And for inviting us to have a conversation that I'm personally very, very passionate about, which is this conversation about profitability and productivity and how these tools are going to help us even hopefully meld those together, align those even better into the future. So my name is Nancy Giordano. I am, as I described earlier, an exponential strategist / business or corporate futurist. I spent a lot of time thinking about how we align our ways of being with our resources to be able to ensure a safe and thriving future for us all. And I've written a lot about what it takes to what I describe as play bigger, right? What are the organizations? How do they think? How do they show up in a way that I think holds us all well? So that is what we will be centering this conversation on. To be more specific, when we talk about the path to profit or shareholder value, quote unquote, versus stakeholders, right? We would like to not have this be necessarily a tug of war between the two. But as AI has become more ingrained in sectors that directly impact people's lives, the question of monetization, right, and social impact certainly becomes increasingly essential, that we actually talk about it and have a tremendous amount of intention around that. And business in particular, right, as an entity in market-based economies is seen as the most efficient and effective way of being able to drive innovation and distribute innovation. So there's a lot of responsibility that sits on businesses' shoulders to be able to do so thoughtfully. And maintaining trust in this world and in this environment becomes increasingly, it should always be paramount, but it's certainly at the forefront when we think about the fact that it's not just about our customers, but it's also about having employees that want to come work with us, partners that want to work with us, investors who want to invest with us, communities that want us to do business in their neighborhoods, right? So how do we ensure that we're building the kinds of organizations in the future that people want to work with? So what does it take to ensure both relevance economically and have a social license to operate in the world of exponential tech? To be able to dive into that, again, the group has assembled a really experienced panelist. I'll start on my right, my friend Brian, who I've actually known for over 15 years. Chief AI strategist for the Linux Foundation, and has had a career that's committed to accelerating business and progress through global coordination, right? How can we coordinate our resources and our efforts better to be able to accelerate to the future that we want? On my right, I've got Letitia Caletu, Managing Director and responsible AI lead for EMEA for Accenture. And she was also appointed to the European Commission in 2018 as part of the AI expert group that created the recent EU AI Act, which became law, right, on August 2nd here in the EU, or there in the EU. And it's the first comprehensive regulation on AI in the world. And will be setting really a standard for many of us. We're all looking at that and seeing how it plays out. And Accenture is also a key collaborator to the World Economic Forum on the topic of AI governance, and I think you'll pull some of that into this conversation. So thank you for all the work that you do to keep us safe. Then we've got my friend Kung-Young Park, chairman of the ECAU, which is a user-centric AI forum. with a long history of designing and deploying AI-driven direct transaction economies. So really thinking about a whole new way in which AI allows us to be able to think about commerce and business into the future. And finally on my left, we've got Michael May. He's head of data analytics and AI for Siemens, who in the book that I did write, I wrote a lot about Siemens as an example of someone who I think is really trying to thread this path brilliantly. So thank you for being here as well. A big round of applause for the panelists and a little energy in this afternoon as we dive in. Thank you. So again, I really do focus my work in thinking a lot about this intersection between profitability and social impact around trust, right? We're given these amazing resources. How do we ensure that business is, again, using those in the most thoughtful ways and that which we want to go do work with them? So there's a lot of different ways we can look at trust or measure trust. Letitia, again, has done some research. Be interesting to get hers. One thing that I follow is something called the Edelman Trust Barometer. It's a research study that they do every year in fall, right around October, November. They interview about 32,000 people around the world in 28 countries to determine a barometer of like who is sort of meeting their threshold of at least 60% of most trusted entities. And since 2021, business has been the most trusted entity, surprisingly, maybe, for some of us, amongst higher than government, higher than NGOs, higher than my neighbor. The person that we often trust the most, or the entity we trust the most, is business. So that's encouraging for the moment that we're heading into, right, as we think about that. It's starting to slip just a bit. So the question is, why should people be skeptical that businesses would be really able to take this powerful technology into the future, right? And it's because we haven't always lived up to promises that hopefully that stakeholders have had for us. And I think you've got a stat about 75%?
77% of consumers wouldn't buy from an ethical brand, yeah.
77? Mm-hmm. Yeah, so they insist on buying from an ethical brand, right? So they're making a distinction between ethical and non-ethical as they think about that. So then we think about it in terms of specific to AI, right? What are we seeing in the research?
So we do see, obviously, responsible AI being very important in the adoption of AI in companies, with 2% of the CEO kind of putting it on their roadmap for 2025. Only 2% of the CEO kind of having operationalized responsible AI, but acknowledging they need to do that as a priority going forward. So at the moment, a number of companies have already kind of crafted their principle on what responsible AI means. They have an ethical charter, but many companies haven't really translated that into their daily operation. I set up the governance, set up their screening process, set up the definition, and really kind of make sure that they can take this from the inception of a project all the way up to production. One other kind of stat that's very key is the fact that we did a survey for Davos, and we interviewed a number of employees, and 95% of the employees of company are very excited about the prospect of AI and generative AI, but actually 95% don't trust their company to do something which is good for them in the process of transformation. So all of this is kind of making this trust element very critical for company to really embrace the next phase of change on value creation. So those elements are
and which has a direct impact on profitability, right? If employees aren't feeling well held inside the organization, that certainly has a drag on productivity and what is possible as we move forward. So the interesting question, as I've been studying this for a long time, is really what is the posture of business, right? How do we show up in this work? And we've been through this conversation way before AI came on the scene, when we were talking about ingredients in food products, or we were thinking about a breakthrough pharmaceutical and how that should be distributed, or we're thinking about social media algorithms, and now here we are with generative AI, and we always end up in this tug of war about doing the right thing or not, short-term versus long-term, right? Stakeholder versus shareholder, the two different, and we have this as a versus and a tug of war, right? But there's another way of being able to think about business. It's really about having a social license to operate. So Mike, can you talk to us about how the conversation is happening inside the boardroom or inside the C-suite as you have this discussion about how to invest in AI, right? How do we make decisions that hold us all well?
Yeah, that changed a lot over the years, and for me in surprising ways, I have to say. The turning point at Siemens, I think, was when we committed self-consciously on adopting a number of KPIs for sustainability. So we called it the degree framework. This is things that you would expect, like resource efficiency, but then also ethical principles and diversity principles. And then, since that time, every senior manager is evaluated in his or her performance on how good are we doing on those KPIs. And that changes a lot, either because you like it anyway, or because you see in your bonus, did you good or did you go not good? So that, from that point on, the discussions really changed, and what was often an afterthought, so do we do it in a sustainable manner, is it good for mankind or so, which was maybe in the marketing department, this now became part of the prioritization of projects. So if we do AI, where do we invest, what do we want to do, and how do we match the KPIs? So that was a big turning point, I would say. And then when evaluating, we found out about 90% of our applications at Siemens, I mean, Siemens is an industrial company, have direct impact on sustainability KPIs. So really a lot. It's really exception if it's not relevant. Mostly it is relevant. And maybe to make that a bit more concrete, how it has impact, I give a number of examples. So the first example, maybe data centers. We heard that all over the day. So data centers consume a lot of energy. But you need them to do AI, of course. Now, at least we want to make that more resource efficient and to reduce the energy consumption. And then in projects like in Estonia, Siemens built a green data center which reduces energy amount by a good degree, by 30%. And then using AI, for example, for controlling the cooling system. And that's one good example how AI can at least help to make the world more sustainable, even if the data centers still consume a lot of energy. Second example, which maybe you would not expect so easily, in the area of simulation. So Siemens is selling simulation software, which is used to design the next car, the next airplane, or the next generation of gas turbines. And if you are in that field, you know that this is very computationally intensive, using classical simulation models. And here we use AI in part to replace or to augment what the traditional simulation is doing, so-called surrogate models. And colleagues from Siemens Energy, when they designed the next generation of blades for the gas turbine, they reported they saved 15,000 hours of computation just for that one piece. And there you can see how much AI can help here also for sustainability. And then as a side effect, it is more resource efficient, so it lasts longer, and it also has less emissions, this new generation. And yeah, then there are many more examples like that. Maybe a final one, in mobility, Siemens is building autonomous trains. And these autonomous trains, they can be operated on a little bit faster scale. And then you can use AI to optimize the schedule, and again, saving energy, and of course, bringing people to public transportation. So there are many ways, and the point I would like to make here on that is in all these applications, really, sustainability and AI, they are very good friends. So nowadays we often discuss, here is AI, LLMs or so, here is sustainability, and they clash or they are enemies, but not in this case. So they are very good friends and go together well. And for that reason, also in the board or anywhere else, there's no big discussion. So it's profitability, so shareholders are happy, and environment is also more happy. But that is one side. There are also things where it doesn't go together that well. And I think one thing where you have to see is data, of course. I mean, as a AI person, I would like to take data, all the data I can get my hands on. And Siemens has lots of data for customers for doing service, of course. But here, of course, we made data, so treating data carefully, part of our KPIs for sustainability. And there you have to make compromises. Not everything you can do with data is something you should also do.
Right. Well, and so I think that a part of it also is like there's a governance structure, I think, inside Siemens, right? First of all, very much from the top down, the CEO down, about really setting those kinds of priorities. And my understanding, too, is that you have a couple of at-large board seats that are from the employee pool, right? So anyone that's an employee in Siemens could be on the manufacturing floor, could potentially be serving on the board. So you also have a voice, I think, at the senior level or at the governance level that is thinking about this from multiple perspectives, which I think is a key part that helps ensure that decision-making. So as we start to think again about then models and approaches that we can take to this, right? We look at specifically ways in which industries can establish a default level of trust around it. So part of it is that you have good governance inside an organization, part of it is that you've got good regulation, but there's another way in which we can approach this too, Brian. What is your experience with Linux?
Sure. So the Linux Foundation is a consortium of over 2,000 companies who work together on common technology platforms. 70 to 80% of the software that sits inside of a mobile phone or in a smart car or behind a website is pre-existing open source code that is built collaboratively, kind of like the way Wikipedia pages are built. But they depend upon an organization like the Linux Foundation to coordinate the activities between all these different entities. So we have a number of initiatives in artificial intelligence, tools for building AI models that are used by the majority of the model builders out there that involve companies like Meta and IBM and Apple and others, tools for managing data pipelines, tools for managing RAG, all sorts of things that are bits and pieces that come together by the vendors and by companies when they provide an AI system to the outside world. And this structure for using open source software and open source collaboration is really how companies we've seen in any technology wave come to trust the underlying technology bits. They're willing to bank their business on this underlying technology because they can have transparency into how it's built and they can participate in steering the direction of where it heads, and they know that they're not dependent on a single vendor for their future business. No one's going to pull the rug out from underneath them. And so what we've seen is a tremendous interest in ensuring that the future of AI is decentralized, that it is about empowering companies globally to be able to build on top of these common shared bits, and so that we're not uniquely dependent on a few small, large AI companies for all of the deployments, all the kinds of apps that we want to build. And we're really at the heart of many of these different kinds of projects.
Do you want to give us a couple of tangible examples that are either in the consumer world or in the business world?
So you're all familiar, for example, with Meta and their release of the open source Llama models. Actually, they're more open weights is the more appropriate term. But they also were involved in the launch of PyTorch, again, this engine for building models out of raw data. They originally launched it as a Meta-specific project that under their brand, under their, they were still public about it. But IBM came along and said, we'd like to invest $100 million into further development of PyTorch to make it faster, make it able to consume more data, all sorts of improvements, but they weren't willing to do that into a Meta-owned property. They needed that project to be housed at a neutral location, even when it was still going to see investment from IBM, from Meta. And in doing this, they wanted to open up and share the research and development burden with every other company that was a user, an advanced user of the PyTorch platform. And so in doing that, not only was a tremendous amount of money saved, and really a reference standard for how to build AI models became really the heart of this project, we were able to move faster than otherwise than any of the companies individually could. And we now have a trustworthy platform for building these AI systems.
We're going to come back to the complexity thing at the very end of this conversation, because I think that part of it is that the decision-making then becomes, you could argue, more complex or more refined or somehow more sophisticated, right, as we think about how we would partner. And then there's a whole other opportunity, right?
Yeah.
You got Park, you've been very patient, right, to share with us that now in this world of AI-led business, there's a whole different way that we can think about it. And for me, the analogy was back in the day when the internet was emerging and people thought we could just take the encyclopedia and just put it into digital form and just throw it on with the same business model. And we missed, early days, the opportunity for all of us to contribute to Wikipedia, right? And we would do it without getting paid financially for it. We still wanted to contribute. So our thinking around our agency, our capacity to be part of this economy is different as you now are ushering in a whole new way of business.
Sure. A good example of Korean venture companies, Harex Importex, AI agent economy model AI agent transaction model that connects sellers and consumers directly through AI. The AI direct transaction commerce model is a win-win system where the transaction cost typically taken by monopolistic platform companies are instead shared among sellers, consumers, and an AI model operator, all benefiting according to the principles of free market competition. With this model, sellers can increase their profitability while consumers gain more purchasing power by purchasing desired product at lower cost. This leads to an increase in overall consumption and production for society. As a result, the entire society can achieve high economic growth by eliminating inflation pressure. The AI direct transaction system is a unique, open, universal business model where all participants voluntarily engage based on their own economic incentives. Sellers recommend AI for direct transaction to their customers, collectively grow the network. It is a low-risk, high-return business model. So I firmly believe that this model can generate returns of more than 10x or even 100x for investors. With an investment of US $10 billion, we can scale this model to 100 countries, establishing a seamless global connectivity framework. Now, we are in discussion with various global investors for this fund. The key to the success of the AI direct transaction economic model is for government, entrepreneurs, and all social leaders in each country to understand and actively promote this model, allowing sellers to trust that it is viable and encouraging their active participation. We hope that the early establishment of the AI direct transaction economic model will allow the entire human society grow, develop, and prosper together. This represents a realization of better capitalism, making money by helping others make more money. That's what I want.
There you go. Path to profit for everyone.
Yeah.
This is hard to reduce in just a 2-minute answer, so I don't know if you can do this, but the markets that you're looking at to grow, this is currently in Korea, Indonesia is interested, but the part that I was really fascinated by is that your growth market, your target market is?
Yeah, right. Right now in Korea, we deploy this AI direct transaction model nationwide, and I'm going to expand Africa and Indonesia with Asian countries and all over the developing countries. Not only the developing countries, but also advanced countries like Europe and America, everywhere.
Oh, I know. Well, I know you want to take over the whole world, but I'm just saying that Africa is really in your sight. So, which leads to this the last sort of serious question or thoughtful question, which is around how can government and business coordinate, right? How can they ensure that private sector companies are able to get the most collaborative relationship with government to ensure that we're bringing these resources to bear? So we'll start with a little bit about what you're doing maybe in Africa, and then you guys can all jump in, particularly Letitia, about how do government and private entities work more collaboratively together?
Yeah, government, they have to promote this business model. It is feasible business model, and then they engage actively to persuade all the participants for their own.
Right. So they're become advocates for it and sort of trusted resources. Mike, you want to talk about your relationship with the government entities and how you guys
Yeah, I mean, it's of course very important for the companies that there is enough research on AI and sustainability. And so what I would like to see even more than like we see is invest in this topic. Sustainability, the young people love it. It's meaningful. It's about saving the planet. On the other hand, you can learn a lot about AI. There are tons of open problems, and there are many areas of sustainability where the business model is not so clear right now. And that's a great area for pre-development, for investing, and then harvesting and getting shareholder value later. So it's a great area to do that. Also, a little bit of regulation in that area, I think, can help, but just not too much. It's,
How much regulation is the right amount of regulation?
I think regulation is a good thing. We have noticed in Europe that people needed some legal certainty sometime to actually push their AI innovation to production. So the EU AI Act and some of the work we've done at the EU has been, providing this certainty and the level playing field as well for all the companies to be adhering to. So I think it is welcome by a number of companies. Obviously, you don't want to hamper innovation. So the EU AI Act, for example, is kind of saying AI is not good or bad, is how you use it. That needs to be regulated. And it's anticipated that only 5 to 10% of the use cases will actually fall in the high-risk category for the EU. So I think it's a good thing. It's been very targeted to high-risk systems, so any system that potentially can have an impact on the human right, on societal safety. So it's super targeted. There's also exemption on R&D, for example, to make sure that innovation, can still happen. And there's a number of exemptions as well for SMEs and startups. Yeah. So I think regulation is good because it gives the clarity for a number of companies and on legal certainty, so they can go and embrace. And there, it's very targeted in the EU to protecting some fundamental rights. Yeah.
But even the regulation that you have just passed, my assumption would be that it is still dynamic, right? We're still learning in early days, and it's not going to be like this is set in stone and everything is...
Exactly. So the EU AI office, so there's also an acknowledgement that regulation in the old days used to be very fixed and then enforced. There's an acknowledgement from the European Commission and the EU AI office that this is going to evolve, yeah? So there's a number of addendum that are already on clarification that are being, published. But there's also a scientific board which is there to kind of help, make key decision when there's point of tension. So it's acknowledged that, regulating AI is more of a dynamic dynamic thing. But I think having some clear articulation of a framework is very good for consumers because you can trust people would have actually thought about your human right, but it's good for companies as well because it gives them legal certainty that, there's not going to be any major backlash. And there's a number of vehicles to make it much easier. Like, for example, there's a sandbox for trying things up and things like that.
This just goes back to the whole mindset that I think that we need to be able to be in such an explosive and, as we were talking before, about probabilistic future, right? It's not a plug and play. It is not deterministic. This is much more. This is growing. It is learning. It is taking in new information constantly. And I think just, Brian, to close us out, the mindset that people need to be able to adopt this kind of new approach, like where are you helping maybe either where you're seeing the hurdle or where you're seeing the encouraging news that people are open to this way of thinking.
Yeah, and actually building on the last question about regulatory, let me take a dive really shortly in a non-AI space, which is digital identity. In the European Union, there's been a lot of move towards digital identity credentials and verifiable credentials that can be portable across borders. They've passed a number of laws recently that are going to mandate European member states to publish credentials under a certain format. And they're moving to ask the governments of those states to publish wallets in the app stores to make them available. Here's your official German wallet, your official Italian wallet. You can hold your ID, your passport, your driver's license, your academic credentials, and be able to present them as you move around. And the European Union has said, here's the standards, but here's funding to enable the member states and vendors in that area to build compatible wallets, right? Likewise in AI, we're starting to see, obviously, government funding of AI research. A lot of that research ends up creating software as a natural byproduct to demonstrate the principles. But what we really need to see are investments from governments in creating digital public goods, collections of content and data that can be used to train models, particularly in local languages, to local customs, but then also do a lot of capacity building in regions, right, around how to use the software, how to improve it, how to really weave it into government systems, but also the private sector, so that it acts as an uplift. It acts as a capacity builder and can really accelerate innovation in a region as well as globally.
It is so clear that everyone's life's work is very much present in what you are doing now. So you've got like a significant amount of experience sitting on the stage right now, and we want to be able to go into so much more depth around all of it. I will just retreat us, as we always talk about the future, sometimes we go to the past. There was a US president back in 1923 or to 1929, Calvin Coolidge, a Republican at the time, who said this, which I think is a good guide as we head to the future. No enterprise can exist for itself alone. It ministers to some great need, it performs some great service, not for itself, but for others. Or failing therein, it ceases to be profitable and ceases to exist. So with that, I say good luck with all of your businesses. Hopefully you find this guideline. Thank you to our panelists for being here with us today. And thank you all for your attention.
Thank you, Nancy, for a great session. And it's my privilege to be the moderator of the next session. We've seen technology move faster and faster with every new iteration. And AI is no exception, moving at lightning speed. And regulation consistently is running to catch up with the speed of technological change. So the difference, of course, with artificial intelligence is that it's maybe the first time we've seen such a civilization-changing and species-transformative technology. I'm excited to be moderating this next session, which will be focused on regulating the sector and what we can learn from the experience of other industries. And I'd like to introduce our panelists for this session. That's Krishna Kumar, founder and CEO of Cropin Technology, Dr. Ruchi Saxena, founder and director of Chirobotics, and Jason Pontin, general partner at VCVC. Please welcome them. Thank you to our panel for joining. We're going to dive right into the topic. And we've seen a lot of examples of regulators trying to regulate cutting-edge technologies. As we're looking at the AI, rapid transformation in AI, what do you believe are some of the most critical areas requiring regulation within AI today to both foster the growth of the sector, but to also protect social safety and meet ethical considerations? And maybe we'll start with ladies first. Dr. Ruchi, we'll start with you.
Thank you. So I feel that we really need to address some really critical issues around survival of human species, and that includes healthcare, and I'm talking specifically about public health, and safety. So we are at a crux where climate change is affecting almost everything that we do, and climate and health have an interplay to play. There we have vast amount of unexplored data waiting to be analyzed and interpreted in the right way. So that is something that is critically important as of now. And also human behavior, which needs to be studied in such a way that we prevent conflicts and we foster interactions which are more positive and helping the humanity go further. So these are the two things I think.
Okay. Jason?
Thank you, Omar, and thank you to our hosts in Saudi Arabia. It's my first time in the kingdom, and it's been a delight to be here. Omar, I do not worry about the so-called alignment problem, the growth of a super intelligence that is inimical to our own interests and wishes. That's not a problem that requires regulation. But as a venture capitalist investing only in AI companies, mainly in human health, climate tech, and industrial transformation, I do worry that this technology is a black box that we don't really understand. And regulation needs to focus on explicability, interpretability, and reversibility. So those are the main things we need to worry about, because the impacts of AI economically and socially are occurring right now.
Right, so we were saying it's not just this idea that a super machine that's going to be threatening us, but more basic transactions, right? AI is coming into whether or not we get a loan, or whether or not we're able to, get insurance coverage, or all of these things that are related to, what is decided about us is being calculated by machines.
Today, police departments in the United States are using this like out of a science fiction novel to predict recidivism rates, to go and predict which areas their cities are going to be most likely subject to crime. These are real-world applications that are having social impacts today.
Krishna, what do you see as some of the areas as someone working in agriculture and our food supply chain?
Look, if you see this generative AI and LLM, it has been unleashed, and it's reaching the last mile. And we are talking about the bottom of the pyramid, where literacy is a challenge, and people are now have access to those on the phones. We need to be very careful that how this technology is going to interact with the people, billions of people, right? And if you look at this big techs, they want to reach out to every person on the planet. And it worries me because there's a lot of biasness in that. For example, today we want to score a farm before we decide on the insurance coverage or credit lending to the growers. What if the model is not doing its job? And it's a question of a livelihood. What if a grower, some part in India or in Africa, asks a question about a pest and disease, and it gives you an answer on what chemicals to use, and those chemicals are banned. You can't use it because of the nature of it. And then how do you ground these models? How do you put the safety nets around that? And since this is reaching to the masses, regulation is very important. I think we need to keep a check and balance on biasness and fairness of it. Government should definitely come forward as a public and private partnership to see how we regulate, how these models are trained, what is the diversity in that data, whether it has that knowledge graph of all the demographies, different continents, countries, understand the local nuances, and then provide those answers to those populations. So the first is fairness and biases, because I see this penetrating in the bottom of the pyramid. Second is data privacy, right? The ownership issue. How should we resolve it? And one of the example we see in India is a digital public infrastructure, where they want to govern all the data. They're trying to bring all the data together so that sandbox can be created, and there is a governance on top of it. And we want to see how it's takes the shape. But I think there are good intentions around that.
Yeah. So we need to know kind of what's going into the machine and what's it being trained on, so that we ensure that the outcomes of this are somehow fair and ethical. And especially as what you're saying, the bottom of the pyramid here today may be significantly affected, who may be less educated, maybe even illiterate, and unable to, and certainly the global south underrepresented in the data that's going into the model.
Yeah, I mean, if you look at the language, right, we are cutting the language barrier. You can speak now in your local language, and the machine is going to respond. So the access to this technology is merely there to the people, and we have to be very careful. Yeah.
It's worth saying that all these systems, at their most successful, have been trained on publicly available data sets. A product called AlphaFold by Google DeepMind solved the so-called protein folding problem and has unleashed decades, potentially, of breakthroughs in drug discovery. But AlphaFold was trained on 170,000 known protein structures that were the product of decades of crystallographic analysis. That data was publicly available and was used by Google DeepMind to produce this enormous breakthrough in biological sciences. I worry that these most recent models owned by OpenAI, by Google, by Amazon, though they've scraped all the public data, have also put together enormous amounts of private data that are not just not widely shared, but are not well understood. So that, as I was saying, we've ended up with a technology that seems like it has fallen from the sky before we were really ready to understand it, but which we don't understand because the data sets are not well understood and are not widely shared.
My concern in
Yes,
this
please.
regard is something about, we have one thing, like we have technology which has advanced decades further, but we have a community which is still so detached from whatever has been happening. They're the receiving end, and they're probably interacting with chatbots today. For example, in his case, there are farmers in India which interact with the chatbots meant for them, and they take advices. Now, my concern is if you have copy-pasted something that existed in another country and tried to put it in our country, whether that really works for us, and the people who are receiving it are really understanding the depth, and they don't understand. They just see that, okay, there's an app available, and let me just start using it. So have we done enough justice for them to make the right decision where they are?
Okay. So I guess now we have a sense of some of the challenges. Let's talk about the regulations. What are some examples of mistakes that were made in trying to regulate other technologies that we can learn from? And Jason, I saw you giggle, so maybe I'll start with you.
Well, this may be controversial, but I think one of the poorest examples of regulation in the last 70 years was how the nuclear industry was regulated after the 3 Mile Island accident and after the Chernobyl crisis. There has not been a new reactor design approved since 70 years, and that's largely because the nuclear industry was held to such an unreasonably high standard. With the exception of Chernobyl, the nuclear industry has a remarkable history of safety.
But doesn't that, I mean, it feels like the risk there is really big. Like, you know, a small problem could be a huge issue for us as a human race.
Because we built the wrong reactors. So the reactors we built after the war were tied to nuclear weapons and used enriched uranium because Admiral Rickover, who founded the nuclear program in the United States, wanted enriched uranium for his bombs. There's no reason why nuclear reactors have to go and use enriched uranium. There were many other solutions, but we never built those reactors. So what you want not to do when you create a regulation for a new technology like AI is to place unreasonable costs on industry, nor to make unreasonable expectations for safety. And finally, you want to go and embrace a weak version of the precautionary principle. You can't protect against everything that might happen, so you have to protect against reasonable risks that are largely well understood, which is why in AI, we don't want to try and regulate against the appearance of a superintelligence. That's not the problem.
Okay, so one risk of over-regulating effectively and then stifling a technology that could be transformative and really impactful. Krishna, what are some lessons learned from regulating other areas that we can apply to AI?
You know, I'll take an example of some of the good regulations and the under-regulated areas as well. If you look at social media and internet, we are delayed, right? And right from a child to an elderly is vulnerable on the social media today. There is a biased opinion, and I don't know, God knows what all we are learning. And we have seen the impact of how the data leaks of Facebook and other way the issues. But now the grip is tightening, and we are talking about the framework, how to data privacy and what could be shared, what could not be shared. Another example is a GMO, right? So we delayed. I mean, there was a trust issue. We didn't have the framework. We wanted to, I mean, if you look at the narrative that we want to solve the food security issue for the world and world needs GMO, but there was no data backed, right? People thought it has a lot of impact on the environment, health, and regulation came late. You wanted labeling, you want traceability of it, and those things, we took a lot of time. So, and if you look at the drones, right, they are now used to spray fertilizers and chemicals. What if there is a wind and it blows around the other farms, which doesn't require that chemical? How do you protect that? So I think these are the the regulation is not formed yet, but I think there is a need for building a regulation at the right stage. You don't overdo it. Let the innovation reach certain stage. So risk-based, flexible, and also when you need to regulate this, right? When the technology is sandboxed and you have put all the check and balances and it's ready to scale, then you talk about the regulating it for the masses. The good example is EUDR in agriculture, where European Union came out with a regulation framework that you can't ship any product to their country if it is coming for deforested land. And there's a direct correlation to the climate change. And everybody in this industry has to comply because all these foods are coming from Africa, Southeast Asia, which are much more vulnerable to the deforestation. And the likes of all the food tech giants are, that they are now complying, that they want to know more, they want to go closer to the supply chain and monitor those deforestation use cases. Otherwise, you are getting a penalty of some certain percentage of your revenue from that country. And I think that's a good move, because we need to protect, protection to the food security and the climate change, which is adversely impacting the planet.
And there, really, part of it becomes about enforcing some level of transparency that helps drive this kind of also customer choice that is part of this process. Customers holding accountable the corporations. Dr. Rushi, what are some lessons from whether drones, which is an industry that you work in, or other industries that you've worked in that you think are lessons learned for regulating AI?
So what has happened in the drone industry is people love drones, and they see that as big toys. And we recommend that you look at them as small airplanes. And if you see the way our airways are structured, there is a port, there is a corridor, and then there are systems around them. Okay, so there are machines as well. So if you just look at drones only as machines, then you will probably fail. If you provided the ecosystem to safely operate itself, then it succeeds. So what we have been trying to struggle in India is create a regulatory framework which is inclusive and open as well. Okay, so there is a room for experimentation and improvement, and there is enough space for people to have their voices. So when our country did their regulations, there was a long process of discussions and consultations from the industry. What we probably missed there is expanding the table to other stakeholders, the ones who will probably go and teach how to fly the drones, the ones who will be actually flying the drones, the pilots, and the ones who will be benefiting or getting harmed by what we need to do. So it was inclusive, but not inclusive enough. So it was still very technocratic, I would say, but not more participatory for community engagement. So I would like to see more community engagement happening where emerging technologies, because they're emerging, we don't know what's going to happen and how it's going to evolve tomorrow. So we need to go step by step in bits and pieces, take one box at a time, get it out, and then add another box to it. So in this way, gradually, we go together. But if it's more like a top-down, where somebody else is deciding what should happen in one village in Maharashtra, that's probably not going to last too long. It's not going to be scalable, not going to be adaptable, and not probably also going to be acceptable by people. But if people accept the technology wholeheartedly, they encourage the entire ecosystem. They become co-owners of that facilitation. They learn and they teach and they buy and they sell, and the whole ecosystem takes off.
Excellent. So kind of, I would say two things here, a kind of dynamic regulation process with a clear feedback loop around regulation. And the second is a participatory and inclusive regulatory process that includes the stakeholders across the board that are going to be affected by and involved in this.
Indeed.
I want to ask the audience, let's see, do you believe that regulators should be doing a more active role in regulating artificial intelligence? Raise your hand if you believe they need to be taking a more active role in regulating AI. Okay? Raise your hand if you believe that regulators are more likely to stifle the sector by doing regulation and they should allow things to develop. Raise your hand if you believe. Okay. I think we have about half and half. I think we have about half and half. So we talked about some lessons learned from some of the challenges of regulation. What about some examples of successful regulation from industries that have worked? I mean, I think about airplanes. We regulate airplanes. We get into tubes into the sky, and they fly from place to place. And most of the time, they don't fall out of the sky. And I think, you know, we regulate it well. Jason, do you have some examples of well-regulated industries we can learn from?
Sure. Well, the great example within our lifetime of a successfully regulated technology were the gases, CFCs, that contributed to the ozone layer hole. There's a story about the Nobel scientist who discovered the ozone layer. He worked at MIT, and he came back one evening to his wife, and he said, the good news is I'm going to win the Nobel Prize. He said, the bad news is we're all going to die. But he put together a great program, and he framed the problem as a hole in the ozone layer. Industry responded by beginning to test and field and commercialize alternatives to CFCs, and governments participated with a great groundswell of public approval by regulating these CFC chemicals. But I think CFCs and the ozone layer are a kind of a bad model for AI. The problem was well understood, which you can't say the same about with AI. There was broad public demand that the space be regulated, and there was a useful and active collaboration between industry and governments as the space was regulated. A better, more recent example of a successfully regulated industry, and again for a technology that seemed to fall out of the sky before we were ready for it, is CRISPR-Cas9, which is a gene editing technology that has produced most of the breakthroughs that you have read about in the last decade in biotech. CRISPR is a very cheap technology that a biologist with an undergraduate degree can use to edit genes. It can be used for drug research and for fundamental biological insights. Government, advocacy groups, and industry have all agreed to go and with broad guidelines to accept the use of CRISPR-Cas9 for a very wide variety of uses, but it has been banned to edit so-called germline, hereditable changes in humans or other animals. That was a useful compromise, and it's worked very well, and it has held, with a single exception in China about 6 or 7 years ago, when a couple of so-called CRISPR babies were created who were given a resistance to catching AIDS. It didn't work. These children who are now young children, alas, also have a higher risk for dying from other infectious diseases. But CRISPR-Cas9 is a great example of how an international regulation can be formed with national jurisdictions and which can support innovation that won't place an undue cost upon industry and will create a public good, new drugs and new medicines.
Dr. Rucci, I'd like to ask you, same question, examples that are of successful regulation, and mindful of our time, any kind of advice for regulators on how they should be proceeding in developing this sector?
I have 2 quick examples.
Yes.
One that I saw today itself.
Yes.
I went on a tour for a virtual hospital right here in Riyadh, and I think it was so well done. We have a national level dashboard, not one dashboard, we've got multiple dashboards that I saw today, and you have the data from across the country being monitored and looked at very carefully, and observed with the right kind of KPIs. So this being done at a national regulation, I would really like to congratulate Kingdom of Saudi Arabia for doing this really, really well. I've been to so many countries that try to work on data for quality and safety in healthcare, but I've never seen this level of detailing that has been done. Second example comes from my country, the way we regulated the entire payment interface. We have something called Unified Payment Interface, where we pay using QR code. So that happening at the scale at which India is, we 1.25 billion in population. Everybody, right from a big corporate to a small hawker, using UPI day in and day out without frauds, without mistakes. That is a big example where I see that government allowed something to happen and innovation to happen, and they were a partner in that innovation. Perfect example of a public and private partnership, and people being a part of the whole thing and learning and adopting very quickly. So within a few years, the entire face has changed for healthcare in KSA and for payments in India.
And part of that is the government's role in kind of setting standards or setting parameters across the board that can help the ecosystem develop in a consistent and structured way, right?
Absolutely.
Krishna, would you like to add anything on good regulations we can learn from, or advice to the regulator or recommendation to the regulator?
Yeah. So one of the example, and again, I'll take the example from how good regulation can really create a large-scale impact. And we are trying to build a kind of agri-stack where the land records of the growers at the country scale can be available. And think like this is as an internet, right? So once the internet is there, you build a lot of applications. And in agriculture, everything starts with that asset, right? So if you have a digital record of it, you can enable credit, insurance, and access to that data. And they're also putting this whole regulatory framework how to access that data so that you don't misuse that data for the advantage, right? So, and this is built on UPI, right? So once UPI was successful, now this whole framework has been built. And it has been launched in bits and pieces now in the Indian state, but I think in a couple of years, you'll see that at the scale of a UPI, right? That's what the government intends. And again, this is a partnership with the government, public and private partnership. Even I'm part of some of the discussions. So they're making it very, very inclusive because it's going to unlock economic value for the country and bring the masses and create that inclusiveness, the smallholder, bottom of the pyramid, and how do you bring them to the mainstream, right? So those are the problems we are trying to solve. And I think regulations, we are seeing how it is adopted at the mass scale. And so this is one of the examples. I think few suggestions. We should not overdo or underdo regulation because you are going to kill the innovation as well, or you are going to delay it. I think there is a stage. I think we should have a risk-based approach. We should understand what is the risk and impact of this technology to the masses, and basis that the regulation should come. It should be staged. It should be flexible. And I think the right stage, which I was talking earlier, is a time when it has been sandboxed, when we have seen the impact of it. We have a partnership from the ecosystem to get the feedback that what should be the regulation. And I think the right place to do it when the system is ready to scale, right? So asking question on the diversity of the data when you are training the models. I think that's the stage where I think we need to look very critically that it should not have any biases and the impact, negative impact on the larger population.
Great. So as a thought, really just not to be stifling at the early stage innovation, allowing things to happen, and then once we're ready to scale, then think about regulating them. Absolutely. 10 seconds.
Before we go, I should tell the audience there are 3 examples of current AI regulation that you should look at if you are interested. The Biden White House released a very deep and far-reaching set of AI guidelines, or a Bill of Rights. It has 2 main principles: that any individual should be able to understand and explain why an automated system reached the conclusion or the outcome that it had. And the second principle was, having reached that outcome, a human being should be able to remedy it if the automated system made a mistake. The other 2 examples are a set of guidelines in the UK done by a gentleman called Matt Clifford, the head of their research agency. And finally, the EU has actually passed a law, the EU AI Act, which at least people in my field think is a little bit too heavy-handed because it imposes too many costs upon industry. But those are the three to look at: the US, the UK, and the EU.
Thank you, Jason. Thank you very much for our panelists. Thank you to our audience. Thank you.
Thank you.
And after understanding the importance of regulating AI and what can be done, another critical topic that I think is on everybody's minds is how AI is going to transform the future of work and talent, where are jobs going to come from, what jobs are going to be gone. And I think that's a really excellent transition into our next panel on the future of work. And it's my privilege to introduce Patrick Linenbank, partner at Arthur D. Little, who will be moderating the next panel. Thank you.
Thank you. Everybody's here. A very good afternoon. Pleasure to be here. We're having a exciting topic for you coming up, the role of AI in reskilling and innovation. But before we get into that, I would love to have the panel introduce themselves briefly and their area of expertise, why they're actually on this stage with me today. If you could start.
Wonderful. Thank you so much for having me today. This is Dr. Najwa Al-Ghamdi. I am an Analytics Innovation Director in STC. I lead an AI and data engineers who are working on building AI and data assets in the AI Center of Excellence in STC.
Thank you, Dr. Patrick, for setting up the stage. My name is Abdulrahman Al-Hagbani. I'm the pre-sales GM for Solutions by STC. I always have a passion about learning and development for people and for sure for the emerging technologies and how get these things integrated with each other.
مساكم الله بالخير جميعا. Good evening, everyone. It's my pleasure to be here today. I'm Man Al-Mulla. I'm leading the Business Enabled and Engagement Garage within Saudi Aramco. And part of our function is to help the different businesses within Saudi Aramco to accelerate their digital transformation through innovation and through ideation. We manage a digital portfolio of projects through governance and effective management. And we also support and develop digital upskilling programs to prepare the workforce for the digital era.
Great, thank you very much. I'm Dr. Patrick. I'm a partner at Arthur Little in Riyadh. I'm very active in the healthcare and educational spaces, two particular areas which where skill sets and upgrading is very much required going forward.
I'm Anna Krijucic. I'm the Chief Knowledge Officer of Oliver Wyman and the CEO of the Oliver Wyman Forum, which is the consultancy's think tank and also a platform for convening senior public and private sector leaders across a variety of topics. I've been implementing AI across all our knowledge and research functions, so in some cases I'm an operator and a doer as well. But ultimately I study how humans are changing, both as consumers and as workers, through all the technological shifts that we're seeing now and through the generational shifts underway.
Great.
Thank you for having me.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Ramez El-Sarafi. I am the Chief Executive Officer of Flat 6 Labs. We are the most active VC investor in the Middle East and North Africa. We have invested in 524 startups across the region to date. For the last 13 years, we have been actively deploying money and supporting startups across the region. And it's a pleasure to be with you here today.
Hi, assalamu alaikum. I'm Nadeem Mazen, the CEO of Nimblebot. We work with Saudi Olympic and Saudi Tourism Authority here, PayPal, and others at home. In my past life, I was a city councilor overseeing billion public impact budget with a council of 9 in Cambridge, Massachusetts, the home of MIT and Harvard. I operate at the nexus of policy, innovation, and creativity, and my company, Nimblebot, is rolling out AI solutions for design that are novel in the space.
Great, thank you very much. Thank you very much for the introductions. We've already had some very good discussions backstage on the topic that we're going to be addressing. It's very interesting to talk about AI role in reskilling and innovation, because a lot of times we think about AI as taking away jobs or making changes that actually affect those particular components. But there's a very important role of artificial intelligence within those areas, and we would love to have a discussion on that. So it's not only about sort of the efficiency that AI is actually generating and creating, it's actually also coming to how do you work with AI as a companion, and how can AI actually help you to achieve that next level in the upskilling and the career. So we wanted to start with one question that I want to pose to the panel, and you will take the lead on this one for opening up the discussion. How has the nature of work changed now that roles can be augmented by AI-powered solutions?
Well, there is no doubt that AI-powered solutions have profoundly changed the nature of jobs. For example, routine and repetitive jobs are automated, which typically contributes to making sure that the employees that are augmenting and utilizing their AI capabilities and their knowledge are able to focus more on more complex and strategic jobs. This will allow them to consider critical thinking, emotional intelligence, and creativity, which typically are lacked in machines. For example, customer service, they rely on AI chatbots to handle daily routine inquiries by the customers. Now they can focus more on more complex customer needs. Similarly, in logistics, using predictive analytics transform the operation of supply chain. Now they can focus more on strategic planning and optimizing the delivery, as well as improving the customer experience. Definitely, AI's augmentation in human capabilities is going to be creating new jobs and going to be updating existing ones. However, the workforce needs to be adaptive to such change. In Saudi Aramco, we're really proud to have launched a citizen development program that enables non-technical employees to develop their own applications and their own solutions using low-code and no-code platforms that are powered by AI. By having the workforce embrace digital technologies and platforms and feel comfortable with utilizing AI tools and collaborating with intelligent systems, this should help us have the workforce more adaptable to any work change.
And has that been a very difficult process to implement, because people need to work differently in that setting, right?
Definitely, it's a journey. So as long as we are able to spread the awareness and the added value of embracing digital technologies and digital solutions, and AI in particular, definitely that will make a smoother and faster transition.
Do other panelists have similar experiences with the augmentation that is being introduced?
I certainly do. I mean, I think we should think of jobs on a spectrum, right? There's the very transactional ones, and you mentioned some of those, and there's jobs that are more expertise related. On the transactional side, we will see, and we are seeing, a lot more automation, and those are big efficiency plays. But we have also other more exciting plays around personalization that we talked about as a panel earlier. On the expertise side, I think that's where we're still very much in the experimentation phase, which is we're augmenting those jobs and figuring out how to work with AI on a day-to-day basis in every single job and in every single role is not easy, as many of us have discussed. So, you get to one level where you have a group of super users, but getting that next group to actually think through and test and augment their job on a day-to-day basis and think about, how would we work together differently, not just by myself, but with you or in a bigger team, is a bigger challenge than we've had before. And we're also seeing that people are placing a premium on human connectivity. So they're unwilling to just take everything off the table, and we shouldn't take everything off the table. But we're seeing, probably about a third of workers saying that they want to have human interaction with AI, but also with humans. And so how we do that together is something I think we're still all figuring out.
Great.
I think in the AI future, people worry about redundancy, clearing huge amounts of employees because of the rise of AI and the redundancy of jobs. But I see the heyday of the small firm with a little bit of ambition, with a little bit of curiosity. AI empowers groups of 4, 10, 20, 30 to take on enormous incumbent brands. So you have the opportunity to, with AI, achieve the best product in the market if you really want to. Something that often a bigger firm moving more slowly, even if it wants to, might not be able to achieve or to maintain. Once you've achieved the best product in the market, you may be able to place programmatic ads that compete with a 300 or 3,000 global marketing department. You may be able to make the best ads. You may be able to shift them more nimbly. And you may be able to analyze and iterate more frequently. So with the advent of AI, it's not just augmentation. It is indeed, as someone in a small firm who's picking up, maybe punching above our weight class, it is a superpower. And I think a huge amount of the field has not yet picked up on the fact that as individuals, as small firms, as departments, and as entire organizations, this can accelerate our most closely held values and ambitions.
Yeah. And when you say that, you mentioned it earlier when we had the discussion, right, that you can punch above your weight because you actually now have certain skills that sit there. How is that actually working? Maybe going to the second question we wanted to address, because that requires different people, right? Different types of talent, different types of capabilities in order to do those types of things that your firm is doing. Do you have a feeling on how that works in the new world?
It's a great question, and I'm actually really grateful to Sadai and the organizers for putting this on stage, because I think this is one of the most challenging, but also the most exciting aspects. The personalization that is offered by AI in reskilling or upskilling is unheard of, right? People are used to the experience of, my company has a learning program, or it sends me to a learning program. It might align with what I want to do in the future. I might not feel like I can say what I want to do in the future. But we're at the level with AI where you can hyper-target not only the skills that an individual employee might be missing today, but also where you want them to go or where they want to go in their career, which means that they're going to have more interest in actually paying attention to the reskilling or to the upskilling. And we've already seen a lot of benefits. I think Unilever is a great example. They have an AI program, particularly for the reskilling aspects, that's, I think, had something like a 40% increase in the retention of the knowledge that people have learned. And there's other companies as well. So I'm particularly excited about it, not only because I think it aligns with what workers want. I think it will help improve the knowledge and retain the knowledge. It decreases the kind of potential for job departures or people moving on to their next career. And so it's a question about, how do we do that effectively and at scale?
Yep.
Because the lifespan of a skill is less than 3 years now, particularly for a technology skill.
Yep.
So we're not in the world of where we can wait. We have to do it over and over at scale.
And maybe build on that, because you mentioned in the opening statement that Aramco has created a platform, right, to work with more sort of interaction with the technology that sits within it. Maybe you can give an additional example on that.
Well, the citizen development platforms is basically availed to be utilized by non-technical people. You could be an accountant, you can be a finance, you could be a foreman, you could be a security. So as long as you have the experience and the knowledge, and you are enabled with the proper tools, you are able to optimize your day-to-day challenges, your repetitive work, and be able to embrace the concept, the culture, the digital culture of transformation to optimize and add value to your business.
Yeah.
So we have a variety of digital, or citizen development platforms. Most are in analytics, some of them are mobility related. So there is a wide variety of different citizen development platforms that could be tailored and catered to the business needs and the individual's needs.
And have you seen a level of acceleration because you have introduced that?
Definitely. We in Saudi Aramco have approximately 1,500 certified citizen developers who have created 1,000 citizen development programs on their own. They did not need any guidance, and it allowed our execution agency, our data scientists, to focus on more complex related jobs and leaving the simple jobs that can be done by citizen developers done on their own.
Great, great, because that's the positive component, right? I think that's something that comes out of the discussion, is the fact that it's not something that will take jobs away. It's actually creating something that creates more value. And of course, some people will have to deal with the fact that something can be done more efficient and more effectively, but actually creating something that's enhanced by the AI coming into the realm to punch above your weight, which I think is a very nice analogy on that. Great. So one thing that's very going to be important is the cultural change that takes. People need to make a change in their mindset on how they deal with this, how they think about AI in the context of skill and the workforce, right? Also within continuous learning. And maybe you can shed some light on that from the STC side.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think we did approach several methods actually to make sure that our employees do understand the value that AI could create. To start with, I think we were thinking of an idea of how about we start to inject into the current workforces what we call digital coworkers. So by the mean of digital coworkers, what we've done basically is to pilot the concept by looking into the existing business processes, identifying some elements where we think we could have a potential coworker who could work there. More likely, these type of processes that could be repetitive or where the human error is basically prevailing. And from there, we started to test examples of coworkers. For example, a coworker that would look into the KPIs of employees and start to evaluating them. Another coworker that would crunch into the knowledge base of products and start to teach the sales agents how to respond and what to say, and all of that. And what we have seen is a huge boost in not only in productivity, but also in efficiency that reached in some cases to 70%. And I think the challenge that we have here is we wanted to make sure that these coworkers are actually trustworthy. So a lot of effort been done just to make sure that they adhere to the explainable AI principles, be it by introducing human in the loop, as well as making sure that these models actually produce explainable outcome. Now here, the interesting part. After we started to introduce these kind of coworkers, the level of acceptance across employees have been increased big time. And they started not only trying to use these example of coworkers or assets, but they also want to co-create with us example of coworkers that would help them in the workplace. So this has come our role as Center of Excellence, where we start to educate them. So this is another example of continuous learning where we want to bring them into the ground and make them have a sense of the use of the value of what AI could generate, in addition to other development programs similar to what Ma'an has mentioned in Aramco. But when it comes to the innovational part, and I think if we wanted to speak from industrial concepts or context, I think the best job that AI would do for those who are working in the industry is trying to reduce the overhead of operational activities and to focus more on innovational tasks. And I would like to bring a very interesting example that we are currently piloting. In the AI Center of Excellence, we have a huge number of AI and data engineers who are really, really talented, but we are receiving a huge demand to generate insights, given that we have a vast amount of data assets. So these amazing group of talents are basically working tirelessly days and nights just to meet that huge amount of demand that we are receiving. So what we were thinking here is that how about we could use AI to reduce the contribution of the human intervention in the value chain of generating insights. In another word, how can we make the data consumers directly chat with the data rather than introducing a data and AI engineer in the loop? So by doing so, what we've seen is that we give a huge room for cognitive capability, cognitive space for those amazing engineers to start to build more innovative products rather than just thinking about generating these insights. So this is where the AI really helped us to look into an innovation in a different way, Now the team is more focused on building that AI and AI data assets that really make the journey of our customers more seamless. And let us really think more carefully about the innovation and how we need really to shift focus there, and to understand how can we leverage generative AI to tailor it to the context of telco, basically. And also to think about more about the agentic workforce that we could even further inject to the workspace, where we could avail more space for innovation to our employees. From that, we had a very interesting agreement yesterday we signed with CAUS just to look into these agentic, I would say, kind of research that we want to look into it, as well as with the Research and Innovation and Development Authority yesterday to expedite that innovation. So definitely AI is doing a lot when it comes to the continuous learning and the innovation at the same time.
Great, great. And the cultural changes, I mean, the question to the panel, right? The culture requirements, is that the same? I mean, STC is a large organization, some smaller organization. When you look at investments that you will do, how do you make that cultural change? We're talking a lot about the positive sides, but when you talk to people sort of in the walkway, they're scared of AI to a certain extent, right? So what is some of the panel's experience with that cultural change of the positiveness of AI for innovation and for what it can bring to the table?
Sure. Again, I don't think it's like a zero-sum game. I don't think like AI will replace everything in terms of, like, for example, for us as investors, how we make investments, or how we manage our relationship with the startups, or how the startups themselves operate. Like the human capital is core there in terms of how all like these elements will have to exist. However, we can see AI definitely as a superpower that can actually definitely help turbocharge, like when we make an investment, supporting these companies. And just give an example here in Saudi, since we launched our fund in Saudi here last year, we have invested in 30 startups. And I think within the first year, I think it was around 20% of them only utilizing AI in their products and their processes. And we've just actually selected the new cohort of investments that will start next week. And I think like 70 or 80% of them they have AI as a core product or part of their platform. So definitely in terms of how the startups, I guess, from our perspective as investors, are adapting to this new world, I think it's happening very fast. We can see it here live as well in Saudi. However, for us as investors, and as we also run seed accelerators and programs as Flat6 Labs, where we offer a learning platform for young founders and entrepreneurs who are keen to learn about how to start a business and also join our programs and accelerators, we had to, like, I guess, rethink all our accelerators and how they are run, because like they are a learning experience for many of them. And since our team started adapting AI, I think we had to, like, it helped us create our content for the programs in a much more efficient, and also when it comes to adaptive learning, I think it's a very big element of how we work with founders. Like the journey of Flat6 Labs is around 4 months for a startup to join the program from initiation to graduation. And before AI, I think this journey was quite rigid in terms of how it runs from the beginning to the end. But now, every week, we have to, like, using AI, we readjust our content to fit to the startups within the cohort that we work with. And this is something that I don't think would have been possible without AI. We have our mentors, we have our community who give us feedback all the time, and I think for 13 years or 12 years, we have been always trying to adjust the program while it's running, but now using AI, the team on the spot, within like just a matter of days, they can like create a whole suite of content that would adapt to this specific cohort and the founders we're working with at the time, which I guess is very important.
And building on what you're bringing there, you're looking at a different sort of investment environment where AI, I think because we're here at the GAIN Summit, a clear evidence of that momentum. There will be very differences too in how people, based on age and generations, on where they actually see the AI, whether they're afraid of it, then so the skill set they have, whether they actually see it as an opportunity. And that's kind of like coming into that last question that we have, right? It's a bit of the white elephant in the room, or the 800-pound gorilla that might be very successful. What does the AI mean, right, for actually that lifelong learning and the different generations that are taking place? Maybe Abdurrahman, you can...
Yeah, absolutely. Actually, to be honest, with the disruption of this technology, especially in very large organizations, we're going to have this gap between the multi-generations. And how can we use the AI to fit or to fill this gap? Definitely, the AI can play a very crucial role in the continuous learning and the bridging the skills gaps in the organizations. There are multiple models, as Anna mentioned, about the adaptive and personalized learning, but I would like to mention also and to shed the lights on the other area about the enhancement in the mentorship programs. AI can play a very good role in this area by using the algorithm to do this smart matching between the mentors and the mentees based on the learning capabilities, based on the style, based on the professional goals. I believe this relationship can be impactful, meaningful, and even we can use the AI to track the progress, suggest learning materials, facilitate the communication. With that, I believe we can not just believe it can just facilitate the mentorship program. I believe the AI can optimize it, can scale it. It will give an opportunity for every employee, regardless of their age, an opportunity and the tools to continuously learning and to stay competitive in the market. Great.
If I can build on that, I think the anxiety is very real, but I think it's also an opportunity. So if you look globally, particularly among the younger generation, over 70% of them are extremely worried about job security. And in Saudi, it's about 69%, so pretty close. When you look and go all the way to the boomer generation, the number globally is about 40% that are very concerned about job security or threatened by AI. In Saudi, it's much higher. It's almost 59%. So the fear is real. But I think what you were talking about earlier and what you added on in terms of this knowledge sharing and mentorship is the fact that if you can create culturally the right space where it's okay to test and learn and it's okay to fail, right? Which in startup mode, in that world you both have. In large corporations, that's not always accepted. But if we can create that secret sauce culturally as well in large corporations, then it's okay. Then you're going to be able to drive to innovation because people will be willing to experiment. But to do that, I think there's a lot of interest, but you have to communicate frequently. You have to kind of embed that as part of the cultural nexus of the company. And I think the huge opportunity is that we surveyed Saudi workers. 40% of them are interested in peer-to-peer mentorships and that sort of intergenerational transfer. So you have the groundwork, you have the seeds for that here. We just have to learn a little bit. Maybe the large companies have to learn a little bit from the startups and make sure to say it's safe to fail sometimes.
Great. Yeah. If I can jump in, Abdurrahman was talking about using AI to match mentors and mentees. I think if we can, there's a trade-off coming, right? And one side, it's almost spooky how well AI knows us collectively as humanity and potentially individually. When I sit and chat with ChatGPT, it remembers me from last time. It says memory updated, and it asks how that thing is going. It's a little spooky, right? But it's also very personable. And so the trade-off is if we can get over this hump of it's not conscious, but it does have a personality, that is very versatile when it comes to the training side. And so we won't just have to have mentor-mentee matching. ChatGPT will be the mentor. ChatGPT will be the confidant. And with this, if we can get over that hump, anyone with ambition and curiosity, as I was saying, will be able to upskill themselves and self-skill.
Yeah. So I mean, I think sort of the conclusion, right, is that we're having a very valuable asset here. Yes, it changes the workforce. It will change the way people do business. It will change the requirements, but it also creates additional space to use more of the mental capacity that we want to do to innovate, to create, to focus on those things that create the most value. You do get a new partner. You get an AI partner that you need to be able to work with, right? So you need to have platforms that everybody in the organization actually can maximize that particular type of activity that sits within that. And if you're falling behind the curve, it's not like one size fits all, because that doesn't make sense because AI actually is not about one size fits all, because he knew what you typed into ChatGPT yesterday, and last week it probably knows what you were ordering online as well. So it actually then creates a platform to adjust that in a very personalized way to get you to the next skill level where you need to be. So if anybody from a workforce sees this as a negative change, it is probably because you haven't explored the full opportunities of what this will bring to your part. So that's I also just got here that our time is off. So thank you very much for your attention, and thank you very much, panel, for your valuable contributions.
Thank you, Patrick. Thank you so much. Really good to have you with us. Thank you. Fascinating to hear from you all. Now, we have, of course, looked at a lot of the applications of AI, how it can reshape work, help us innovate, communicate, and play so many different uses. But could AI be put to work in other ways too? And consider for a moment how we build our towns and cities. In the past, we know that where we live was built around really key things: logistics, industry, historic settlements. But have we ever really thought about building cities around the people who live in them? Can we create our urban spaces with humans front and center of the planning process? We're going to discuss this in detail in a moment with our next panel, who will join me here on stage. But to explain a little more, I'm delighted to welcome In-Suk Kim, who's Director of Digital Policy Division. She's at Seoul Metropolitan Government. And after she's spoken with us, I'll be joined here on the panel. And it's also worth saying just at this point, because tomorrow we've got another session looking at exactly this. A reminder once again that we have the app. The app will give you all the details for tomorrow's sessions. I'll run you through in a little more detail what we can expect tomorrow. But at the moment, I'm delighted to introduce In-Suk Kim, Director of Digital Policy Division at Seoul Metropolitan Government.
Let's go.
Good afternoon, everyone. Okay. I'm In-Suk Kim, and I'm in charge of Digital Policy Division of Seoul Metropolitan Government. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to be here. I'm excited to share the cases of our city's AI-based public services with you. Seoul has declared 2024 as the kick-off year of AI administrative services. We aim to integrate diverse AI technologies across overall areas of city government to make people's lives more convenient and to enhance the efficiency of policy implementation. Seoul is accelerating administrative innovation using AI by promoting a total 38 AI-based projects across 4 key areas. The first area is going together with the vulnerable via AI. We are expanding the smart well-being check service for the elderly living alone. This service uses AI to make automated calls periodically and monitor their health by detecting movements. We are also developing an AI 911 management system which analyzes the voices of emergency calls and then identify how urgent and risky the situation is. Additionally, we are creating an AI-based content filter system to protect citizens from various illegal and harmful online content. For building a smart safety net, we plan to change all CCTV in vulnerable areas to intelligent CCTV by 2026. In addition, we will establish an AI wildfire monitoring system that uses drones and thermal imaging CCTV to detect and respond to wildfire promptly. We are also working on an AI smart intersection project to optimize traffic signals and prevent congestion. Through these various approaches, Seoul aims to enhance safety and ensure better lives in the city. Lastly, we strive to enhance work productivity by transforming working process using AI. To achieve this, we apply RPA system for simple and repetitive tasks. Moreover, we are operating an AI security monitoring platform to detect cyber attack immediately and block high-risk IP addresses. Through these measures, we are striving to provide efficient and secure administrative services. We integrate various AI technologies. For example, generative AI, object detecting CCTV into administrative services for the sake of citizens' safety and convenience. In this way, Seoul aims to secure the city's competitiveness and ultimately pave the way for the best city in AI utilization. Finally, I'd like to introduce Seoul Smart Life Week, in short SLW, briefly. We are preparing for the SLW to promote cooperation among global city governments, organizations, and companies related to the smart city sector. This year, the first year of the SLW. It will be held on October 10th to 12th in Seoul. Your participation is greatly appreciated. And if you have any inquiries, please feel free to contact us. I hope you could gain new insights into the use of AI by city governments from my presentation. I would like to wrap up by thanking you all for listening. Thank you.
So much. Thank you so much. And just while we take our seats here, there's a lot for us to talk about in this next session. So who would you like where? Yep. Wonderful to see you all, and thank you. So what a great setup there from In-Soo Kim. And we're going to look at some of the challenges now when it comes to how we build our towns and cities. And I've set my panel a task, the last session of the day, to keep the energy levels up and to send everyone out with something to think about. So I'm going to let each of them introduce themselves as I talk to them. But first of all, I'm going to start with Professor Jung-Hoon Lee. And talk to me here about how we use data, because it might not be the most obvious thing to build our towns and cities using AI-driven data. Just explain its uses, and then we'll examine some of the challenges in using it. But how do you see how we use data to build the places that we live?
I think one of the mega trends of the smart city was data-driven, and now actually we're using AI, and AI also needed this data to build up as well. So when we do the survey of 50 cities, I think a lot of cities are actually adopting, transforming into the AI data to ready for the AI usage as well. So I think the data is very, very essential to using it. The building that is very difficult. I think our survey showed that we do the index report, and the survey shows that about kind of many cities now adopting the smart city platform. But to show into the data visualizations and data analytics is kind of challenges as well. So that's the kind of a critical that I can see in the future, that we need to prepare for the AI aspects, that what kind of data is really useful for us to, and how to regulate as well.
Yes, and we will come on to that, and crucially, of course, where this data will come from. And Moritz, it's good to have you with us too. And we were discussing earlier about the demands that are being placed on where we live that are growing all the time. It used to just be somewhere we would work and somewhere we would live, and now we expect so much more of our towns and cities. Is it fair to say that the demands we are placing them are growing, and cities are, at the moment, struggling to respond?
Yeah, absolutely. Us, as a software company, out of real estate for 15 years now, we directly see that. You see the demand, of course, in urban development, where you have all these data, these social clusters, where you have the data, you have energy data, you have transportation, and so on, and you are able to build out of that better cities for the people who demand it. Or have a look on one building, only one asset. We will know by pressing the button the building cost, we will know the revenues, we will know the energy cost, and that gives you, as an investor, the possibility, by pressing that button, to say like, okay, I do the investment or I don't do that. And that is all in an environment, of course, everyone wants to make profit out of it, but you can be sustainable and you can be safer and build a better place. Let me give, if I have the time, an example from customers in New York, as that is probably different from Riyadh. In New York, you will find many high-rise buildings that are half let, and they cost an enormous amount of energy. And these people are asking themselves, how can we reuse that building that is 100% offices? And with AI, giving you all that data, surroundings, what can I build there? What is the most profitable and the most sustainable? And what feeds all regulatory needs? With all these data, you can ask the software, and it will tell you that is probably the best way. Reuse it, have retail down there and above apartments. That is all there. And let me just finish with a question. Us from the software industry, out of the old world in Europe and in the US, our question is, we can do that with the software, but where do the deep data come from? Who is giving us the data to learn these models and to get better? As the companies, global companies, full service providers, developers, and so on, they all sit on this data.
Yes.
And when you enter them, they will say like, okay, but the most important is the data stay with me, nobody else. Yep. Of course, they can, if you take a huge company here in Saudi Arabia, they got a lot of developments, they got knowledge, but in Europe or in America, that is siloed information then.
And that's the issue, and Casey, let me bring you in here. Where does that data come from? We can see why it is useful, but we need to get hold of it, don't we?
Well, thank you so much for the questions and the challenges. I think we all know that for AI to work, you must have data, good quality data. That's number one. Second, and I think what the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia has done is commendable by taking the leadership. So in order to solve the data problem, there has to be a government leadership to institute policies and the ability to execute those policies that will mandate the requirement of those data to be made available. And secondly, it has to be some kind of a sanitation to the data, that AI will only work when you have good quality data.
Yes.
So the example that I will illustrate in terms of the co-creation of urban spaces, like the place that I come from Singapore, the Singapore Land Authority has decided through the aggregation of different sets of data from different agencies and the private sector data as well. And the government has taken the lead to facilitate in a sandbox environment, ran a competition to provide an opportunity for private sector to participate in a competition and to address a certain societal problems that involve the citizens. And hence, this example is just how one of the many examples of why the Singapore government has decided that the testing of use cases, the AI use cases, is fundamental to the success of any AI implementation. So that would be my inputs to that.
And Dr. Choi, let me bring you in here on what we are asking cities to do. And also there are diverse demands on the funds and the resources of these cities, because traditionally they might say they would prioritize one project or another. It was transportation, maybe it was housing, maybe it was education. What the data allows us to do is work out where those demands are most pressing, but there is still a resource issue, isn't there?
Yeah, I'm urban planner and data scientist, so I think I'm talking about the role of AI in planning. So there are two stakeholders from urban planner and citizen, so we can explain citizen participation. So I'd like to three key main perspectives. First, visualization. In terms of visualization, from urban planners' perspectives, AI helps better understand and respond to what citizens want more efficiently. So AI can process input from various variety of sources, such as meeting recordings, video footage, and voice recordings, to help planners gain deeper insight into citizens' needs. Before tools like ChatGPT, citizen engagement method existed in projects like UN Habitat's use of Minecraft. In this project, developing countries use the game as a mediator between planners and citizens to design open spaces. With AI technologies like DALI, citizens can easily propose ideas for large-scale spatial improvement. So citizens has a power to envision their ideas through AI.
And Marcus, we keep hearing the idea that citizens need to be front and center of all of this, and that's quite obvious. But we also know there is a growing demand for the stresses that we put on cities, and I wonder how regulation then plays a role in this too, because what we don't want is urban sprawl. We don't want just development for the sake of development. Where does regulation fit in with the AI model, and does AI help you navigate that regulatory environment?
I guess one crucial point there in regulation, in terms of many other parts of AI, in the city part or in this development or redevelopment part, what we see, the current data are so much regulated already in this small silos as we had before. I guess you need a little bit other way around, like what you mentioned, find common spaces where you have the public sector and the private circuit has some chance to work together on this data. When we look in our database for a construction project, it's millions of data what we have, down to each light or each drywall. But what you have to take into account to calculate what makes sense in terms of building costs. We have this external data like from government, for example, like Singapore or Riyadh. So it would be really beneficial to add this as a layer and then train the AI to what's currently, or how people are doing city planning, or what could be built is mostly in Excel, because it's the fastest way. So to build up such models, you have just first to open up data pods, bring it together, and then see what could you transform out of that to get this data. And I guess one key is when you look on ChatGPT, why it was so successful and fast in ramping up, it's super easy to use. If I've seen this first time, it was really impressive. Just type some lines and you get an answer, which impressed you. And when we try to give a software, it's too complex, but it's also really hard to get just the data to feed a system and train something. It must be that simple that people are moving away from their Excel file, from their current behavior, like ChatGPT. And I guess this is the key, how to find and regulate that it's possible to create such solutions which is easy to play and better than what we have in the current status, to get people in, work with it, and also in the simple way involve people who are living in this space later and using this buildings.
Yeah. And Professor Lee, which sectors are most susceptible, which sectors are most malleable to being changed by not only citizen participation, but data. Like, where will this data make the biggest difference?
But before that, I wanted to just share with you some facts and figures here as well. So we just completed the survey of 50 cities around the world, and about, compared to 2022, about 55% has been gone up from 41%. And also, on driving on these things, the urban intelligence has been gone up like, 2, 3, 4 to 5% overall. But now, this survey, when we finished this survey, it was about 4 times larger now. And half of that growth rate was AI.
Right.
And AI was actually looking at it as a more in transportation was the most kind of AI has been applicable in the city. And the city government was the second domains that they actually rising this thing. And then third sector was energy and environment. So those are the 3 sectors that growing using AI.
Is that because we have more data from those sectors?
Yeah, I think so. But we see the cities who has got a really good data platform, or has been long history of the data platform using the high quality data like Singapore or Seoul. They are actually transformed very easily into the AI kind of training data to do it. And some of them who are in the behind doesn't have that platform, so that they have to build it from the from that stages to bring the data innovations. And that's the kind of a very, I can see in the next 3 years you will see some of them will be leading on that aspects to actually grow, and some of them will be left behind. And how we're going to actually see these things will be very, very interesting phenomenon.
Yes, and Casey, I wonder, to involve citizens is a laudable aim, but do citizens know what they want out of their city? Because it strikes me that on one hand, we might have this data that suggests, yes, you want, more housing, you want faster trains, you want more capacity, but at the same time, there's an economic reality, and there's also something that the data might be telling you, which is different to what people are saying they want. And how do you reconcile the two?
Okay, my view is that we have to simplify the process. AI is not as complex as one should imagine, right? It's only an enabler. So I over the last 10 years or so, since my time with IBM, is that we have to have a very simple process of what I call the A, B, and C. A is to create awareness, awareness of the stakeholders, awareness of the processes, awareness of who is interested in what we want to do, the value proposition. So like having an event like this is to create awareness to where are the innovators, where are the use cases. Following that, and you talk about processes, is the B side, building capabilities. You got to build capabilities to try out the different use cases within a sandbox environment, out of the regulatory environment or the existing, business as usual. And that's where innovation comes in. So you build capabilities, develop young leaders, provide them an opportunity to work on projects in a proof of concept, pilot projects, and then show results. And the third part is commitment. Nothing works without commitment. And I think we have seen very clearly the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia has that commitment with so many different world-renowned speakers, and the thought leadership is there, and certainly the commitment from the government is already there. What needs to happen is a commitment of the other stakeholders, the solution providers, the investors, and the community at large. And that's why the citizen-centric approach is really, really key to what is it that we will do. It's an A, B, and C approach to resolve many of the issues over a period of time.
Do you want to jump in?
So yeah, when we surveyed these 50 cities around the world, about 44% of 50 cities has got some kind of innovation districts to grow.
Yeah.
And we found that among that 40%, 86% of this kind of innovation district using the living lab mechanisms or citizen engagement mechanisms to actually co-creating urban spaces as well. So I think this is very interesting to see that cities are moving towards to actually have a AI-driven kind of a civic duty to try out everything. But again, as Casey was mentioning about the regularity sandbox, how you design these things, how you design the incentives for the engaging these things will be the very, very interesting phenomenon to see. I see the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia has got a very top kind of a priority on AI transformation through the Sadia for last 4 years and 3 years I've been observing this. And I think they have a potential, but they have to have a kind of a bottom-up to mobilize how this AI will be transformed using this very useful data. Again, we have to find the pain points. We have to find a very valuable, where is the value point that we can find and maximizing the AI value.
And Moritz, in the same way that I said, citizens won't necessarily know what they want and the data might say something else, it's fair to say city planners don't really know I mean, they're using very traditional methods right now, aren't they?
City planners nowadays, that's their job, but that is a lot of gut feeling, and I've done it like the last 50 years like that.
Yeah.
And you will find in administrative cities in all over Europe, I don't know about Asia, here it's young and innovation leader and fast, but back home it's people who have done it their whole life and they're not innovation leaders anymore. Yeah. And you need to come away from, we have an Excel spreadsheet and we fill that and that is our data, or we are the city planners and my feeling says we have to do this and that. We have to come to that the city leads and analyzes the data, that we get the data and then we pull it through the market.
It strikes me doing it that way. The data is already old. By the time someone's made a decision, there's a lag. By the time it's been kind of put out for tender and built, there is a huge lag.
Yeah.
I mean, you're building stuff that, frankly, is not fit for purpose.
Yeah.
What I assume AI does is speed up that whole process.
Absolutely. That is, AI in real estate just speeds up. What I said before, the decision, I want to do an investment or want to build something, can be done with a click, because you see like, okay, the software tells you it's profitable and it's sustainable, do it. And that is the way around as well, yeah.
And Dr. Joy, where are the best examples? Who is doing this well and what perhaps can we learn from them?
So as a urban planner, traditional planning process such as transportation demand analysis is the 4-step approach, very strict approach. But by adopting AI, where there are so many innovations such as using data from some commercial sources such as telecommunication, credit card data, and then also we are using AI to possibly to predict land uses, transportation issues. But the problem is though, many decision-making processes are hidden. That means the black box approach. So I think though, in the era of AI, those kind of black box approaches will be affecting many urban planning processes. So the citizen engagement and citizen participation need to, in the public side or planners, have to consider opening up the decision-making process. So by doing so, the citizens understand and they can easily participate and they agree with their government or planners' decision-making and planning and every processes.
And Marcus, I was looking at what some of your software does, and I'm right in saying 680 dimensions is what this software will monitor. And that's not just kind of what we need and where we need it. It's about kind of how it fits in with the environment and all of that sort of stuff too. Interested as well in, we touched on it here, repurposing buildings, because so many cities have changed in how we use them. And it's about saying, yes, the building already exists. It's not about building something new. How we use it in a different way. And that is possible with this technology.
It's definitely possible. Both way building new or building or also redeveloping a whole area, what we see in many large grown-up cities over decades. You want to change one area or one building, one key also to what you said, the 680, or we identified 680 core parameters, which represents cost, earnings, surroundings, social impact factors, or social behavior factors of the people who are living there, income, water, waste management, and so on. Of course, there are a lot of more detailed parameters. Often you don't get this data. And when you look on the experts currently dealing on the process of make a redevelopment from the public side, or also from the private, the developer, the architect, the engineer, they are typically using just around about 20 of these parameters. They look on this, and they are experts to designing exactly on these 20 parameters. So this whole, let's say, 680, nearly no one is tackling. And if you have all these experts and the puzzles, you just put it together, and in the end, it's okay. It's just loose ends. It's not that the puzzle really fits. It would be just luck that it really fit. And to bring this, one is really involve more and more experts. Also, the citizens itself is an expert for, depends on the question you ask them. And their AI could really help. Ask the different people different questions, bring it to one central data point, a network, transpose this to an answer which reflects all necessary information. And in the end, then you have really a building plot for an architect which have guidelines who helps them to build the best for this transition, the best buildings, and the right transition at the right price to be really sustainable in all these different parameters in the end. And this is the big challenge that there's without AI. It's super difficult because so much data points you have to collect, you have to manage, you have to optimize. In the end, you, I guess, end up with the expert who's saying, come on, let's go this way. That's more easy.
We have a couple of minutes left, but I just want to kind of put this maybe to all of you in terms of, how do we stop cities all looking the same? If they're all being built by AI, how do we stop them all looking this kind of generic form of a bit of residential, a bit of leisure, a bit of transport? How do we maintain culture and identity?
I guess that when you give the experts this information, they stay individual as well. Also, the information that you get collected on this from the local people, from the teams that are working, they're in the end guidelines. It's not like a rule, you have to do this and this.
Right.
But it gives so much information. It's like, hey, this is really a book of a lot of really input for you that you can do a really great job. It's not like, oh, I give you this 20 or 5 parameters, and you say, oh no, now I have to build another boring building like this.
Yeah.
It's the opposite way. Wow, I have so much input, I can do a better job, and this is more enablement.
Casey, your thoughts? How do we stop all cities looking the same?
Well, I mean, we are in an early stage of defining the rules.
Okay.
So you can't really stop people for trying to do havoc to a lot of things. And that's why the importance of ethics and governance, and it is a civic duty, a responsibility. The onus is really on the citizens to decide, but that has to be complemented with a government regulatory framework. And that's how we balance the two to minimize too restrictive a model versus what that is important is the framework for people to come together. So that's my opinion.
And Professor Lee, a final thought from you. What will cities built by AI look like? How will they differ?
Well, I probably think that the learning model, and I think that they should adopt their local data or what kind of data they will actually select to actually building this model will be very different. I think compared to Germany to Korea, obviously the way they're building this AI agent will be different. So I think there is really the respected diversity there in terms of that, and I think probably it will be different from Saudi to Korea as well. But thing is, how we define this input parameter, or how we defining this cultural aspect or local aspect will be very different from others as well. But I guess I think different purpose with it. We have to see how this will be diversity of how this AI applications within the city will be emerge or evolve over time, and to see the difference, different agents come out with the different cities.
We shall see. I really wish we had more time to talk, but I'm aware it is getting late. So I'm really grateful for to you all for your input. Thank you for being here. Really grateful. Ladies and gentlemen, please say thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Please. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you so much. My thanks to our panel, and that does, as I said, bring us to the end of day 2 of our summit. Thank you for your attention throughout the day. We have got through, once again, so much, and yet we have another day tomorrow. A thank you to all our speakers, panelists, and as I said, to you for your attention. Another packed agenda for you tomorrow, just a few highlights for you. We'll look at how we preserve our culture and identity. We'll pick up on that theme. How do we stop everything looking the same? We'll also talk about the language learning models that are dominated by American English. How do we maintain local culture too? We will look at how the algorithms are getting smarter and at how AI can democratize the learning process. We're going to look at the importance of education and AI's role in equality for all. That and a lot more, as always, for tomorrow, for day 3 of the Global AI Summit 2024. And with that, I bid you a wonderful evening. And we will see you right here tomorrow, either here in the room or online around the world. Thank you for your attention. Have a great evening. See you soon.